Wait one, we're having music audio issues again, for fuck's sake. It would be nice if I could have one stream where something doesn't go wrong. Give me a moment to work this out. It was working fine last time. I have no idea what's caused it to go on the fritz today, but very annoying. Just trying to remember if, like, because it did the same thing at the start of last stream. I'm trying to remember how I fixed it. Windows, are you going to cooperate with me, or are we just gonna... What is going on here? Advanced sound options. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's fucking cool. Never mind me. Apparently, I can't change my sound settings for some reason. What the fuck has Microsoft done now? We're off to a great start here, guys. So apparently, maybe it's just because MSFS is loading in the background and it's heating up all my CPU or something, but apparently, when I go to app volume and device preferences, which is what I need to do to make sure that this is, that the music bot is on the correct thing, it won't list any applications at all. None at all. None of them are popping up. So I can't change anything. So either I'm going to have to wait until MSFS starts and then change it, or I'm going to have to restart my PC and hope that I can change it then. And I'm already like 20 minutes into starting MSFS, so I don't want to have to restart my PC and wait another hour for it to start, because that would be bad. I'm going to assume that the reason it's not popping up yet is because MSFS is still starting up, and that's slowing down my whole PC until it loads. So we're going to trust that MSFS is the cause of the problem here, and we're going to wait. I mean, I can play the song that was already playing. I think I can get away with that one, but we're going to have to probably just chuck that one on repeat or something until MSFS loads, and I can actually get through and edit the preferences for everything else. I don't know what. No, okay, now it's coming through the correct channel. What the fuck, dude? What the actual fuck? Okay, so the music's coming through the correct channel now. What? All I had to do was just restart the fucking, like, not even restart it. I just had to scrub back to the start of the song, and suddenly the music bot's on the right fucking channel. I swear to Christ. Like, what the fuck with this shit? Oh, man. Why is it like this? Also, a disclaimer, I have not fully learnt all of the new aircraft. Some of them I will probably not be able to start from cold. I may need to... We don't have a 119 in MSFS SIF. I wish we did, but we do not. I may have to do the cheaty auto start on some of them, just because I either don't know how to start them, or in the case of the Goose, like, as in the Goose of the birch variety, it's actually made of birch. I would have to be back and forth between the pilot engineer station, the front cockpit, to get it started. A lot, which is kind of awkward to do with track IR instead of having like different camera setups. So I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what I'm going to do for the first flight, because I have something planned that I really want to get out of my system. But I don't know if we'll do that for the first flight. I probably should, because I know it's going to be really late in Europe. So I want to get that flight done before like all my European viewers like collapse in a coma at 4 a.m. But I don't know. We will see. Yeah, plenty of flying boats. I do flying boat stuff pretty often when I do misfits. Hey, Epoch. So we're just waiting for the sim to load at this point, and then we'll get into it. You got here just in time to not be subject to today's technological disaster, which was the music bot started playing on the wrong channel for some reason. So I had a minor freak out while I tried to solve that, and Windows wouldn't let me. Probably because the sim's loading. But it appears to have fixed itself, so I think we're good. Interestingly enough, from what I gather, YouTube is like not being so strict on blocking or taking down videos anymore because of music. Big if true, that's a pretty radical shift in direction. I'm not entirely sure how they've worked that one out, but I mean, hey, that's cool. Now, if only Twitch could do something similar, so I wouldn't have to fuck around with splitting audio channels, and I could just have music on the VODs again. Yeah, I did see that, Super. I will attempt to be there for it, but I don't know if I'll be able to wake up early enough. My sleep pattern's been pretty fucked up lately. It was like 8 hours, right? It's meant to run for 8 hours or something? Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, it might run for 8 hours, but how long is it actually going to stay populated for? Which is the issue I had with a lot of Alpin's missions when I like sleep in or whatever. Is the mission would still be running, just that there wouldn't be people playing it. I think we'll do our special flight first, and then we can hop in something else after. Hey, Marduk. What are these new toys? 40th anniversary edition. Brought a bunch of really, really nice new free aircraft to the sim. A couple of them are so good they don't even need mods at all. A couple of them are good but needed some mods to fix a few little things here and there. There's not really any stinkers. There's now a free Grumman Goose. It's not bad, but I'd say it's the weakest out of the lot because there's already a free Grumman Goose, which is dated graphically and sound-wise, but, you know, in other respects it's quite nice and has a few extra features. It's been a really good update. Probably what the Game of the Year edition update should have been. And as I alluded to, they are moddable, because Asobo or Microsoft, I think Microsoft directly is responsible for this stuff. Anyway, whoever's in charge of that decision decided not to encrypt them, so they are moddable. Technically, encrypted stuff's moddable, but you have to basically redo everything from scratch and trial and error the values. Like, you can't just open the files and work with them. You have to pretty much rebuild them from scratch and have to reverse engineer the performance to get it to behave like it originally did. In essence, you'd be making a whole new module. Just using the art and the animations and sounds and stuff from the encrypted one. And speaking of mods to the 40th anniversary stuff, as I posted in the Civvy Sims Resources channel, Got Friends are working on an adventure pack. So they've already done some tweaking to the Beaver and done a Bush Tires version. Well, they are going to give us a float plane DC3. Sorry, amphibious float plane DC3, which is going to be pretty awesome. I think it was the last MSFS stream I did. We flew Catalina. Well, the Canso, but yeah, Catalina. PBY5. I figured out where I ended up on that flight, by the way. I was nowhere near where I thought I was. I must have, like, because remember I had a bit of a side wind I was fighting from the south? That wind probably pushed me north faster than I could fly southwest. Because when I went to check where I was near, I had in fact landed in northern BC. About 400 kilometers north of where I thought I was. Some days my navigation is really good. Some days my navigation is fucking awful. H8K? I would not mind an H8K. Someone should make one. I'm still waiting on an Avro Vulcan. There were multiple Avro Vulcans for FSX, so surely some hero will make one for MSFS. So I can scare all the tube simming guys with distant dinosaur howls. If you guys haven't heard what happens when the Vulcan's engines are taken up to 92% RPM, boy, it's an experience. I'll steal a YouTube comment I saw from somebody else. It is the closest thing humanity has ever built to a dragon, in both looks and sounds. Oh god, I have such a mess of cables here. We are seeing some signs of life out of the sim, but it'll probably take another 5-10 minutes. You guys know how it is. And yes, I know add-on linker exists. The problem is add-on linker is designed for people who know what they're flying and where. I do not know what I'm flying until I toss a coin to figure it out. I do not know where I'm flying until I've spun the globe about 4 or 5 times and it's landed on somewhere that looks interesting. So add-on link is pretty useless to me because I would have to restart the sim anyway, like multiple times before I get in the air, and it would end up taking just as long. I had a flight inspection yesterday, that went pretty well, so one less thing to worry about for a while. And my place actually looks like livable. Excuse the thumping noises as I move all my HOTAS shit onto my desk. I need to figure out a better system for these intro slideshow things. They're just sitting on my hard drive at the moment, so they're playing directly from that. I might have to like host them on YouTube or something and have it run through that so they're not taking up space on my PC. It'll take the quality down a bit though, so I don't know. Well, I mean, probably not because they're just still images. What I'd really like is to be able to take several thousand images and just have it truly shuffle them, so I don't have to do this by hand. Because the way I do these slideshows is I number out about 350 because I found that's the limit before things start taking too long to load. I'll number out about 350 images, and I will go through the folder and I will number them by hand, scrolling up and down so I'm getting like a random shuffle of them. And then I'll take that 350 images, sometimes it's 400, sometimes 300, whatever. I'll take those, I'll open up Movie Maker and I'll tell it, or Movie Studio, whatever it's called, the normie version of Vegas, and I'll tell it to make a slideshow out of them and randomize it again. And that's how I make these videos. So at the moment I have four of these videos sitting, and when one ends I have to manually start the next one, which is not ideal. I need to figure out either a way to have it automatically transition to the next one, or find a way to combine them somehow. So I'm thinking, like, if I put them on YouTube, maybe I can put them in a playlist and just have it autoplay the entire playlist. But I don't know. So today, the plan is definitely MSFS, which is what we're starting with. And probably, maybe, possibly, it might happen some Reforger. No DCS today. There will be DCS, just not today. If I am able to get to that mission that Alpin's running, I will stream that. Otherwise, I don't know when the DCS stream will be. Oh, also, I just remembered I am expecting a phone call this morning. So the stream may be slightly interrupted at one point, just while I'm dealing with that. Sim's still loading, should be nearly done. Literally, as soon as I got out of bed, I started the sim up because I knew it would take forever to load. Oh, man. Inshallah, there will not be any crashes today, because I do not want to wait another hour to fucking restart it if it happens. So I think the first flight will be in a helicopter, just because that's kind of best suited to what I want to do for the first flight. I mean, we could do it in fixed wing, but no, I think we'll do it with a helicopter. It'll probably be a fairly long flight, though. And then we'll do a mix of other stuff. I've been doing a lot of MSFS over the past week. I just haven't been streaming it. But if you watch some of the other streamers that do fly it, especially around Australian times, you may have seen a cameo from me once or twice. Fenrir was doing a flight around around Utah, the potash lakes, and then we were going into chemistry and like chemical engineering deep lore. It was very interesting. He was doing like a full rundown of the history of you know, potash, potassium sort of mining, and its multiple applications, and then went up to Monument Valley to show that off. So I was already flying somewhere else, but I caught up with him just as he was finishing up around Monument Valley, and I don't think he noticed me, which is impressive considering how big and loud it is, but he was flying the Beaver. He had a DC-3 flying fingertip off his right side as he was heading back to land. I'm genuinely surprised with the DC3. I'm very happy with it. So its flight model did need some tweaks. Probably some of those more because the Helicopter World update reconfigured some basic flight model stuff, which appears to have messed with the some things, ground effect apparently. So I am running a mod that tweaks that and the fuel burn, a few other relatively minor things, but the DC3 itself is pretty nice. I'm pretty impressed. And if Airplane Heaven can actually maintain that level of quality for future products, then they might go on my list of devs to keep an eye on. Because I know in the past they've been a bit checkered in terms of quality. Which is a shame, because they always pick pretty interesting planes to make. They have an F3F for the sim, but I've been told it's not all that. Okay. Sim's loaded. So give me a moment to get this flight set up. Because there is some setup that needs to be done. What's the weather like? Oh, it's... ugh. Okay. Not sightseeing weather. We might need to use something else. Use a preset or whatever. I really wish they'd add an option. I really wish they'd add an option into the sim to start an aircraft cold on airfields which don't have any parking spots. Because the airfield I'm going to fly from doesn't have any parking spots. It's going to hot start me, but I don't want to be started up at the beginning. I might just roll with it. If you guys hear sim sounds in the background, yes, the sim is loaded, but I am setting up the flight, so it'll be another couple minutes. I had this all planned out in my head, and I was going to do this fancy reveal and everything. I think that's probably going to go all tits up if I try and do that, but I do want to make sure I'm actually, you know, in-game with the right weather preset, right time of day, right everything before I get too into it. Where the fuck? Helps if I can find my aircraft to begin with. By the way, just to get this out there. So how long have I been playing MSFS for, guys? It's been, shit, almost 2 years at this point? Like a year and a half at least? Yeah, about a year and a half. Because I started playing when I built Beepski Mark II. It's about a year and a half or a little more. I just, like, 3 days ago, realized that by default, the aircraft selection list sorts alphabetically by name of either the manufacturer or the dev, who, like, the top name it has, whether that's the aircraft manufacturer or the dev that made the module, that is how it's sorted, and it's sorted alphabetically. I was, like, today years old when I figured that one out. Fucking embarrassing. Absolutely fucking embarrassing. Like I said, you'll be able to hear sim noises. Give me a moment to set up the flight. Trying to remember which weather preset I used. Yeah, it would have been broken, I think. Hello. Give me a moment. OBS should hook the sim any moment now. Fingers crossed, please. There we go. There we go. Okay. So about 20 minutes to kill while this plays out. I have to manually manage this rotor, which is kind of irritating. It's because the aircraft controls are unified still. Like, there's separate binds for helicopters, but they conflict with the fixed-wing binds, which is very silly and annoying, and I don't know why Asobo did it. And I don't really like having to set up separate profiles for stuff. But this is the gimbal. This is a little French light helicopter, and it's one of the sort of flagship, well, it is the flagship helicopter, I guess you could say, of the helicopters update. We're just going to buzz around the local area for a little while, because about 20 minutes to kill while this, well, it's not one song, while this set plays out. It's Pink Floyd from Live 8. I wanted something atmospheric leading into where we're going, but I kind of overkilled it on the time. Oh, on the instrument panel, it's the rotor RPM. So normally, well, actually with the gimbal, I'm not sure. With the gimbal, you might need to do it by hand, but with the Bell 407, for instance, that's all automatic. Because it's got a FADEC on it. Well, it should be. I don't remember if it is in the sim or not, but it should be. Okay. I don't want to have to open the cheetah map, but I might need to just to reorient myself when we get to the meat of the stream. Well, not the meat of the stream, the meat of this flight, but... With the amount of time this song's going to take to play, I actually could have cold started at fucking Bradford. I would have had time to fly over. Oh well. We could fly about halfway out to Bradford to take a look. I know the overcast is going to make it a little hard to see things on the ground, but it's required for atmosphere, and also because that's how the weather is 90% of the time up here. Where's my landing light? That's a bit bright. There we go. Oh, the helicopter. No, no. It's a gimbal G2, I think it's called. Yes, it is. I still have my spring on my pedals, because I'm a dumbass. One moment, chat. We're just gonna... Oh, that's the wrong button. No, go away. We're going to pause. We're going to use the real pause, not the active pause. One moment, chat. I will fix that, because we're going to be flying this thing for quite a while, so... I do not want to be dealing with that. And we'll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 clicks of the damper. And that should do it. Sorry, I've already broken everyone's immersion. My bad. I need a fucking haircut. Reign of Castamere, cheers for the follow, welcome to the stream. There we go. So, the sim does actually have real pause instead of just active pause, but you have to bind it. And you can't use the toggle button because it doesn't work. You have to bind, like, pause and unpause. Each one. Which is why you're seeing the pushback menu come up, because the unpause is double bound to the pushback mod. Oh well. So do we have any geographical geniuses here who can work out roughly where we are? I mean, I already gave away the game by saying the name of the nearest airport, but still. Is anyone not, like, 100% certain of where we are, just from me looking around? So this is auto-gen. Oh yeah, the cars are driving on the wrong side of the road, you're right. So this is auto-gen, so it's not 100% accurate, but I can tell you that the architectural style of the houses is 100% accurate. And the terrain, and also the fact there's chimneys everywhere, should be a subtle hint. And there will be more and more chimneys along the route we're flying. Kent? Kent? You having a fucking Turkish? The fuck hills do they have in Kent? Well, I mean, they have some, but... Liverpool? Not quite. Okay, so I'll tell you, we're in Yorkshire. We are... I forget the names of the individual towns on the Yorkshire side of the Pennines, but we're somewhere between Bradford and Hayworth. Somewhere between them. I don't know where exactly, but Bradford will be behind us, Leeds will be on the other side of that. And over yonder lies the moors, Lancashire, and beyond that, more to my left, like in that general direction on the other side of the Pennines, would be Manchester. So we are up north. Hence the chimneys. Because this whole part of the country, in the mid-18th to sort of mid to late 19th centuries, this whole part of the country was just textiles, all of it. Manchester was referred to as Cottonopolis. Because the the confluence of conditions that existed, the material conditions, shall we say, that existed in this part of the UK around that time, along with a slew of inventions that all came within a couple of years of each other, meant that they were able to go from essentially a cottage industry of, you know, people spinning and weaving within their own homes on a very small scale to fully industrialized textiles production on a scale that no other country on earth could match. In the sort of mid-18th century, India was the world leader in exporting cotton textiles in particular. However, that all changed throughout the period of like 1770, 1780-ish through to about 1840. So as we go further west into the moors and the dales, you will see chimneys everywhere. And it's like that. That's not the sim putting things where things shouldn't be, as it often does. That is how it is in real life. They're like the chimneys, usually the last standing remain of where there used to be a textile mill. There were thousands of them. That's not me exaggerating. There were literally thousands of them. You would go into just some random dale, and there might be a village with you know, there might be a town with a couple thousand people in it, and there would be about 100 chimneys coming out of it. Like, it was just insane. So initially, one of the requirements to industrialize the textiles industry was water power. This is before they'd really figured out electricity yet, and before the steam engine had taken hold. Because the steam engine wasn't really viable, especially for large-scale industry, until around the, it's like the late 1700s, or like late 18th century. So around 1770, 1780 is when the steam engine really became viable. Prior to that, it existed, but it was mostly used just to pump water out of mines and things like that. It was also found that they weren't consistent enough to run the early cotton milling machinery. Like, the engines weren't governed very well, if governed at all, and so they'd surge and sputter and it would break threads. So for a while, what they did was they used a steam engine to drive a water pump, which then pumped water over a water wheel, and the water wheel is what drove the actual mill, because water power is consistent, right? The water's always flowing at the same rate. So there's a lot of little rivers and brooks and streams and things up here that you can run water power off of. It's damp. Like I said, this is a weather preset, but that's because the live weather right now is completely, like, 10 tenths, cannot see shit, cloud down to, like, below the level of where I am now, and raining. It's really wet up here. The mornings are always misty and foggy, and it rains a lot. So that's actually optimal for textiles production. You want it to be damp. You don't want it to be dry. So that helped as well. The fact that there's so many major port cities nearby, like I said, Manchester in particular. Manchester's inland, but it has the Manchester Shipping Canal. So it can, you know, actually export stuff. It has access to the sea. And there was some semblance of a transport network. I've already kind of lost my bearings from where we started, which is excellent. Just need to find our way back, because I don't want to get too far away from our actual starting point, because I'm trying to time something off my playlist here. Because we're going to fly over a pretty significant historical site. Have I got any English lit nerds in chat right now? Or, like, hopeless fucking tragics? Because both of those groups will probably enjoy where we're heading. Well, one of the places we're going to fly over. We're not going there as our final destination. Something worth note, currently force trim doesn't work. I don't know if the gimbal has it. I know that the Bell 407 does, but it doesn't do anything in the 407, it's in-op, which is annoying. So you're basically trimming them like you would trim an aircraft with a trim hat. I mean, it works, but I'd prefer to have force trim available. No, let me check that. I prefer to trim like an aircraft, but force trim is nice to have, and like I mostly prefer trim like an aircraft because the helicopters I fly, the Red 4 helicopters, have autopilots, and the way they're set up to work in real life doesn't translate well to DCS unless you have particular equipment, which I don't, and so force trim kind of sucks on them, whereas airplane trim works really well with them. Now, in the case of these helicopters, they don't have, well, I think they have, like the 407 has some kind of stability assist or something, I'm not 100% sure, but either way, the way it flies in the sim, force trim would probably work better. Actually be a tour guide for real, yeah, probably. I'm not, I think that is actually an aqueduct. Yeah, because that's a canal. That's a shipping canal, there's a lock. Okay, yep, that is an aqueduct. I miss the canals, the narrow boats. One of my favorite shows when I was a wee little kid was Rosie and Jim. And Duck. Can't forget Duck. I might need to open the cheetah map just briefly to get my bearings reference to where I need to go, because it's hard to find from low altitude. It's easy to find from high altitude because you look at the shape of the reservoirs, but from down low it's a bit harder to see. We're also going to, once I'm clear of terrain, we're also going to quickly tab out and turn the music up. I don't want to drown myself out, and I know some of you guys have trouble hearing me at times with the music turned up, but because of where we're going and what we're doing, and also the fact that there's no sound check on this, so the music tends to vary wildly between tracks, I'm going to crank the volume on it. I just need to get clear of this power line and this hill in general. Okay, I think we want to go this way. This looks about right for the direction we came. Actually, over there, I think. About there. It sucks that people watching the VOD aren't going to get the timing I've put in for the music and everything, but whatever. Okay, let's reference the cheetah map, just quickly. Just so I know where I'm going. If it will load. Hello? I'm too far north, so we want to go southeast. I was thinking of holding this flight until I got a scenery request on. So, the sim has populated trees up on the moors where there should not be trees. It's done this because the moors are covered in heather, most of them. And so the satellite sees the heather, and it sees dense packed vegetation. It goes, oh, a forest, and it puts trees there. There are trees up on the moors where people have planted windbreaks, or where some lone seed has blown and somehow taken root, but there aren't many. It's a very inhospitable environment to them. The soil's acidic, it's exposed, the runoff from the moors sweeps all the nutrients away down into the dales, which is why the dales are so green. Very little grows up there. Tussock grass and heather is about the... I mean, there's more than that. They're very biodiverse, but that's mostly what you'll see is like grass and heather. check. Yeah, okay. We're going to be approaching it from the north, which I'm not used to, but I know roughly where I'm at. Oh, I love Comfortably Numb, dude. It's one of my favorite songs. I went on an exercise once doing just general duties. It was to support the guys from our battalion who are going to Timor. And I was just doing general duties, so I wasn't doing anything fun or interesting. I was meant to be on the range doing GD there, which would have been fun and interesting. I would have got to live fire a bunch of shit you don't usually get to live fire, even if you're regular, or not. You know, if you're... Yeah, actually, maybe even if you're regs. Because, you know, before they go on deployment, they actually get to live fire shit properly. Like, real shit. Anti-tank stuff. Things like that. Not just rifles. But I got fucked out of that because a guy that was not qualified to even be on the range managed to somehow talk his way into getting that spot. So I ended up doing kitchen GD, which was miserable. I mean, it wasn't miserable. I was there with the guys. We had fun regardless, but we got the shitty job, put it that way. But I was stuck listening to like fucking top 40 radio for a week, and it was driving me insane because I'd hear the same songs over and over, and I didn't particularly like them. When I got home from that, I just listened to Comfortably Numb on loop for like 3 days. And I started hearing parts of the song, like little instrumental bits of the song that I'd never noticed before. Oh, do not tell me. Do not tell me I've gone to actually the wrong spot. I swear to Christ. I have. I'm one valley too far west. That's okay, we got time. We got time. Because I think we've got Wish You Were Here after this. We're good. I was looking at the wrong reservoir. EGOX is where we took off from. As I said, navigation is not always consistent for me, but I have my moments, and I'll talk about one of those later in this flight. That I think more than makes up for me misnavigating by 400 kilometers and ending up in BC during that Catalina flight from High Prairie the other week. Oh, it's so good. Have I got enough clearance here with the houses? Oh, the lighting makes it hard to see where the bottom of the line is, but yeah, let's try it. You can fly under those. There was some discussion in CCM's Discord whether it was possible or not. You can absolutely fly under power lines, trust me. I've been doing it all through this area for the last couple days. The real bastard is when you can't actually see them because of the fucking lighting. Okay. Just one last check to get our bearings. Yeah, we want to follow the sort of contours here for a few minutes, and then we will be right to go, and that's where the relevant song should start. Yes. Wait, what? I mean, I love this song, but... Oh, do not tell me... Do not fucking tell me I can't play this. Hang on. I love you, Phil Oakes, but... No, we're gonna start it early. There we go. Like I said, have we got any English literature nerds or tragics in here? Because guess where we are? Keep going. And this is what I've been listening to on repeat for the last 3 days while I fly around this area and get increasingly homesick. So, one of those villages that we've kind of been lingering around is Hayworth, which is where the Bronte sisters lived. And up thereabouts is Top Withens, which is the ruins of a farmhouse, which is widely thought to have inspired the novel. And there's a lot of trees up there which shouldn't be there. Just ignore the trees. Pretend you don't see them. And there's two versions of this on the playlist. I don't know if the second version's going to play. We'll try it. But I don't know if the second version's going to play. Okay, so if I want to find Top Withens, that's the reservoir, which is actually 3 reservoirs that drain into each other, I think. Or have I fucked up my nav again? I fucked up my nav again. I need to go more north. Correction, the reservoirs drain into that valley, so they're up here. Because from them, Top Withens is northeast. This is a fucking beautiful solo as well. There it is. In the sim, it's rendered as a standing building, but I think it's the lower one there. I think that's Top Withens. It's one of these. Remember, these trees shouldn't be here. This should be totally barren. There's one tree next to the ruins in real life. All this patchy dark stuff, which is why the sim thinks there's trees here, is heather. So it should be purple. And the reason it's patchy is because they, to stop it from getting too wooded, like too tangled and wooded and becoming an issue, the older heather is kind of pruned back, shall we say. Yeah, it's not going to play the other version, which is annoying. Because the other version has an extended version of the guitar solo. This is a good one too. Not related to where we're flying, but it's a good one. So yeah, this is the area which inspired the novel Wuthering Heights, or so saith the majority of people who are knowledgeable in the subject, because the Bronte sisters lived at the foot of this moor that we're over right now, back the way we came, down in Hayworth, which is one of those villages down in the Dales there. In their time, that wasn't a ruin, it was an actual farmhouse. It got struck by lightning quite famously, which blew up about half the house and caused the occupants to run screaming from it. I don't know if that's why it's in ruins now, or if it went to ruin later, but there are ruins all through these moors, just old farmhouses that for one reason or other got abandoned and nobody was there to care for them, so they just fell apart. There's a lot of dry stone walls up here, so, you know, where you might be used to seeing fences on farms in Australia, in the UK, particularly around this part of the UK, you see a lot of old, more ancient stone walls that have been there for hundreds of years. So those, like that thing next to the road, that's a dry stone wall that we're following right now. That's a dry stone wall. Again, none of these trees should be here. This should all be heather. And we got some moth lights there. Hello. Is that someone flying with us, or is that a very confused AI? That looks like a very confused AI. So I don't know what's happened since the latest sim update, but the AI traffic, for me, has been flying like 500 feet above sea level. I have not seen an airliner at actual airliner altitude since the patch. I don't know what's going on. It's not something I've seen before. But we're going to continue on the flight. Like I said, that was a flyover point. And I just want an excuse to play that song. But it is not the end of our journey. That one's giving a guided tour as well. Yeah, he must be. So, I've lived a lot of places in the world. Lived in 3 countries, traveled to, God knows, probably a dozen or so. And within the 3 countries I've lived, I have lived in multiple parts of those 3 countries, but the one place I think I miss the most is where we will be going on this flight. Here you can see MSFS's beautiful sloping rivers. The system's not perfect. It looks best from altitude, but I like doing this flight down low, where you can really see the rolling contours of the land. One of the other preconditions to the textile industry setting up here was that it was already a sheep farming area, so there was ready access to wool, and early on, before the machinery advanced far enough to use cotton as warp, they were using wool. So the existence of an established wool industry, the existence of plenty of water, the moist sort of cold climate, it was all coming together to make this ideal textile milling country. And textiles in particular were the part of the Industrial Revolution that, well, really it was what kind of sparked the initial stages of the Industrial Revolution. Was it all happened up here in the north. But also it was the driving force behind British economic domination for about 150 years. By the time the American Civil War came around, which was, you know, it was a factor for this because the UK imported cotton from the US as well as from India. You know, they couldn't really grow it here. By the time that rolled around, Britain was the dominant textiles exporter in the world. It had completely overtaken every other country. Capitalism primordial soup. One of the towns we will be flying around, which is where we used to go into all the time to, like, go to the markets, Bury. Bury is where Robert Peel's from, and Robert Peel not only founded the Conservative Party, but also was the father of the modern centralised police force. He founded the Metropolitan Police. And as we know, the idea of a centralised police force exists more to do with preventing labour strikes than it does with solving crimes. You know, there were plenty of organisations before the modern police that would deal with criminals, but there weren't many that could consistently deal with labour issues. So, a lot of the mills in this area were very protectionist towards both their technology and their workforce, and by protectionist towards a workforce, I don't mean they protected their workers, I mean they protected the labour of their workers. including from the workers themselves. So, obviously recent years have caused some political weirdness, to say the least, all over the world. But even now, after all of said weirdness, around this area, they still vote very, very red. Very, very Labour area. I know, Marius. I'm aware. I just need to figure out a time where I'm not going to be distracted by anything else so I can really get into the spirit of the game. Which is why I haven't really done much single-player stuff on stream. I do want to do it, I just don't know when. We might get a few stutters here and there. It's so beautiful, man. Absolutely gorgeous. So, somewhere around here we're going to cross from Yorkshire into Lancashire, which is where I used to live. Just on the other side of the county boundary. So, from Top Withens, as the crow flies, I lived about 11 or 12 miles away, but we're taking a very indirect route, to say the least, at the moment. So, we will arrive when we arrive. I'm going to have to pay attention so I make sure I recognize when we're in the right dale. Which we actually might be. Oh yeah, we're in the right dale already. Okay, so this is Rottenstall. This was like the nearest big town to us. I forget how big Rottenstall's population is, but Rottenstall has a couple of surviving mills in it. Not many, though. That away lies Manchester. Getting into Helmshire down here, which is what my parents named their farm after, actually. Where I went to school as well. So Helmshire also has a mill, which lies along the river... It's the River Ogden, which flows into the Irwell. And the Helmshire Mill, I'm not sure which exact one of these buildings it is. It's probably that one in front of me that looks like it crosses the river, because it has a water wheel. It's a water wheel mill. Again, this is autogen. It's not going to be perfect, either in appearance or building style or placement, but we're in... Like, it's close enough I recognize this the first time I saw it. Sorry, I just realized I may have been talking out my ass. We might not actually be in the right dale here. No, we are. We're just further over than I thought. Okay, I think we're still over Rottenstall. Because there should be a wind turbine there. There should be one on Cribden Hill, which that looks like Cribden Hill. That is Cribden Hill, actually, because you can see the step top on it. So there's an airfield on the other side of this moor here. It's impossible to identify from the air. The sim recognizes it as an airfield, but you couldn't tell from the air. It just looks like a normal farm field. It's very, very short, so stolen helicopters only, pretty much. That's Cribden Hill. Still like the edge of Rottenstall here. This whole dale is called Rossendale, which continued the tradition of me living in places with my own name. You know, my first house in Canada was in Rossdale, and now Rossendale, which made things very easy to remember for us after we moved from Canada to the UK. Yeah, okay, I know where we are. I'm pretty sure. I swear if I fucked up again. If I fuck up my nav on stream after I've been able to find this, like, accidentally for the past few days... No, okay, I recognize it. So yeah, that's Cribden Hill with its one lonely wind turbine. And then Carfay and the Ogden Reservoir are over there, which means Helmshore is in front of us, and Haslingden, where I used to live, is on our right. So yeah, Manchester is like, if I look left as I come over the top of the moors, you'll see Manchester. It's like 20 miles away, if that. So, Helmshore is in this general area. So yeah, I think that might be the mill, because that's probably the water wheel there. Yeah, I'm like 80% certain that would be the mill with the water wheel. This is St. Stephen's Church. Okay, so there's some lore here. St. Stephen's used to be in a village called Grain. Grain happened to sit right where the upper reservoir is there. Whoopsies, that's a tree. When they flooded Grain, they moved St. Stephen's down to where it is now, on the outskirts of Haslingden. Well, stone by stone. It's a stone church. So you see there's one reservoir here. I think this one's Carfay, and then there's the Ogden Reservoir is one of the top ones. There's like 3 in a line. So this was, I think, made in like this one was built in like the 18-somethings, and then the top one where Grain was built in like the turn of the 20th century. And the lower one is, I think, the oldest or second oldest. It's a very small reservoir. None of these trees well, some of these trees are here. Those trees are there. That's a forest. Well, it's a windbreak. There's a couple other little windbreaks around the farms up here, but like that, there are no trees there. Like, the area I'm in now, there are no trees here. It's just bare moor. But the sim sees green and it goes, oh, there's probably trees. Let me just put some. No trees. So yeah, this is the Ogden Reservoir. This is where Grain used to be, which is referred to usually as Haslingden Grain, but apparently the people of Grain were very independent. They were whiskey distillers during temperance, and they would not appreciate being called part of Haslingden. And just to get across, like, what the North is like, the people in Grain apparently had distinctive accents. Haslingden is literally there. Like, you can almost spit from one to the other, and they had different accents. Identifiably different accents. Irrigation farms? No, that was a water treatment plant. They get enough rain here, believe me. Good luck finding a photo of this area taken before about 10 AM, especially during any month that isn't summer, which isn't just haze. Or smoke from all the people burning coal for warmth. because that's still very much a thing. Well, was still very much a thing when I was a kid. Might not be now. So, as I said before, that's Cribden Hill there. We used to walk up that on a nice day. And then Haslingden is up ahead of us. We're in a Gimbal G2, I think it is, which is like the flagship helicopter of the helicopters update. So that was St. Stephen's. This, I think, is St. James's up here. There should be a couple of extra churches in Haslingden, but the AI has got very confused. So we live next to one. The place we lived in was the Manse, which is, I forget what it means, but it's like, it was attached to the Methodist church. They owned it, and we rented it. Well, Nortel rented it so that Dad could live there, while we were kind of in the process of figuring out where we would live down south, which is where he was actually going to be working. Then up that way is Blackburn and Bolton from memory. I think Bolton's more that way, and Blackburn is like straight north. And Bury is, we'll see Bury on the way to Manchester. It's on the other side of Armour here. So let me find where I used to live. It's not like this. Like I said, the sim turned the Methodist church into something else, and it also turned the Manse into a much smaller building than it actually was. It was a fucking massive house. I had like 11 rooms to myself because it had servant rooms, right? It's a very old house. It had servant rooms up in the attic. So I had this interconnected rabbit warren of like 11 tiny ass bedrooms that we had no use for them, so I just used them as like a play space. We only lived there for about 6 months, but of all the places I've ever lived, if I could choose one to go back to and just never leave again, I think that would be it. And I think, provided... What the fuck is going on there? It's turned like the road signs into a row of houses. Provided the UK doesn't sink into the sea and or implode in another spectacular fashion before it can happen, I think one day I will move back there. Why am I having so much trouble finding it now? I was finding it literally, but... Oh, no, there it is. There it is. Hang on. Hang on, chat. We got it. I just gotta manage my power now so I don't hit low RPM or high RPM or any other bad no-no helicopter condition. So the big build, like the big house-looking thing there, that I thought that was it, but that's not it. That's the doctor's clinic that was next door. The sim actually turned the Manse, which was quite a large house. It was like I think it was like 2 stories plus an attic that could technically count as like 2.5, or it was 3 with the attic, I forget. But it was a big house. I'm not the greatest helicopter pilot in DCS, let alone in MSFS, where I'm still adjusting to the flight dynamics, so excuse my janky hovering. We're just going to creep forwards a bit. Yeah, Zinc, it's wonderful. Like, it's not perfect, sure, but God, it's amazing. It's something that I never thought would be possible in Sims. Okay, that L-shaped building... Pick up a little altitude. We'll come across... We'll hover over this building so we have a better view. Otherwise, we're not really going to be able to... Hello? VRS! 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 That was a little sketchy. Thank God it's a small helicopter so I didn't clip my tail. Or my rotor. VRS is modeled. You can't get into VRS with the default Bell 407, however, Raphael from CCM's community has put out a very, very must-have mod for the Bell 407, which makes it more like an actual helicopter. So if you guys are interested in flying the 407, get that mod. It's on .to. I don't think we can land on the rooftops of autogen buildings. I tried it up on Cribden Hill, and I just went, like, I phased through the building. Actually, some of them we can. Hello? Power, power, power. It's a little complicated in the gimbal because I've got to manage the throttle at the same time, and I really shouldn't have to. I think it's because it's picking up my prop plane RPM control, and it's passing that as the throttle control, and it shouldn't be. I don't know why it's tied to the throttle. Like, if anything, you'd think the RPM control out of a prop plane would be tied to the fucking collective, which is essentially doing the same thing in a helicopter. We'll try and land on this roof, but I don't know if we'll be able to. Oh, we can! Okay, so we're going to creep to the edge of the roof. Little aggressive on the pedals. Clunk! You don't want to land a helicopter like that in real life, by the way, because you'll put a standing vibration between the skid and the rotor blade, and it will become inertially coupled. Like, it becomes a standing wave, and it will destroy the helicopter. I think I've spoken about that before, like, during one scene on MacGyver. Why am I think I am partially phasing through the building. During one scene on MacGyver, they get dropped off. Fuck's sake. Don't land on buildings. We'll just air spawn. But you'll see that the helicopter sets down on top of a skyscraper and immediately takes back off. As soon as the passengers pile out, he just fucks off. The door's still swinging in the air. The reason he does that is because you can see that he hits the skid kind of hard and it starts sending a vibration up to the rotor. If you let that vibration develop, it will destroy the helicopter. The solution to that problem is get off the fucking ground. As soon as the skid's no longer in contact with the ground, the vibration's gone. But the common mistake people make is they go, oh fuck, cut the power, maybe slam the rotor brake, try and stop the helicopter, turn everything off, and that just makes the problem worse. If you run into that condition, let me just... Shit. Let's go back to the main menu and we'll just air spawn over Haslingden. I should have probably just landed on the road or something, but anyway. If you encounter that solution, or that condition, the solution is get off the ground. And just, it doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter which direction, just get off the ground. Deal with the rest later. I don't think that's simulated. As you saw from my landing. I don't think DCS simulates that either, but I could be wrong. I'm going to have to redo my weather preset and time of day and everything, so bear with me, chat. This is actually kind of a good thing, because now we get an overview of the area. So Hayworth was up there. So that's where the Bronte sisters lived. And then Bronte Falls is somewhere around here as well. Like, up around Stanbury, I think. And then that triple reservoir is how I find Top Withens. And Top Withens is on this moor here somewhere. It's hard to see in the satellite overview, but Top Withens was up here. And it overlooks down into Hayworth and Keighley. Also, Burnley is what I was thinking of. Burnley's up there. Blackburn's over there. Where's Bolton? Bolton's further south then. Yeah. Bury and Bolton are down here. So my geography is not 100% because it's been a very long time since I lived here. I was like 4 years old. But I remember it enough that I recognized this area when I first flew over it. I think Dad was working in Burnley at the time. And then they transferred it. So like... He was working in Burnley. At one point, he was working in, my brain has just spontaneously stopped working. Kersley. He's working in Kersley, so down the other side of Manchester. But Blackburn was up here. I don't think we went to Blackburn very often for anything. Bury we went into all the time, because Bury had, like, pretty famous markets. And Ramsbottom as well. We go through Ramsbottom down to Bury. And the railway line, where's the railway? The railway line runs, that's it, through Ramsbottom. So one of the big things throughout this part of the UK is they still have a lot of steam engines running. It's like a classic thing, right? The sight of steam engines going through the Yorkshire Dales and through Lancashire. And so we used to go down to Ramsbottom, me as a kid, you know, a puzzle piece kid. I love trains. We'd go down there and have little steam train rides or watch them coming and going from the station. But yeah, Bury's down here, famous for its markets. There's Kersley, where Dad was working for a while. One of my memories of the UK, I always thought it was my earliest memory of the UK, but apparently it wasn't. It was after we'd already been there for some time. Was we went to take Dad his lunch. I thought it was like the middle of the night, but we took Dad his lunch at the Kersley Exchange because my dad worked in telecoms. I don't know why I thought it was the middle of the night. It must have been because it was artificially lit and there were no windows or anything, but I do remember being in the Kersley Exchange. I remember it being very loud from all the machinery. Loud as like the frame of reference of a 4-year-old who'd never been in a Switch before. Good old DMS 1000. And then Manchester is just down there. So, let's go back up here. There's the airfield I was talking about, Middlebank Top. It's literally just a farmer's field. You cannot tell that's an airfield from the air. And then, if we come over to Helmshore, look for the River Ogden, there it is. Yep, that's the mill. That's the mill. I can tell you right now, that's the mill. Because that would be your water wheel. And then that would be the mill building. That's still a museum, by the way. That's open as a museum to this day. And then my school would be, I don't know where exactly, but it was down in Helmshore. Fuck, I think we came across my old school jumper when we were unpacking stuff a while ago. Because there's still entire boxes of shit that we moved from Canada or from the UK when I was a kid that has never been opened because we moved so often. So we come across really cool stuff all the time. I just wish that my parents are less inclined to throw stuff away because I would like to keep more of it. Remember what I was saying about the trees? You can see that here. So you can see there's trees there, trees there. These are windbreaks because it gets fucking windy up on the moors. And there's some trees up on the south side of the reservoir there, but this side's pretty barren. Right, so we're going to spawn in Haslingden. Just before we do, can I actually find... I think that's... Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's the clinic. That's that big building on the corner. That long warehouse-looking thing is actually a row of terrace houses, but because of the shape of the terrace houses, the Sims interpreted as a warehouse. The last one, I think, was natural. So, it's complicated. It's complicated. We'll come back to this. The moors were originally, during the Stone Age, completely forested. At some point between the Stone Age and the beginning of recorded British history, it was deforested by human activity. So heathlands, which tend to be lowland, there's a lot of them in Europe, so like throughout Germany, Poland, etc., and in the more southern parts of the UK, heathland is land that is typically, it's like moors, but it tends to be flat, and that's almost always by human activity. Not always, but almost always. Well, the moors are not usually natural either. Some of them are, but they're not usually. At some point, God knows when, probably over many hundreds, if not thousands of years of first hunter-gatherers and then actual agriculture, the forest was just cut down. And once the forest was gone, there was nothing to hold the good fertile topsoil. There was nothing to hold the nutrients and lock them into the ground. That's why deforestation is such a problem beyond the obvious, right? Once you get rid of things like trees, it fucks with everything. It fucks with the water table. It fucks with the acidity of the soil because it's not locking in nutrients anymore and the water's dragging the good stuff down to the dales, which are the valleys. So these end up fertile as fuck. Beautiful green valleys, but up on the moors it's just barren. Nothing grows there except heather, particularly hardy grasses, and sometimes shrubs. Well, heather itself is technically a shrub, but you know what I mean. Which is why the moors often appear brown. You've got like distinct green and brown. So you got farms on the sides of them, but like up around the tops in particular, it's super exposed. It gets very windy. The runoff just drags all the nutrients down the hill. The soil's extremely acidic, which is why heather grows there. Heather needs acidic soil to grow. And in some ways, yeah, it's sad that England lost like almost all of its natural forests. First by agriculture and then by the Royal Navy. But I'm going to be real. In the long run, I'm glad it lost them in this area. Maybe not others, but in this area, I'm glad it lost the forests here because it's created such a beautiful environment. And the moors are really biodiverse. People don't think of it. I have thought about that, Kappa. Like, I don't know how many of you were there for it, but Pom did a stream. It was for his birthday, actually. So it was just recently. Pom did a stream for his birthday, and I hopped in voice with him. You know, I thought, oh, I'll go say happy birthday to him. And then we just hung out in voice for hours, just talking back and forth about air combat and, like, how systems work in the real world versus DCS and stuff. I'm like, man, fuck, we should have a podcast. But, like, I think both of us are too flaky to actually commit to something like that. Both too busy as well. But yeah, like, it's created a beautiful and actually really diverse biome. Like, people underestimate just how much biodiversity there is up in the moors because, oh, it's brown and there's nothing growing there. You just need to look more closely. One of the... So remember how I said, like, if we go... let's go back up towards Withen Top... Or, sorry, Top Withens. I can't speak today. Where's Top Withens? Top Withens, Top Withens. Where's my triple? There it is. Triple reservoir up here. See these patches? This is heather. The really dark areas are really thick heather growth. The patches are where it's been cut back. That's to stop it from getting too woody and too entrenched, and then it becomes a problem. Because heather gets quite brambly after it's left for long enough. The way they used to do land management up in the moors, back in, like, fuck, the Middle Ages, is they used to just set the fucking heather on fire. Which is slightly less than ideal for a number of reasons, one of which being that there's about a meter of peat. Like, there's maybe an inch or so of topsoil if you're lucky, and then a meter of peat. Those of you who are well versed in fossil fuels may know that peat burns very readily. It was one of the earliest fossil fuels humans started to use. And it was also one of the early industries in this area was cutting peat from the moors. Not ideal. If peat catches fire, it's very hard to put out. So they stopped doing that. And they also found that it was just not good for the... Like, heather is quite tolerant to... Well, not tolerant to fire, but heather can regenerate through fire. Not the same way Australian bush does, where it physically needs it to regenerate, but it can help heather regenerate. But they stopped doing that because they realized that, oh fuck, we're going to light the entire fucking moor on fire, and that's not good, because then we don't know how to put it out. The other thing is this area is full of coal as well. And other things that are averse to fire, or very, not averse to fire, they like fire, but humans are averse to when they catch fire. Big Nesticle, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. So they stopped doing that, and they started just cutting it back instead. That's why you see these strips here. How do you know everything about anything? I don't. That's the cool thing. I know just enough to sound like I know everything, but I absolutely don't, which is why I encourage you guys to fucking fact check me on shit, because I am frequently wrong, or I misremember and I kludge things together. Like I said, my whole first memory of the UK turned out to be a memory from after we'd already lived there for several months, and I had the wrong time of day as well. But I do, like, I have a pretty interesting memory. For certain things, it is photographic. I have photographic recall of scenes from when I was 4 or 5 years old, which is how I recognized this area when I first flew over it in the sim. But then I have no recall of other things. Like, Max talks a lot, because Max really liked the Synergy stream, Synergy being, like, Half-Life co-op, that I did with, I think I did it with them and with Munch. And maybe someone else. I have no recollection of ever streaming Synergy at all. And this is a thing that went multiple streams, mind you. I have no recollection of it. None. And that was, what, 2 years ago, maybe? 3? Fuck, it's been that long already? I have no recollection of ever doing that. I have no recollection of what I did 2 days ago. I have very little recollection of entire periods, months at a time of my life, which were relatively significant parts of my life. Not like traumatic significant, where your brain has this coping mechanism where like it'll just repress certain memories. So those of you who've heard about my fear of drains and grates and things underwater and why that exists, I didn't know why I had that phobia until my mother explained it to me, because my brain had repressed that memory so successfully. No idea. It's not that. I just don't remember. But then I have completely, and I mean completely, photographic recall of a particular time, of a particular day, where nothing happened. It was just an ordinary day of my life, but I have complete photographic recall of it, to the point where if I was a better artist and I could draw more skillfully, I could draw you like a courtroom drawing, or do like a nice watercolor painting or whatever of what I was looking at that specific moment in time. Absolutely photographic recall. To the point, like, my parents just look at me like, how the fuck do you even remember that, let alone in that much detail? Because a lot of it's from when I was like 4 or 5 years old. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked, yes. So the moors are, for the most part, man-made. Just man-made so long ago, no one quite remembers how it happened, and it's just always been this way, as long as recorded history remembers. And like I said, I'm glad that they do exist, because forests are beautiful, but this is something else. And you'll see more of that as we fly around. I'm not ending the flight in Haslingden. We're going to keep going around the area, and we're going to head down and probably land at Manchester at the end of the flight. But before I sidetrack myself, this is the Methodist Church. So you can see it's kind of a broad building. It almost looks like an A-frame in real life. Like, you can literally, I'm not going to tab out and do it, and I'd have to switch scenes and stuff, but if you guys want to Google Haslingden, Haslingden, Haslingden Methodist Church, you'll see it's like an A-frame shaped building. So the sim has no fucking clue what to do with that. It's turned it into like a sort of old tenement building, or like an old stately home or something. But that's the Methodist Church. I'm assuming you can see my mouse pointer. That's the Methodist Church there. That's the manse. That's where I used to live. And the back garden was paved in. I remember that because still have it. It's in my parents' place. I have a little scale model steam powered tractor, like a little traction engine. And you feed it hexamine bricks. And it's literally a scale model steam engine. And I used to run that around the back garden, which was paved in. And we used to go out there on Guy Fawkes night and watch the fireworks. I actually remember that. And it still had, like, the longer I look at it, the more I remember. It has something that looks like a shed, and the sim registers that there is a structure there, and it registers it as like a small house or a shed or something. It's not a shed. It's an outdoor toilet. Not only is it an outdoor toilet, it is one of the original, as in, like, from the 18th century, it is one of the original fucking Thomas Crap flushing toilets. That was his name. That's probably where the word crap comes from. It was just, this is normal. This is normal up in this part of the UK. Like, you'll just move into a house. Now, granted, ours was, it was tied to the church. It was like the part of the rectory or something used to live there, which is why it was such a fancy, stately home. And we didn't just live in typical Victorian or Edwardian or Georgian, and at this point, Georgian probably. Why we didn't just move into like a terrace house. These would probably all be a mix of Georgian and Victorian. Because Queen Victoria's reign started in 1837? Question mark? It was the 1830s. So yeah, it would have been from before. Most of them would have been from before that, because these places started to get settled around the, like, really settled around the late 18th century. as you can see, textiles wasn't the only thing going on here. Like I mentioned, cutting peat back in the old days for energy, for something to burn for warmth in winter, because fuck does it get cold up here. Quarry. This is the Musbury Heights Quarry. Well, part of it. There's another part down here, and then there's another part over here. This one, as you can see, is flooded. There was security there, but, like, kids would get into it all the time during the summer, because swimming in the quarry during the summer was, like, a local pastime. Even though it's dangerous, don't swim in it, you might get stuck under a rock cutting, or you don't know what's underwater. Kids would go up there and swim all the time. This is the actual ruins of the Musbury Heights Quarry, which you can see in the sim. That shadow is a chimney. It's present in the sim. I think We Love VFR adds that. And then that's the ruins of the quarry. The ruins aren't rendered in 3D, but you can see them on the ground. We will fly over it, you'll see it. These aren't trees. So, like, these are trees. These are trees. Not very big ones. These are reasonable sized trees. These are, like, most of this stuff is going to be shrubbery. There will be trees here. That's trees. That's trees. That's trees. That's trees. This is most likely shrubbery. I don't remember for sure, though. Give me a break. I lived there 28 years ago. And then this is all shrubbery, like in the low ground here. More ruins over there. Actually, no, those are sheep pens. My bad. Those are sheep pens. That's dry stone wall. Those are all sheep pens. And these lines you see, these aren't hedges or anything. These are dry stone walls. But they become so overgrown with grass, they appear to be hedges from the air. But those are dry stone walls. And then this, around the quarry, well, around the quarry ruins, all of this is heather. That's not trees. This is all heather. The sim turns it into trees, but it's all heather, which is why it's that color. The color shifting that MSFS does to make everything match up with everything else tends to desaturate and redshift things. Whereas Google Maps, so like you'll notice where people have just done a straight port of Google Photogrammetry to the sim with no texture modification, it's really blue, like unnaturally blue. I've actually got some scenery. I'm very grateful the guy did it, of Reading, but it needs some tweaking. So I'm going to have to go into the texture files, if I can open them without crashing my Photoshop, and shift them back towards red to match the rest of the sim, and also make the Thames River count as a river again. But this heather would be, depends on the season. Once the flowers have died back, it would be about this color, but during the spring and summer, it would be purple. Beautiful, beautiful purple. So that's, I was trying to remember the reservoirs. I think the big one I think is Calf Hay, which I think was the first or second one to go through. Might have been the second. Then the bottom one I don't remember the name of. I think Helmshore Reservoir. I don't remember. I don't remember the name of that bottom one. But one of these is Calf Hay and one of these is Ogden. I think that's Ogden. I think. And then Grain was like, whichever one is the Ogden Reservoir. I didn't fully brush up on my local geography before I started the stream. I'm just going off memory here. But Grain was flooded to form the Ogden Reservoir. Calf Hay was already there. And then St. Stephen's Church is right there. So that's the one they moved stone by stone from Grain. And then St. James's is up here somewhere. We can see that in the sim. The sim does recognize that as a church. But the Methodist Church, if I can stay on one topic, the Methodist Church is that building there. It's like a sort of A-frame shape. And then that's the manse. If you Google the manse Haslingden, you will see it. Let's see address, 31... Is it 31 Haslingden Road? It's 31 something road. It's a beautiful old house. Beautiful old house. That was the first actual house I lived in the UK. Not the first place I lived in the UK. We lived in a hotel room for, I think, like a couple weeks. And Nortel paid for it, of course. But it was a gorgeous place. Like, if I could pick any of the houses I've lived in my entire life, I love a lot of them. I love my original house in Rossdale. But first of all, it's not there anymore because the people that moved in after us... I know I'm getting sidetracked again. The people that moved in after we sold it... So, my parents used to rent it out after we moved to England, and then even after we moved to Australia. They were still renting the place in Rossdale. And then it got to the point where they just couldn't do that anymore financially, and they had to sell it. But, like, if there's one thing my parents are sentimental about, it's houses, because my parents are the kind of people that within 30 seconds of moving into somewhere, they're renovating it. They can't help themselves. I feel like that's probably half the reason I moved so much, is half is Dad's job and the other half is my parents getting restless about not being able to renovate somewhere even further. So, my house in Rossdale was... This is the beauty of MSFS. Was one of the first houses built outside of Fort Edmonton. It was like 100 and something years old when we moved into it. Gorgeous house. The whole neighborhood was like that. The whole neighborhood was like 100-plus-year-old houses. Why am I over the Great Lakes? We're over here. Yeah, the whole neighborhood was like that. I had a vine. I forget what species of vine, but I had a vine that I named Cyril. And Cyril would grow through my bedroom window during the summer when I left the window open and start growing up the inside of my bedroom wall. And then, you know, during the winter die back and then grow back up. So Cyril was my best friend as like a fucking 1-year-old. I still, going back to my photographic memory, I still remember one of my very earliest nightmares, which would have been when I was about 2 or 3 years old, I think, was everything turned green. It was like I was wearing fucking nods. I don't know why that was a nightmare, but I know what caused it. It was fucking Sesame Street and Kermit singing It's Not Easy Being Green. Because my mother blames Kermit for my aversion to green vegetables that I've had for most of my life. This red fucking monstrosity here, that used to be my house. That takes up the entire lot. So there's an alley, right? This is a house, this is a shed. All the houses have house, garden, shed. And then the alley is there. This is 100A Street. This is the alley. I think this is 100 Street. Why there's 100 and 100A, I don't know. It's like, let's take the easily remembered, logically named street system, where we have numbers for street names, and let's make it complicated again, because this is too easy. So, 100A Street, that's our old place. And then the place next door was a little white house with blue trim, wooden place. And I remember a couple of the other houses in the neighborhood. These are all new houses now, virtually. There's a couple of the originals left, but barely any, because we've driven around there. Would have been last time we went over. So, 2018. We drove around the neighborhood, and there's barely any of the original houses left. But our beautiful old house has been replaced by this fucking monstrosity that literally encroaches onto the footpath. Sidewalk, sorry to use the correct local terminology. It encroaches onto the sidewalk, like the stairs encroach onto the sidewalk because this place is so fucking big. No, we've teleported across to Edmonton. We're talking about my first house, right? But that is indeed a baseball field, and then this is the Rossdale Power Station, and then this is like an old mill or something, which is, you can't see it in the. Sorry, this is an old mill or something, which is now a brewery, I think? No, correction, it was a brewery, and now it's like loft apartments or some shit. Anyway, and this is the Saskatchewan River. So, this monstrosity takes up the entire lot, from the front fence almost to the back fence, or from the sidewalk almost to the back fence. It looks bad enough from the air. From the ground, it looks worse. It looks like fucking the Führer bunker. It's ugly as sin. Like, God, the architect should be fucking shot. The reason that's there and my beautiful old 130, 140-year-old at this point house is because the family that we sold it to, they were lovely people, but they were from fucking Vancouver. They were from fucking Vancouver, and they had not lived east of the Rockies. and they had no concept of what Edmonton gets like during the winter. So, and they were like my parents, they like renovating. So it's like, oh, cool, we renovated this place, we hope you like what we've done with it, but, you can make your touch on it now. My parents had beautifully renovated this place, right? Gorgeous. I remember the dining room walls were this beautiful sort of cranberry red color. Also, one of my other early traumatic memories was I was crawling, I would have been like 1 or 2 when this happened. I was crawling around playing in the dining room, and Dad was in the basement moving stuff around. And he had his skis rested up against the wall near the vent that runs up into the dining room. And I was crawling around the vent, and I saw one of the skis poke up through the vent somehow. I think he must have had part of the central heating system disassembled or something, and he was moving shit around to tinker with it. But I saw one of the skis come up through the vent, and I was so paralyzed with fear that by the time I managed to crawl, my legs stopped working, right? I had the freeze response. By the time I dragged myself with my fingernails into the kitchen because my legs weren't working, Dad had come back up from the basement, was sitting at the kitchen table with Mum, and then I couldn't speak, so it took me a good half hour to relate to them what I'd just seen. I remember that. I actually remember that. I would have been like 1 or 2. But yeah, I'm getting sidetracked again, and I will catch up on chat, don't worry. The reason that house isn't there anymore is because this lovely family from Vancouver, who had no concept of Edmonton winters, liked open plan houses. Why did you buy 100-and-something-year-old fucking house then? But they liked open plan houses, so they started knocking through walls. The one thing you do not do if you buy an old house in Edmonton is knock through fucking walls, because one of the first walls they took out upstairs, actually I think in my old bedroom, was a load-bearing wall. The first heavy snowfall of the winter, the roof caved in. Because they did not realize that in Edmonton during the winter, you will get about 3 or 4 feet of snow at least on the roof. That's a lot of weight. That is a fucking lot of weight. And it ain't melting anytime soon, my guy. That's going to be there for like 4 months minimum. So yeah, down goes the roof. And at that point, rather than replacing the roof and dealing with the consequent snow melt through the house, which would have been disastrous, they just bulldozed the lot and built a fucking sin against architecture on top of it. So anyway, I don't know why I let myself get that badly sidetracked, but let's go back to Haslingden. And yes, I did take my meds today. This is me on meds. I somehow get worse with this when I'm on meds. Like, I can focus better, but my tangents become more and more unhinged. Where are we? Further north. Nope, because there's Keighley, there's Burnley, there's Rottenstall, and there is Haslingden. So yeah, you can find it by the park down here. Methodist Church, the manse, back garden, there's the fucking original Thomas Crap toilet there. I do actually have a memory of playing with my little steam traction engine out there. I remember that. He's called Trevor. He has a name. He's called Trevor. He lives at my parents' farm at the moment. He's in my bedroom there. Still works. Still works, by the way. Just need to get some hexi... Well, no, I've got hexi tabs. I might run him next time I'm out the farm and get a video and put it in the Discord or something. But that's the manse. I do remember as well one night... the guys that administered the property, I don't remember if the church still owned it or if the church sold it and these two guys owned it, but they were really nice guys. They weren't like stereotypical landlords. They were very young and they were very, very friendly. And they'd come visit us all the time. But also, to be fair, at the time, like, Nortel was paying for all of this, so I had no idea how expensive it was. And also, like, we were relatively well off at the time. So this is back when we still moved in higher circles of society than I currently do. But anyway, they'd come around and visit. And I do remember Guy Fawkes night, they came around. And bonfire night as well. Like, they'd come around and we'd all just sit out in the back garden, watch the fireworks, or light a bonfire in the back garden. And then this is the medical clinic. So what the sim has turned into a big sort of stately home looking thing is actually a medical clinic. But even with the sim not being a perfect representation, you're like, this area is so beautiful. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you just Google pictures of Haslingden, you will see how beautiful it is. So I've lived in a lot of places. I miss a lot of houses. From the tangent I just went on about my house in Edmonton, you can tell how much I love that one. My house in Caversham, I love that one dearly as well. But if I could choose one place I've lived to go back to and never leave again, it would be up here. It would be, even if it wasn't the manse specifically, but just a house in Haslingden, it would be right here. Right in this dale here. You grew up in Newey, that's up across. Newey's not that rough. I mean, yeah, it's been gentrified to fuck, but it's not that rough. Newey gets an unfair reputation. I felt safer in. We're talking for my British viewers. We're now talking Newcastle, Australia. Mind you, Newcastle, Australia. I didn't realize this until years after I'd moved from Newcastle, but Newcastle in New South Wales in Australia, which is like the second largest city in New South Wales, and is my favourite Australian place to live. I like Canberra, but I prefer Newcastle. Newey has a bunch of its suburbs named after suburbs of Newcastle upon Tyne. And they're in the exact same geographical positions relative to the centre of town, which is really, really cool. Like, it has Jesmond, and it's where you would expect Jesmond to be. It has Tighes Hill, and it's where you'd expect Tighes Hill to be. It has Carrington, it's where you'd expect Carrington to be. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, like, I thought Newey was probably one of the safer places I've lived. Just don't go to fucking Hammer. Like, don't go to Hammer South. Hammer itself is fine, don't go to Hammer South. Although, fuck, I accidentally... I was on a fucking date. Like, this is the level of hopeless I am at relationships. Wonderful girl. She's actually the reason I know that HARS, the Historical Aircraft Restoration Society, exists, because she used to volunteer there. I don't think she still does, because I'm pretty sure she lives in Canberra now, so I might have to go say hi at some point. But really lovely girl. She's Russian, but she grew up in Australia, so... we were in Hamilton, Hamo proper, because I'm not a coffee drinker, so I don't know what cafes are good and which aren't. So I asked my landlord to use his official title, but he was more like a very good mate, because he used to cut me favors all the time. He was really not a stereotypical landlord. He would just tell me, like, if you're not going to be home over Christmas, don't pay rent. You're not living there, so why would you pay me? Like, he is that level of guy. I had to ask him for suggestions because I don't drink coffee. And he did me a solid. He came out with a really good cafe. So we had coffee and stuff and talked for ages. Like, talked for so long that I forgot to actually eat, as usual. And then went for a walk. And I just idly picked a direction and started walking in it, because once I get moving, my brain goes into autopilot. And I'm extolling the virtues of Newcastle, and because I think it was... I don't remember if she'd been up there before. I don't remember if she'd been to Newcastle before, but she wasn't familiar with it. So I was talking like, oh yeah, well, I love it here in Newcastle. Here's this and here's that, whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, but Hamilton South, like, you know that from The Lion King... you must never go there, the shadowy part, that's Hamilton South. And she's like, you mean the part we just walked into? I look behind me, it's like the the like suburb entrance sign, like, you're now entering Hamilton South. I'm like, I'm glad one of us is paying attention, let's not go there. But even if you're like, Newcastle is fine. Like, honestly, I felt safer walking home at fucking 3 a.m. on a Saturday night in Newey than I have anywhere else in Australia. Like, and I did that multiple times. I'd be so drunk I didn't know what fucking century I was in, and purely navigating on autopilot. You know, the beer scooter was getting me home. But I never had issues. I was accosted by drunks once or twice in a friendly manner. but I never had issues. I was never mugged. I never felt like I was being followed or going to be mugged. Like, I never ever had issues in Newcastle. In fact, the one thing that could have evolved to a fight that I was involved in was actually a house party one of my housemates organized when I first moved up there. Two guys started going at it over God knows what, probably a woman in my kitchen. And because it was my place, I kind of stepped between them and was like, guys, not in my kitchen, please. I got to clean this up tomorrow. Like, if you really want to have a biffo, go outside, go in the street, like, whatever. But how about you just don't? And I somehow mediated this dispute between these two guys I had literally never spoken to until that moment and didn't have an issue. Newcastle was fucking wonderful, dude. We did have a drunk guy try and break into our flat, or into our house once. Same house. This is like going back way, way long ago after I'd finished high school. We did have a drunk guy try and break into our house late at night, and because my housemate was kind of a bit scared because he was trying to get in through the back door next to her bedroom, we did call up the Rozzers and they came round, and they were trying to contain themselves laughing. Because it turns out, and I got a glimpse of him when he was trying to like shoulder barge the glass door down. But I hadn't got a really good kind of take of what was happening. They were fucking wetting themselves. Like, they were trying to be all professional and, oh, we're the police, but they were fucking, like, you could tell they were one step from just completely losing it. This guy was he must have been a footy player. He was about 6'4", built like a brick shithouse, and he was in a tutu with wings and a fairy wand. He had got very lost on the way back from a party that had probably happened in New Lambton on the other side of us, had somehow ended up in our street, thought he was in a caravan park, and thought that we had his phone, and he was trying to get into our kitchen to get his phone back. And when the cops arrived, he was like completely out cold in the grass. So my housemate had nothing to worry about anyway, because he wasn't going anywhere in a hurry. So they, took him and made sure he wasn't going to die of hypothermia and let him sleep it off. But again, like, that was the most scary experience I ever had in Newcastle, and it was fucking funny as shit. It wasn't scary. Random drunk dudes punching people. That's fucking Beaumont Street, dude. Just Beaumont Street. Don't be on Beaumont Street late at night on a Friday or Saturday, and you won't have a problem. Or if you are on Beaumont Street, don't make eye contact. You won't have a problem. Beaumont Street was like where you went if you wanted to get into a punch-up. But other than that, like, it was fine. It wasn't dangerous. But yeah, now that I've spoken at length for 2 hours after I said I was going to hit refly, for those just arriving, it wasn't my fault that we crashed, okay? I landed on this rooftop here. Was it? No, wait, no. Let me get my bearings again. Where's the park? Where's the park? Where's the park? Where's the park? Sorry, I landed on this rooftop here, which is flat in the sim, but the helicopter phased through it and the rotor clipped the roof and I died. So I've learned a lesson: do not land on rooftops. Photogrammetry ones I might get away with, but not autogen. The autogen collision volumes are fucked. But let's spawn over the park here. I wish you could set a ground spawn. That's like, if there's one thing I'd like a Sobo to do, it's give me the option in a drop-down menu here. Yeah, maybe I want to be airborne at 1,500 feet. Maybe I want to be airborne at 15,000 feet. Maybe I want to be on the ground cold and dark. Let me set off airfield starting points in any condition I want. Please, Asobo, please. I'm going to have to set the weather once we spawn in. Trev! Hey man, good to see you! We're on a nostalgia trip at the moment. For those that missed the earlier part of the stream, I was debating doing this flight second or third so you guys wouldn't miss it, but I didn't want it to be too late for my European viewers. We flew from a little airfield a little to the south of Hayward and flew up to the farm that inspired, or is thought to have inspired, the setting of Wuthering Heights. and then followed the moors to where I used to live, which is about 11, 12 miles southwest as the crow flies, just in the next dale over. Nothing on the gong. I've been to Wollongong once to hang out with some friends there. We went and played paintball against a bunch of fuckwits that cheated. But yeah, I've been there once. I need to go again though, because I need to go, maybe not to Wollongong proper, but I need to go to Albion Park to go to Haas, check out the museum there. Excuse my clumsy rotor management here. Like I said, it's picking up my fixed wing controls and it's kind of fucking with the control system of the helicopter. So I'm going to be a little clumsy, especially with things like hovers, because I've got to modulate my power as well as my collective. High RPM. Really, high RPM means I just need to come off the... Sorry, I need to put on more collective. It took me a while to figure out what was actually causing that. So my first couple of flights in the gimbal, I was actually, because I had my throttles linked, because I assumed the left throttle wasn't going to do anything, I was actually flying it in a low RPM condition the whole time. And it worked surprisingly well. So I'm pretty confident in this helicopter's ability to fly in a low RPM condition, because that's how I was flying it for the first couple of flights, just because I didn't realize I'd fucked my control scheme up. So that's where we're going. Let me just... I need to get a different version of this song in the playlist, because this intro is like irritatingly long. It's a Crowdy song. I forget which one, but I'm pretty sure it's a Crowdy song. Take the beaver out? Yep, absolutely. Just not yet. Alright. So that was the... Not that one, but the next roof down, which you'll see. See, it's flat. Not a suitable landing place, as we discovered. Need a little more collective here. Need to stabilize the aircraft a little. So that's that park that we were looking at. The autogen has done a funny. So that big house that we did land on is just another row of terraces. Like, all the houses here are terraces. So that what you're seeing down there, that's what is here. Now, I forget how to tell the difference between a Georgian or a Victorian terrace. There is a difference. We lived in a Victorian one down in Caversham. Mum's preference was Victorian. But, yeah, there's... I think that's St. James's up on the hill. St. Stephen's was the one back by the... You know, the one that was moved stone by stone down to the outskirts of Haslingden. But that should be St. James's. This L-shaped building is what it's turned the Methodist church into. This thing below us is what it turned the manse into. And like I said, the manse was quite a large house. It was like two stories and then an attic, which was essentially a third story, or it was 3 stories and an attic. I forget which. You'll be able to find photos of it and you'll see. But it was a big house. And it was bigger on the inside than it appeared to be from the outside, I can tell you that. And that's not just me speaking as someone who was a very little person at the time. Told you it was a Crowdy song. So that warehouse looking thing is actually terraces, and then terraces forming like a 3-sided shape. And it's just the shadowing, like the lighting and shadowing has made the sim go, oh, this is a single large building, it must be a warehouse. It's not, it's just terraces. So this is what initially confused me. I thought this was the clinic, it had turned it into a warehouse, but no, that is the clinic. So it's turned the clinic into a big stately home. And then the actual big stately home, well, relative to most normal houses, wasn't actually that big in terms of stately homes, But the manse has been turned into a dinky little thing that looks almost like an outbuilding to the other ones around it. Hello, collective, please. I don't want to sink again. That's the manse, right under my nose there. So, and then that building behind it was the garden shed, and then the toilet was next to it, the outdoor toilet. Like I said, one of the original outdoor toilets that would have been there since, God, the 17-somethings. And then this was one of the main streets through Haslingden, and then up other side of that rise in front of me is Burnley, which is where Dad was working briefly before he went to Kersley, I think, to the exchange there. That's Cribden Hill. This whole dale during the winter would be either fogged over or would be coal smoke from people lighting their fireplaces in the winter. Because, well, coal or peat. Not wood, because there wasn't a lot of wood around here, unlike in the sim, but coal or peat burning. So the valleys had that distinct coal smell to them, and as well as that, the ones where the railway line ran through, they also had the coal smell, because they still ran, like I said, steam locomotives all the time through the moors. Hey Dark Soul, hey Yuki. Tour of the historic toilets of the world. I know, right? So let's go up to the high ground here. So Burnley's there. Blackburn's over that way. Off the nose right now, the direction we're pointed, but over the other side of these moors, is Bury. And, well, actually, no, Bury's that way, sorry. Bury's further south. That way's Bolton. Because it goes... Bolton's, like, further west of Bury, and Bury is, like, more, like, there. That's Manchester. That's Manchester right there. I told you could see the fucking skyline, even on a hazy day. That's the Manchester skyline. Look how close it is. So, like, this beautiful sort of bucolic English countryside up in the moorlands, like, heaven on earth, and then Manchester, a major city, Cottonopolis, back in the day where this area was really thriving, it's just there. And same thing, if I hop over a couple moors that way, you've got Bradford and then Leeds. It's so weird. Like, it's hard to explain to people from the US or from Australia, because you can drive for hours, and people sound the same, they look the same, you know, they have the same sort of culture, as it were, you know, generally speaking, obviously. Not so in the UK. Oh, the weather's refreshed. The weather's, in Misfizz updates every 5 minutes or so, and it jumps a bit. It's not smooth. So that's one thing DCS has over Misfizz now, is the clouds are, like, steadily moving instead of jumping. Oh! I forgot to set the weather. We're on live weather. I had it on a preset before, but we're on live now. We'll just leave it on live weather because it's close enough to the preset. The reason I used the preset was because I wanted to get the predominant weather pattern for this part of the world, which you can now see we have. But also I didn't want it to be completely fogged over at where we took off from on the other side of the moors. Because quite often when I go to take off from Leeds Bradford Airport, or that little strip we took off from today, it is completely fogged in. Whereas on this side of the moors, it's a little lower here. The West Pennine moors are a bit lower than the main branch of the South Pennines, which is what's running through to our, like, right side. This should be the River Irwell. So that's Rottenstall over there. This is the River Irwell. The River Ogden, which comes from the Ogden Reservoir up there, flows into the Irwell. And the Irwell is what constitutes the boundary between the main branch of the South Pennines and the West Pennine moors. And the actual boundary between Yorkshire and Lancashire is somewhere east of Rottenstall, I think. It's like the next dale over from Rottenstall. This is a Tesco from memory. I think this is the Tesco. So Rottenstall's relatively, like, developed, as it were. It's got major shopping centres and stuff. It used to have an old one, like an old arcade from the 60s, which had been closed for years, even when I was there. It finally got demolished, and they built a new shopping centre now, but there's a Lidl as well somewhere. In fact, judging by the shape of it, I'd say that church that we just saw off our left is probably the Lidl. Because they're about the same shape and colour. But there is one somewhere around here. But so this is it's like the southern end of Helmshore here, I think, and then that's Rottenstall over there. Cribden Hill with the one turbine on it. I forget if it is just one turbine in real life. That might not have even been there when I was a kid, because they have put a lot of turbines in since I moved. But there's one there on Cribden Hill, and I think there's one on the back of Musbury Heights. And then there's a bunch of them over on the next moor up between us and Blackburn. What is this aircraft? It is a gimbal G2 question mark. It's a gimbal. I think it's G2. It's the little flagship helicopter of the MSFS sim update that adds helicopters. It's a little French light helicopter. About the size of a Robinson, but like less murderous. What is the significance of 9532? Well, remember how I was talking about my house in Edmonton? Our street number was 9532. And I remember that. That's one, like, I'm not good with numbers I'm supposed to remember, but numbers that that's a factory, that's probably an old mill of some sort or something. They're all through this area. I'm really good at remembering numbers that I don't need to remember, and that's one of them, 9532. I remember our old postcode in Caversham, RG47SY. Why do I remember that? I don't fucking know. Edmonton postcode was like... It started with T. I don't know if it was like TGP or T5 something. It was... Like, Edmonton has a couple of different postcode prefixes. The Canadian postcode system is very similar to the British one. Not the same, but very, very similar. But it was close enough that when I was working for Australia Post in Bathurst, I had a letter come through the mail centre, outgoing, which was addressed to... it didn't have the town, I don't think. I think it just had the postcode. But I was like, that's an Edmonton postcode. So I just wrote Edmonton on the envelope. Or it was the other way around. It might have said Edmonton, but no postcode, no country. People fucking do that all the time. Little former postal worker diversion here. If you're sending something internationally, please put the fucking country you're sending it to. We had letters come to us, incoming, that were addressed to places in the United States. Because they didn't have a zip code, or they had a partial zip, and they didn't put United States. And also, USPS has an annoying habit, or had an annoying habit, don't know if they still do it, of sending stuff that was internal US, like domestic US mail. They would send it to God knows where, because they... we had one that was addressed to somewhere in Louisiana, but it had a French name, because it was Louisiana, which used to be a French colony, before the Americans bought it off them. It went to real France, who then went, what the fuck is this? And somehow through a chain of... Like, it had so many fucking stamps on it, it wasn't funny. It had been on the Magical Mystery Tour for about probably 2 or 3 weeks minimum, and it ended up in Bathurst. Like, at times like those, it's really hard to like, operate within the bounds of postal worker professionalism and not sign your name on the envelope and say when it arrived in Bathurst and what date and where it came from, and then just say, to whom it may concern, and fucking post it on and see where it ends up. Because it was probably never going to end up where it was originally addressed to. We used to get shit like that all the time. It was quite cool too. Outgoing from the Bathurst, or from the Central West mail region, because Bathurst handled all the Central West. When I say all the Central West, I mean Bathurst Mail Centre was responsible for about 2/3 the land area of New South Wales. I'm not exaggerating. About 2/3 the land area of New South Wales came through our mail centre. There were places I'd never even heard of, and I looked them out there at the back of fucking Whoop Whoop, but they came through our mail centre. But I handled mail that my parents... Like, I was like, Mum, what did you mail to... It was like to fucking... She mailed something to, like, the UK or something. I was like, the fuck are you mailing to England at this time of year? And she's like, oh, it's a fleece sample for the alpacas. Ah, that would make sense, because I recognize my mum's handwriting. Like, I didn't even need to look at the return address. I'm like, Mum sent this. She has very, very distinctive handwriting, and she can't spell worth shit. And also, we had outgoing mail from somewhere in the Central West region, and it was somewhere, like, way out the back of Whoop Whoop. It wasn't around my parents, but it was addressed to the Payne family, and it was addressed to, I don't know or I didn't remember their current address, but it was addressed to the Payne family, and it was in the right area. I'm like, hey, I know them. That's Catherine's parents. Catherine being the local Waitrose checkout chick that I had, like, the biggest crush on when I was, like, 7 years old. And she's come out and visited with her family since. And she still refers to me as Sweetness, which is adorable, in a way. But it was her family. I was like, I know these people. I know who this is going to. I did not realize they had other friends in this part of the country. It's cool. Like, I actually kind of miss it. It was boring and repetitive a lot of the time, but I do kind of miss it, just being in the mail center, because you do see such interesting stuff. Like, the places things are going or coming to, you see stuff that it's going to people you know or coming from people you know. Like, not even to snoop or anything, it's just you have to read where it's going, right, to sort it. So it's like, oh, cool. This headset, when I got this headset, because my old one, the cabling broke. I go through one of these every year or two, because I run over the cables or they get tangled up or whatever. I'm really bad with headsets. I break them so often. When these got mailed, I just picked them up from work, because I'm going through sorting packages. I'm like, oh, that's mine. Yoink. And then, just to make sure you're not actually stealing someone else's, you have to get the supervisor to sign it off. But she's like, oh yeah, it's yours. Huh. Well, you get it a day early. Congratulations. Well, actually more than a day early, because I have my mail addressed to my parents' place usually. Just because my post box here it floods when it rains, and it's not all that secure, and it's not very big, so any packages and stuff would be left outside my door. And while I trust my neighbors, I don't trust randoms walking past in the street who can see through the glass door to see if there's something sitting outside. So yeah, like, all my mail that's actually important goes to my parents' place, and then they bring it out, which is why I'll say, oh, something's arrived, but it'll be a week before I have it. Like my HOTAS, for instance, when my Constellation came out, it was about a week between it arriving at the farm and it being brought out to me, because my parents couldn't get across the river, it was flooded. So yeah, I got it probably a week early, a day before it went out to them, and then several days before they could bring it to me. Like one of my early 20s dates. I'm like that with all of them, dude. I'm fucking hopeless. I'm not, like, I'm explicitly bad at dating itself, but I'm very... You can see how I am. I'm like this on dates, too. I'm fucking terrible. Like, I won't talk about myself to the point of drowning them out, because, like, don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Let them talk about themselves. Some advice for you guys from somebody who's chronically single, so you know it's good advice. But yeah, like, I will get on tangents and I'll get distracted, and like I said, we went for a walk, and the walk ended up the one place I said, oh, we should never go there, it's super dangerous. I was playing it up, of course, for drama. We did, in fact, this is a sim issue where it renders water over, like, this is a much smaller river than it's rendered it as. You can see from the terrain contours, it's a very narrow little, it's almost a stream more than a river, but it's rendered as like a full-size river. It's one of my pet peeves with the sim. You can fix this, you just have to manually set exclusion volumes for it. No one's done it yet. But yeah, I'm like this all the time, so... My relationships tend to not last very long, because either I will scare them away or I will self-sabotage, or both. Oh, we had a great time. And things kept going for a while after that, but there was some, I'm not going to get into it, but there were some other things that kind of, in hindsight,
probably would not be an issue now. Probably would actually be a good thing now. But because I was a little less of a man of the world at the time, a bit younger and more naive, it would have been kind of... I think she could tell I had cold feet. And that was that. But, like, there wasn't any bad sort of vibes. She's just like, I think maybe this wouldn't be the best thing, but, you know, you're a chill dude and I had fun. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll take it. We're still in contact, although I haven't spoken to her for a while. This thing which needs to go away, I've been kind of, it's an apathy beard. I've been letting my personal grooming go to shit for the past couple of weeks because I've been so stressed over assignments. I don't mind having it, I don't know. I kind of want to go back to not having a beard for a while. Like, the way that girls, you know, guys do it too, actually. Everyone does it. Girl, guy, something in between, not sure yet, doesn't matter. But, you know, the thing people do where they change their hair color all the time, I don't do that. I've never colored my hair. And I think my mother would kill me if I did, because for some reason she, like, had... I don't know. As if that was a fucking tree! As if that was a fucking tree. Fuck you. I was clear of that, motherfucker. Second time the sim has fucked me this stream. I don't change my hair color. I change the length of my hair and whether I have a beard or not. And you can tell how high functioning I am any given period of the year by like how big of a, like how long of a beard I have. Because my sort of natural state is clean shaven. If that makes sense. That's my I'm functioning well state, is clean shaven. A well-trimmed beard is I'm doing okay. And like the full-on mountain man shit that I had earlier in the year or like last year is like, please help me. I cannot touch the grass, you must bring the grass to me kind of level. I'm thinking of growing my hair out again, because I quite liked having long hair. When my hair gets long, it gets really wavy, because I got the receding hairline thing going on, but I've got really thick hair. Judging by my father, who I am almost a carbon copy of, I'm never going to go bald. Because my dad's... I'm going to give myself an existential crisis by thinking about this, but my dad's 73 come January. Fuck. I still think of him as being in his 40s or 50s. He still acts like he's in his 40s or 50s. So he's really fit, but... yeah, my dad's 73 and he's still got most of his hair. Like, it's starting to thin out on top. We call it the tide coming in. Because he's got the same receding hairline. It was his beaches and the tide comes in. He doesn't go bald, the tide just comes in. But he was like fucking mid-late 60s before his hair actually went white. It was sort of salt and pepper for a long time before that. And yeah, like, even now in his sort of early to mid-70s, he's still got a lot of hair. So when mine gets long, it does the same thing his did. Because I've seen photos of Dad when he was like in his teens and early 20s, when my older sister and older brother were kids. And he had like a lot of hair, and it was really wavy, thick hair like mine gets. So I'm thinking of growing it back out, but I need to trim my fringe because it gets in my fucking face and I can't see where I'm going. Beauty care and advice stream, absolutely. Also, I have really oily hair, so like, it fucking gets, like, it'll... Without sounding too gross, you know, even if I wash it every day, which supposedly you're not supposed to, if I don't wash it every day, I end up with, like, hair oil running down into my eyebrows and then into my eyes, and it irritates the shit out of them, so... I need to shorten this a bit. Maybe let the rest of this grow out. like, pretty much since I was in the reserves, I've mostly just got a fucking number 4 trim once or twice a year. So my hair will get, like, medium, sort of, like, medium length, not even shoulder length. And then I'll just get it cut. Short back and sides it. Because it's slow maintenance and I can't be arsed, but I might let it grow back out. When I was, when I first left high school, my hair was, like, down past my shoulders. Once or twice from behind, I got mistaken for a girl, which I took as a compliment of how beautiful my hair is. The reaction when I turned around with a full-ass fucking beard was pretty priceless, let me tell you. Full-ass fucking beard, and you can't see it because of my fucking beard, but, like, I've got, like, my head is really boxy. I discovered, because I'd never had my head shaved, right? I'd never had shorter than about a number 4 trim. When I was at Kapuka and they give you a number 2, which is real, it's not a, you know, you're not skinhead, but you're pretty fucking close. I was horrified to discover that my head is a box. I knew I had a really strong jawline, like I've got literally the Chad jawline, but the top of my head is a box. I was like, oh god, my hair cannot grow fast enough to hide this fucking shame. People start thinking I'm fucking German. We're just kind of aimlessly buzzing around at this point, hey? So, we could go up to Burnley, but I don't really know Burnley that well, because like I said, Dad used to work there briefly, but I don't think we went up there very often. Maybe once or twice, I don't remember. Bolton, we went to occasionally. There was a pub in Bolton, I think it was, the Bullholt, which is what the actual, my parents named their, so the farm isn't named Helmshaw, the actual, I don't want to give away too many details, I should probably not do that, but anyway, like the farmhouse is called Bullholt Farm, they named it after that. So yeah, we did go to Bolton occasionally, either to go to the pub there, or that was where we bought my car, peace be upon him, Percy, my beautiful dark green Citroen BX, which we brought to Australia with us because Nortel paid for us to move everything, and I mean everything. You know what, we're probably already like halfway to Burnley, but we'll go back. We'll go back into the Rossendale. And we'll duck under this power line just to show you can do it. Just to prove it. Can we not lose too much height, please, and clip a tree? There we go. Yeah, that's where we bought our Citroen, Bolton. And we still have his original plates in our shed at the farm. Which have, I forget what the name of the dealer was, somebody and Sons, Bolton. But Bury was where we mostly went. If we were going to go into town, we went to Bury, and we could just get the bus there. To kind of go back to where I was talking about earlier in the stream about how, like, geographically, not isolated, but how geographically stubborn Northerners are. This has probably changed now, I'm sure. Like, I saw a photo of Haslingden's main street the other day, and it was, like, it was almost parked out with cars, which is funny, because the street was already too narrow for cars, and now it's parked out with cars, so it's, like, good luck getting past anything. But when I was a kid, there weren't that many cars in Haslingden, people would just get the bus. But I've related this story before on stream, but one time Mum and I were waiting at the bus stop, we were going to go into Manchester for the day. And there was an old fella, real old fella, he would have been in his 80s or 90s at the time. And he got chatting to us, because, you know, Mum had a funny accent. My mum's still, she's always kept her Australian accent, it's never changed, whereas my accent changes within a couple days of moving to a new area. Not noticeable in Australia, because Australians generally just have a generic accent for the most part. But, like, within 6 months of moving to Haslingden, my father could not understand me, because I had such a thick Lancashire accent. And I still do that. Like, when I've been back in Canada for a month or two, I've started noticing my accent coming back. It's really weird. When I get overtired, it comes back as well. But this old fella starts talking to us. He's like, "Oh, how long have you been living here?" "Oh, we've just moved, blah, 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 blah." "So are you heading into Bury to the markets then?" "No, we're going into Manchester for the day." "Oh, no, it was London, sorry. I remember. We're going into Manchester to get the train to London." That's what it was. Yeah, so we're going to get the train to London for the day. And we're meeting up with Frances, who was one of Mum's Australian friends who was living in London. She was a copyright lawyer at the time. So we're going to go into... I remember the fucking photographic memory. I remember the fucking pub in London where we met Frances. I don't remember what she looked like, but I remember the pub. And I remember that she ordered, like, fucking... what was it, kippers or something? It was some kind of fish with its eyes still staring out. And, like, I don't do seafood. I hate the smell of fucking fish. I don't really... Like, there's a couple fish I'll eat in fish finger form, but rarely. Like, that strong fishy sort of taste I don't like. So I remember distinctly Frances taunting me about fish breath after she'd eaten a lunch, and me, like, trying to hide under the table so I couldn't smell it. That is how, like, ridiculously powerful my memory is, but only for specific moments in time. Anyway, so we're going into Manchester. We're going to get on the train at Manchester and get the train down to London. And this was back before British Rail had been fully broken up and privatised. So this is back when Britain had a somewhat functional rail system. And this guy, as soon as we said, "Oh yeah, we're going into Manchester," he's like, "Oh, that's a big trip." "Yeah, we're doing it to go to London." He's just like, "I haven't been to London since the war." No shit, that was his reaction. He had not been to London since the fucking Second World War. I mean, it's a decent trip to London from Manchester, but it's not that big, especially to an Australian. But he was fucking stunned. He was like, "How? Why?" Like, the idea that somebody would go on a day trip to London was so alien to him. You would only go to London for an event of national significance like, oh, I don't know, the Second World fucking War. It's incredible. And like I mentioned, the people of Grain, which was the village that got flooded to form the top reservoir up here in Haslingden, well, in this part of the Rossendale Valley, they had a distinctly different accent and a distinctly different character to the people of Haslingden, which is not even a mile away. Not even a fucking mile away. And they were known for being, fucking, whiskey distillers and smugglers during temperance. Because they'd smuggle it down to the Haslingden Fair. And they were very good at hiding it, because the only time they got busted was when there was a village disputing Grain and somebody dobbed on them. You know, somebody's like, "Oh, I'll fix you," and went to the Rosses and told them, "Hey, they're distilling illegal whiskey." They had like a fucking tunnel network and shit in the quarries up here. This is Musbury Heights. Well, that's Musbury over there, but this is all part of the Musbury quarries. These ones are flooded. Kids go swim in them during the summer, even though they're told not to, and there's some level of security to try and stop them doing it. You got your wind turbines back there. I think they were there even when I was a kid, but there are a lot more turbines up here. They've been putting them in over the last 20 years. Nearly 30 years. So, for context, I lived here 28 years ago, give or take. And not for very long either. I think we were only up here for about 6 months, 9 months, maybe a year, if that. We weren't here for very long before we moved south. We went to Twyford for a couple... Like, I want to say 6 months in Twyford, then we moved to Caversham, and we lived in Caversham for probably a year and a half, 2 years. It's weird, though. Like, we barely lived there for, more than a year in some of these places, but they've had such an impact on my life. Like, I lived in Bathurst. I didn't realise it until I went to move here. I'd been living in Bathurst for about 4 years. If you add up both times I've lived in Newcastle, I've lived in Newcastle for about 10 years total, 10 or 11 years total. And it doesn't feel like it, because I have memories, particularly in Newcastle, obviously, because I did live there for a long time, and I had friends up there and stuff, and I liked it, but Bathurst, it doesn't feel to me like I was living in Bathurst for 4 years. It feels like I was living in Bathurst for maybe a year or two most. And yet to me here, I might have been here for 6 months, maybe a little more, but it feels like a significant chunk of my life. I don't know. I know that when you, like, I don't know if it applies to things outside trauma, but the brain has this thing where certain memories take up more space. Certain memories are bigger file size, so to speak. And big traumas take up a lot of space, and they'll push other things out of your memory. Because you've only got a limited amount of wetware to work with, and every time you recall something, you're reconstructing it from certain facts. So that's why human recall is not perfect, and why memories get warped over time. Even if people aren't intentionally embellishing a story, the details will change with time because you can't perfectly recall things. That's why photographic recall is such a big deal, and that's why it's so episodic. Like, I can't photographically recall everything. I can photographically recall one specific scene. Like, literally 10 seconds of me looking out the window in Caversham, I remember the view out that window as it was on that day, and I remember who was in the room with me and where they were in relation to me. But that's it, one memory. And everything else around that period of time is kind of either a less clear memory, or I have no memory of it, because that's kind of pushed it aside. So I wonder if it is the same thing, because like big traumatic events or big life-changing events, I guess they could be positive ones too, do take up more hard drive space in your brain. That is an actual thing. I've read research about it, because this is the kind of shit I do when I'm bored. I read fucking papers about neuroscience or whatever the fuck thing. So again, that's St. Stephen's. Moved brick by brick from under, well, what became the bottom of that reservoir. So let's go over the actual ruins at Musbury Heights, and then we'll just bum around the moors a little more. We'll head south, because there's some nice spots to the south where the sim actually doesn't put trees. I forget where the Hard Knock... I think the Hard Knock passes south. I think there's a new highway through there. I don't remember there being a proper highway through Hard Knock when I was a kid, but I could be wrong. Because that was a notoriously dangerous stretch of road. Like, a lot of people died there during bad, like, driving rain or sleet or black ice or something during the winter. It would be fogged in because the clouds would often be below the height of the terrain. And there's some really sharp bends in the road with the road being cambered the wrong way, blah, 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 blah. It's dangerous as fuck. It doesn't... You look at it and you think, oh, that's not that bad of a road. But when you actually drive it, especially in winter, it's really dangerous. A lot of people have died on that road. So that chimney is there in real life. I think it's slightly taller in real life, though. This is the ruins of the Musbury Heights Quarry. So, like I said, the actual ruins of the buildings aren't in 3D, but you can see them there. Those squares, that's the remainders of the stone wall. Most of the buildings in this area are not brick, they're stone. Including the terraced houses in the Dales. They're mostly stone rather than brick, because the stone was quarried from here. Haslingden was built from Haslingden stone. So were most of the mills in Haslingden, Helmshaw, and Rawtenstall. And during the late 18th and early 19th centuries, when this place really started to thrive, Haslingden has a population. It's like, I think, fucking 15,000 people or something. It's close to Bathurst, actually. It's similar to Bathurst population, and that's just Haslingden. That's not the entire valley from memory. I forget what the entire of Rossendale is. Rawtenstall itself is like, I think 20 at least. Helmshaw's a good number too. So they're not small towns. They feel like it, and they would have been back in the day, but they're not now, because of the cotton industry. So if you came through here in, say, like 1820, 1830, something like that, the town would be a little bit smaller, not by much. There'd be another town that we would have just passed over, or a village that we would have just passed over, and there would be chimneys. This valley would be full of chimneys. Like, you wouldn't be able to see for fucking coal smoke. And then Helmshaw was running off the, like I said, the water wheel. But you would not be able to see for coal smoke because there were so many mills here. As I said, Rawtenstall still has an original mill, which we might be able to find if we head in that general direction. We're over Helmshaw at the moment. If we follow that way further, we'll hit Ramsbottom. So we'll do that. We'll go south over Ramsbottom and then Manchester at one point in the flight. I think we'll probably do a bunch of circling, just so I can hit everything. Because if I try and do it linear, we're going to miss stuff. So this is towards Rottenstall here. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it. That might be it in front of us, because there is a chimney there. Or actually, that might be it. It's a pretty big building. And a lot of these... Oops, sorry, I'm crabbing really badly here. Feet are asleep. A lot of these mills that are still surviving, a lot of them didn't survive, obviously, but the ones that do still survive tend to be heritage listed. Beautiful old buildings. I think it's further east. Be over there somewhere. Anyway, before I run myself out of fuel, because we're about halfway on fuel already, I think I forgot to set it to full fuel at the start of the flight, so we're going to cheat ourselves some fuel. Because we had to respawn because the sim fucked me, so it was at 95%, because we were down 5% when I checked that. So let's just go up... back to Haslingden Grain, and then we will go over the moor and follow. We could follow the valley, but we'll follow the moor instead, and just keep the dale to our left. So we should pop out next to Ramsbottom, and then Bury will be ahead of us. I'm so far behind on chat. Holy fuck. Head is a combat box, absolutely. No air control towers to buzz, not around here. There is in Manchester. So again, that's Haslingden in front of us. Oh, I was going to tell you guys. So, I had flown over this in the sim before. In fact, I think I streamed flying over here in the sim before. But, I had to consciously go check Google Maps just to confirm where I was. To find my way to it. Because I remembered what it looked like, and I remembered roughly where it was, but I didn't remember which specific... like, where I needed to... my waypoints. I didn't know my waypoints to get there from Manchester, right? Put it that way. Well, my first flight of the DC-3 that came with the 40th anniversary pack, I started out at Leeds Bradford Airport, which is closer to Bradford than Leeds. And my first objective was find Top Withens, which I did. And then from Top Withens, I knew it was... Well, actually, no, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here because my mouth operates faster than my brain does. No, that was my second flight. My first flight, it was literally just head west. So I headed west from Bradford, and then just followed the moors. It was like, the weather was like this, except the cloud was lower, so the moors were kind of shrouded, and it was a little dangerous to fly over them. So I was weaving through the dales between them. And I was flying for probably about 20 minutes or so, and I got a little further north up by Blackburn. There's a particularly tall moor that stands by itself and overlooks Blackburn. I forget what the name of it is. And I was like, I know this area is familiar to me, but why does this specifically look so familiar? I think I know where I am. But, you know, we'll turn southwest-ish, because I have an inkling that Manchester's kind of to the south or the southwest somewhere. And I wasn't looking at the compass, I was mostly just following the terrain. So I wasn't consciously making a decision, I'm going to steer this way or that way. And I saw, oh, wind turbines, that's a pretty good landmark, let's fly over that. Flew over it, and I looked down to my left. I've got a screenshot of it, which I posted in the Discord, and I posted, like, the whole sequence of the story of how I found it. But anyway, from up around Blackburn, swung south without really meaning to swing south as such. And then I just look out the left side window of the DC-3, and it was further over. I was over that moor next to me. But the view I had was roughly this, and I was like, oh my fucking god, I have subconsciously homing pigeoned my way back home to Haslingden. Like, I didn't intend on coming here in that flight. I was just like, some deep instinct guided me here. So, my nav fuck up in the Catalina the other stream, where I was 400 kilometers away from where I thought I was. That's me on a bad day. Me on a good day is I didn't even mean to come here, but I found my way home. just subconsciously found my way to the place I lived 28 years ago and have not seen since. So that should be Blackburn, I think, or the edge of Blackburn. It's like in the next valley, just behind that ridgeline, and then Burnley is shrouded completely in cloud behind me. How long are they running coal? They still do. For heating in houses? I mean, they probably have stuff like natural gas or whatever now, but for the longest time, at least some of the houses would be still burning coal or peat, because both are plentiful up here. My parents burn coal at their farm now, because it's getting a bit hard for Dad to keep a steady supply of wood. You know, he's getting up there in years. They've got plenty of wood. They use the wood mostly for heating, and they use the coal for cooking, because the stove, like the mum's got a coal-fired oven and stove in the kitchen, so it's not like they're burning it every day. But up in Newcastle, again, coal. That's like Australian Newcastle. The Hunter Valley is basically the biggest concentration of coal there is. I think it is actually that most coal-heavy area of the planet that's known of. I could be wrong. I know it's the largest coal harbour. Newcastle's the largest coal harbour on Earth. I'm pretty sure the Hunter Valley is like the biggest concentration of known and exploitable coal. And so a lot of the houses up in Newey would still burn it over the winter. You could smell it. Coal has for those who haven't smelt it, has a really distinctive smell. It doesn't smell, like you know what wood smells like when someone burns it, but coal has a really distinctive scent to it. But yeah, like up around here, they would still burn coal and peat for heat during the winter. They wouldn't burn it for power, obviously. Well, they would, but not here. They'd do it at the power stations further south. Or the nuclear power stations out to the north, I think. But yeah, coal smog was still a thing during the winter. It would the coal smog and the mist and clouds from, low clouds like that. This is live weather at the moment. That would build up and it would give it this kind of, I don't know, it's bad for you. Don't get me wrong, it's horribly bad for you, but the smell of coal I do like. It's like the smell of diesel. I like the smell of diesel, but it's really don't huff diesel, it's bad for you. But being in like a heavy diesel workshop, or like on a diesel electric submarine or something, where you have that just overpowering scent of diesel, for some reason that's comforting to me. Same thing with coal. Probably because I lived up here at a very formative age. So, as I was discussing kind of what made this area such a powerhouse during the Industrial Revolution, textiles were the main thing. But also coal, peat, lead mining was a thing around here. Some of these things that look like quarries were lead mines. Not this one specifically, but some of them. There was a lot up here. Southern England at the time was sort of your typical or stereotypical rural bucolic English countryside with big stately manors and all that. I mean, they had those up here too, mostly the mill owners. But they would be at the top of the dale, and it would be overlooking the rest of the dale where all their workers lived and where all the mills were. This was the industrial powerhouse of Britain for 2 centuries, essentially. This should be Ramsbottom. So somewhere through here is the railway line and the train station where they run steam locomotives still. So, of course, me being an autistic kid, I was really into trains, and boy did they have trains in Yorkshire and Lancashire. They still run them. It's like one of the iconic things is videos or photos of steam locomotives running through the dales or under viaducts or whatever. Getting a little bit of wind out here. Those buildings in the distance is the Manchester skyline. Let's get over this power line. Thank you very much. I would go under it, but I left it a bit late. So this is Ramsbottom, this general area, and then in front of us a little more that direction should be Bury. And we'll be able to identify when we're over Bury because there's a bunch of really tall stacks, which I think I can already see, because Bury also was a milling town.
The capitalists to start Christmas early.
I'm sorry. No, it's the stream title at the moment. I was thinking of a witty title about more pining than the state forestry industry, because I have been pining for this part of the world very badly. I've been, like, when I haven't been doing assignments for the past week or so, I've been flying around here in the sim. That's why I haven't been keeping up with Discord even worse than usual. I've just been flying around here with Wuthering Heights on repeat. Sane and healthy behavior. But yeah, like, Bury was where Robert Peel was from, who founded the Conservative Party. Boo Hiss founded the modern Metropolitan Police. Boo Hiss for the reasons he did it. But that's where he was from. And Bury was also where the flying shuttle was invented. The flying shuttle is, like... To get into why the flying shuttle was a big deal would involve a really in-depth history of textiles, which A, I'm not confident to give, because it's been so long since I lived here, and this was, like, everything. You know, we used to go down to the Helmshaw Mill, to the museum there, just for the day, because Mum's really into textiles, you know. As well as having an alpaca farm, Mum got into spinning and weaving for a while, just as like a cottage industry sort of level thing, not as an industrial scale level thing. And it's good to, like, especially if you're going to farm something, it's good to know the production process that follows on, because it means you don't get screwed by the middlemen when you go to sell your raw product, right? Or you get screwed less. And you have a more realistic idea of what's going to happen with it. But yeah, like, the flying shuttle, essentially, was what was needed to insert the final piece. So you already had the spinning jenny and then the water frame, which were what allowed them to scale up textiles manufacturing to the industrial level. But the flying shuttle is what allowed them to make really broad pieces of cloth, with, you know, in a practical sense, because before the width of your cloth was essentially how wide of an arm span that the weaver had, because they had to manually weave the they had to weave the shuttle around to get the warp. I think it's the warp that you go across, and the weft is lengthways. They had to get the warp around it, so they had to, with their arms, that was the limit on your size of fabric. Well, when the flying shuttle was invented, first you could mechanize it, and second, it was very highly efficient. And so the flying shuttle meant that you could make these great big wide pieces of cloth on the existing machinery that I'd already mentioned, the spinning jenny, the water frame, and derivatives thereof. And like I said, these mills guarded their own innovations very jealously. But by about the sort of 1830s, 1840s, if you went into a mill, some of them would still be water-powered specifically, but typically if they weren't already running off a natural water course like Helmshaw was, they would have a steam engine pumping water over a water wheel. Because the steam engines, until they had really worked out how to govern the engine consistently, they would surge and slow, and it would fuck up the thread. It would just break the thread. So it took them a while to figure out that, and until they did, they had to use water power, but use the steam engine to pump the water, which was the original purpose of the steam engine anyway, was to pump water up out of mines. And so you go into the mill, and you'd have, it looks like your typical idea of a factory floor, like you'd have row upon row upon row of machines, but you would have an axle with belts running off of it. And this axle would run across the entire span of the mill floor, and each row of machines would have a belt running from that axle down to a belt on the machine. So they were all being powered off these axles across the entire mill. These transfer shafts, I forget the official name of them. And yeah, the flying shuttle was actually invented in France, like the year before it was invented here in Bury. But the guy that invented it in France was a Huguenot. And so he was driven out of the country during some religious persecutions that happened there. And... oh, no, sorry, I've got that backwards. This is why I say check up on me. I talk shit without thinking. I'm thinking of a different thing entirely. I'm sorry. It was a Huguenot guy that did something else that was important to the textile industry. What I'm thinking of with the flying shuttle was, it was the Ancien Regime, the Bourbon monarchy. They were rent seekers. And when I say they were rent seekers, I mean in the economic sort of sense. They didn't want capitalist sort of economics. They didn't want industrialization, because then there would be an independently wealthy class who they couldn't easily control. What they did was they wanted to maintain things as a cottage industry where they could then seek rent from everyone involved in that industry, and nobody had the power to do anything about it. Once you end up with industrialization, like what happened here, suddenly you have a lot of very rich and powerful men who own the mills, and they can start dictating back the other way to the monarchy, no, this is how things are going to work. Or, in the case of the UK, to Parliament. Which is exactly what happened, and we're getting back into economics. We can't go one stream without a discussion of the fucking woes and sins of capitalism, but here we go. Anyway, the Ancien Regime did not want industrialization to happen because it was not in their economic interest. So the flying shuttle was invented in, I want to say Brittany in France, in the Brittany region. Like the year before it was invented in the UK, but it was suppressed. They arrested the guy that invented it, they arrested anyone that was caught using it, and they destroyed all examples of it. Because they saw the writing on the wall, if this thing goes big, that's it for your regime, you're done. And they were already having problems. You know, this is in the lead up to the French Revolution. They were already having some issues. The last thing they wanted was to empower the middle classes and have independently wealthy, like, mill owners to deal with. So the next year, and I think with no knowledge of the invention in France, because obviously communication was not quite as instant as it is these days, the flying shuttle was also invented in Bury, almost to the exact same design. So I don't know if the guy, I forget his name, I was reading about it yesterday, but I forget his name. I don't know if he was aware of the French invention, or if it's just another case of convergent evolution, but it's basically a piece of wood that runs in a track or on rails or something. That was a later improvement, actually, to stop them from flying off and doming people on the other side of the mill. But it has rollers on it to reduce friction, and it has like bullet-shaped brass caps on either end to absorb the impact as it hits the end of its track. And it's, as the name suggests, it flies back and forth on its track. There's usually some method of propulsion at each end to keep it going. It's not very efficient. Like, it's not energy efficient at all, and so when something better came along, off went the flying shuttle. But that was invented in the UK and actually adopted in Bury, which is where we are now. And as I said earlier, one of their big things that they have is the Bury markets, which we used to go to. Hi Dolphin, thanks for the follow, welcome to the stream. We're having a very meandering, lengthy discussion about the industrialization of England and generally life and times of Yorkshire and Lancashire, because I used to live up here. It's my favourite place to live. So that would probably be the old Bury Mill, I'd imagine, with the smokestacks. I don't remember for sure though, so check me on that. I could be wrong. Hey Marius! Cheers for gifting that sub, man. Appreciate it. Also, Yellow Fox, when I said you couldn't see for smoke and all the chimneys, I'm not talking about contemporary, like when I was living there, I'm talking about during the Industrial Revolution. Like London. London was like that during the Industrial Revolution too. But yeah, like all these dales in sort of this area between Lancashire and Yorkshire and the moors, that's how they would have looked, just a forest of chimneys and coal smoke. Still gifting subs, you lunatic! Thank you, appreciate it, man. Spent months cleaning grease off oil rig parts in huge sinks of diesel. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, like, you know it's bad for you. You're conscious of the fact, like, oh, this is so bad for me. I'm knocking years off my life here, but oh, it smells good. The forbidden fucking moth to a flame effect of humans and technological progress. People don't like, especially, you know, if you're on the spectrum, but even normies don't cope with change well. Humans do not like change. That's part of the reason why, as people age, they become very, politically, stubborn and entrenched in their ways, and or regressive compared to what they were when they were younger. I genuinely hope, and I've given my sister specific instructions, if I become politically regressive and, like, boomerish in my old age, she's to take me out behind the shed and do me a fucking mercy. I hope I never get to the point where I lose what drives me and what makes me, like, my sort of idealism, I guess you could say. Because if I ever reach that point, then why even live? But people do get like that in their old age. Because people don't like change. They want things to be how they were during the happiest time of their life, which, not for everyone, but for the majority, is probably their childhood. When they were innocent, they didn't know the ways of the world, and things felt comforting and familiar. And that's true for me as well. Like, things that remind me of my childhood I really miss. I don't like seeing change as much. Like, not completely opposed to it, but you know what I mean? Britain have any... I know I've already covered this since you said that, but yeah. You can see the autogen sometimes struggles with terraces. It doesn't render them where it should, or renders them as other buildings. Yeah, like, there's a very big historical... Like, boy, if you like steam trains, live in the UK. Like, if you like steam trains, there is no other place on Earth to live. Well, maybe the US, actually. The US is... not on the same scale, but the US does have a lot, and the American locomotives are big, monstrous things. They're beautiful machines. But, like, if you really, really love steam locomotives, holy fuck, move to the UK. But anyway, Christmas before December, yeah, the stream title at the moment is in reference to the wonderful aircraft we've been given with the 40th anniversary edition. Some of them need a little tweaking here and there, which has mostly already been done because God bless the community. They're fucking quick. But some of them are genuinely so delightful, they don't need anything. Just absolutely fucking delightful. And as I said earlier in the stream, I was pleasantly surprised. I'd heard worrying things about the DC-3 and Aeroplane Heaven's approach to development, but you know what? They fucking excelled themselves. They absolutely fucking excelled themselves. It is wonderful. And it's not in full autistic detail, so I can kind of see that we're going for an experience thing that I alluded to. Like, the engines start pretty much first attempt if you do everything in the correct order. They don't splutter and struggle like radials do, especially radials of that age. But yeah, it's more in-depth than I expected by far. And it flies nicely, especially with some tweaks. So this is Manchester we're heading into right now. I forget which suburb we're over, or town, whatever. Kersley will be over there somewhere. Frames is good English. Frames are probably going to get a little choppy around Manchester, especially flying this low in weather, because I have pretty significant photogrammetry scenery for Manchester. You might hear some audio stutters. God, I hope not, but I just heard one then, and I don't want to deal with that shit again. I did not get that phone call I was expecting. I don't think. You guys haven't heard Pretty in Pink go off loudly in the background, have you? Because that's my I don't know who this number is ringtone. Because it's a good song. I was expecting a phone call, but it apparently hasn't come through yet. Been in the Workers' Museum in Manchester? I don't remember it, but I would have been. When I was very, very, very young. Like, we moved to the south when I was about 5 or 6 years old. So it's a wonder I have any memories at all of this part of the world, but I do. I love it, and I would go back in a heartbeat if I could. Like I said, hopefully Normal Island actually does become normal at some point. So I can move back without worrying about them doing something very stupid and sinking themselves into the sea or turning into literally 1984, which they appear to be trying to do frequently. Kind of reached the point where every country is a shit show and most of them are getting worse to a greater or lesser degree. So trying to move somewhere that's less of a shithole or has a future is kind of a fool's errand, because basically, like, that doesn't exist. It's just a case of move somewhere where I'll be happy, at least. I love Manchester. So much good music came from this city. Joy Division, New Order, obviously, because, you know, it was all the same members except Ian. The Smiths, if you can put up with Morrissey, he at least does good music. Like, one of the actual very few musicians I've ever actually had the chance to see live was Morrissey when he came out to Newcastle in Australia. The Stone Roses. And speaking of which, we'll just get the aircraft kind of stable here. There we go. Hang on. Let's just stabilize the aircraft. Let's get some Manchester happening on the playlist. I need to add more. Because this playlist is kind of ramshackle, it's missing a lot of stuff that I used to listen to before I made the playlist. So we need more Smiths, we need more Joy Division. We have a bit of Joy Division on here at least. We'll just fucking load up on that. That's what I have the most of from Manchester on the playlist, is Joy Division. But even that's pretty thin, to be fair. And then a really good like a cover of a Joy Division song. God, I don't even have the original version of No Love Lost on here? What the fuck? Whatever. We got a Manchester queue coming up. Ian Curtis was a Man City fan. I was a Man U kid. Eric Cantona was like my childhood idol. Which is, you know, if you're gonna have a childhood sports idol, pick someone who's as fucking based as Eric Cantona, I guess. Oasis. Are you referencing that Noel Gallagher got brought up, or are we? This ain't Oasis. This is the Stone Roses. Or this is a Manchester band. This song, I think, is about Jackson Pollock's death in a car crash. Yeah, it was. It was. But because I wasn't from Manchester, I was from up in the Dales, right? Man U was my team. If you were Manchester working class, you were Man City. If you were out in the Dales or, you know, not working class, but in Manchester, you were Man U. It's a gasometer there, which the sim is kind of... It's on the edge of the photogrammetry, so it's half a gasometer and half something else. So this should be Etihad Stadium, which I don't even remember if it existed when I lived there. I don't think it did. I think this is relatively new. Yeah, there you go. Etihad Stadium. Pretty sure they were still playing at Old Trafford when I was a kid. I don't remember, like, the timelines of all this stuff.
Fuck Etihad. Fuck the UAE.
Yeah, pretty much. Manchester's such a beautiful city. Built around 2000? Yeah, so it would have been long after I... Well, not long after I left. We moved in... Fuck me. 97 is when we moved to Australia. 1997. I was just about to turn... It was the... it was like middle of 97. It was August. Because I hadn't turned 8 yet, but I turned 8 after we moved. My birthday is just before the end of the year in October. So the way I remember my age is the end digit of the current year is the end digit of my age, unless it's after October, in which case it's the end digit of next year. Yes, that is the system I use to remember my own age. I am that hopeless. So this is auto-gen under me, but then we got the actual Manchester photogrammetry. So, as I said, during the 19th century in particular, Manchester was referred to commonly as Cottonopolis. It was the textile capital of the entire planet. You will see some water artifacts and stuff at low altitude. It happens. It's not a huge... From what I gather, this is coming from someone that hasn't used the SDK, mind you. So, but from what I gather, it's not overly difficult to, like, set exclusion volumes for water and stuff. Or trees or auto-gen buildings so they don't populate where they shouldn't. It's just time-consuming. Which is why a lot of people don't really bother and why a lot of cities don't have it. Let's not hit a crane. This viaduct here is one of the big... Well, these viaducts are one of the big Manchester landmarks. Manchester is historically within Lancashire, but because it became such a thriving city, it ended up getting its own little fancy administrative area, so it's technically separate. It's within the historical boundaries of Lancashire, but it's its own thing. Again, I'm having some issues managing my my power and my pitch here because my throttle inputs are double feeding. I don't know why Asobo elected to set the controls up the way they did. It's probably one of the kind of disappointments of the patch, but it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. You can either make a separate helicopter profile to get around it. I don't want to have separate profiles, though. Or you can just use SPAT or something like that. So, when I was living in Haslingden, the IRA did a bit of an IRA moment and set off a very large bomb. It was like in the back of a van or something. Set off a fucking massive bomb in the center of Manchester and wiped like the city center sort of mall slash arcade slash whatever. Which was, I mean, it would have been a building I liked because it was very 70s sort of brutalism. But it's widely described as having been several £1 million worth of architectural improvements to Manchester. Nobody was killed. I think a couple people were injured, not severely. The IRA is a bit of a complex topic because they have like a gazillion and one offshoots and some are more radical than others. But generally speaking, a lot of the IRA attacks that were not directed specifically at the military, they would phone ahead and warn that there was a bomb so that like civilians wouldn't get blown up. They still did. There was I think, again, it was while I was living in this area. It was somewhere else. I think it might have been Birmingham or something. I forget which city. But there was a little boy that was killed by a bomb in a, like a public, you know, like a garbage bin. he was walking past and it exploded and it killed him. So they did kill people. Like, I'm not going to say, oh, the IRA never didn't do nothing, didn't hurt anyone. They obviously fucking did. And then down Gilson's way, the Deal Barracks bombing. And the Deal Barracks was not like operational go overseas soldiers. It was bandsmen. So they killed a bunch of teenagers that just wanted to play in a military band. So I'm not out here to make excuses, although, you know, I'm not out here to say they were Satan incarnate either. I'm just saying that that's a thing that happened when I was living about 15, 20 miles that ways, was Manchester went kaboom. Yeah, they did. They almost hit number 10 in the, it was like a fucking improvised mortar or something in the back of a van. But the IRA was doing all sorts of major world events in the mid to late 90s, which is why when the Lint Cafe siege happened here, I was kind of not dismissive of it, but everyone is freaking out. Oh my god, terrorism in Australia! Oh my god, terrorism in Australia! Ooh, and it's like, grow up. It's some dude having a fucking mental health episode. Just because he happens to be fucking Muslim, and just because he happens to be Iranian, which means I think he was not even the right sect of Islam for the terrorism that people worry about. You know, everyone, oh, terrorism, terror. Like, we used to get bomb drills every other week in school, and actual bomb threats on occasion. Like, it doesn't bother me. You know, if you lived in Europe anytime between the 1960s and the 1990s, you would have experienced some sort of bomb scare or some sort of terrorist incident. So this whole post-fucking 9/11 terrorism paranoia, it baffles me that people older than the age of 20 fall for it, because they should fucking remember how bad it used to be. It was a lot worse than it fucking is now, let me tell you. A lot of it was state-sponsored too, either by the Soviets or the Americans. Like the fucking mass shootings in Italy, like the one where they shot up an airport. That was the Syrians, I think, but the Americans blamed it on the Libyans to have Casus Belli to go bomb Libya. My sim is frozen. Hello? Oh, there we go. Oh, help. Please, Miss Fizz? It's probably loading a terrain chunk or something. But yeah, like, Europe particularly in the 70s, was a very sporty place, with a lot of things blowing up and a lot of people getting shot at, so this whole neurosis about, ooh, terrorism, like, you've lived through worse, why are you fucking crying about it? Stream buffering? No, sim freezing. Well, the stream might have been buffering, because when the sim freezes like that, it sometimes chokes OBS. Rover Salford now. Just coming up on the Salford Quays, which are right there in front of us. That is Old Trafford right there. And I have a scenery issue here. See, there's a terrain difference, like an elevation difference. I must have a conflicting scenery or something. I need to figure out what's causing that and fix it so that Old Trafford isn't levitating anymore. You don't usually notice stuff like this when you fly over in a fixed-wing plane, but because I'm in a helicopter, I'm starting to see some scenery issues now. It is what it is. Look, it's not perfect. It's still better than fucking any other sim scenery. The hallowed ground right there. This is bespoke, like, custom-made scenery. There is photogrammetry of it, I think, but the photogrammetry is not as high quality, so... Because, you know, it's photogrammetry, so it's going to have dents and bumps and weird artifacting, so... That's probably why there's a difference in elevation. The photogrammetry disagrees with the bespoke scenery. Salford Quays. This is the Manchester Ship Canal. A few miles further down, it hooks up with the River Mersey, which opens out into the Bristol Channel, I think it is. But it opens out into the sea at Liverpool. Land inside. I don't remember if I can at Old Trafford. I've tried it at other stadiums. Some you can, some you can't. It depends on the scenery and who made it. The collision volumes are kind of sketchy for a lot of stuff, though, like especially the autogen, as we found out earlier. So I'm kind of... If I'm just bumming around offline, or off-stream, then I will try and land on shit just to see if I can do it, but...
I have lived through all of the terrorist attacks
on stream, I'd
against
rather
my
not.
country in the Cold War. Terror events was closed as KGB sabotage.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, a lot of the terrorist attacks in Italy, the ones that weren't the Syrians, the Libyans, which are actually the Syrians, because Hafez al-Assad was angry he got cut out of the fucking peace process, which was deliberate by Kissinger. He wanted to play the Egyptians against the Syrians. That's why there's no peace in Israel and Palestine, by the way. Fucking Kissinger. Fucking one of the worst humans alive, and God knows how he is still alive. Clearly, there is no fucking justice in the universe as far as, you know, your length of life being dictated by your fucking impact on the planet. But the ones aside from the Syrians were neo-Nazis, because Italy after World War II generally had socialist leanings, and so the Italian Communist Party was quite strong, and the socialists, not the full-on Communist Party, but the socialists in general held power for quite a long time. The Americans didn't like this, particularly in a NATO country. So the Americans would, through the CIA, would support neo-Nazi terrorist groups who went on several shooting sprees and bombings to the point where that time in Italian history is known as the Years of Lead. And that was the US's fault, which is good neighborly behavior from your supposed strongest ally, is, you know, conducting horrific, well, providing the means and the opportunity and the ideological basis to conduct horrific terrorist attacks on your soil. Okay. I've been kind of idly circling while talking, so let's find some actual landmarks that I remember. And some frames would be nice. See if we can find Strangeways. Strangeways is pretty easy because it's a fucking prison. In fact, there's Strangeways! How convenient! Remember how I've said before it's easy to spot old prisons because they've got that panopticon layout? Well, there's Strangeways, and guess what? It's a panopticon! 2 panopticons, in fact. So, Strangeways, Here I Come by the Smiths, that's what the song refers to, Strangeways Prison. If we head over the other side of Manchester down the motorway, I forget which motorway it is. A25? I don't fucking remember. But if we head down the motorway, we will see the arch. We will also be able to find, although I don't know how good it's going to come out in the photogrammetry or if it's within the photogrammetry area, but we should be able to find the pedestrian bridge that spans the highway, or the motorway, sorry, English, motorway, where the art for... It was one of Joy Division's records. I think it was a single release. Was it? Was it Dead Souls? No, because that was Licht und Blindheit. And I think the album cover for that was something different. I swear there was a Joy Division release. It might have been after Ian died. Might have been a posthumous one. But I swear there was a Joy Division release where the album cover was a photo of Ian crossing that, or standing on that bridge, having a smoke. We'll go find it anyway. Getting a little bit of side gusting here, plus I'm really unsteady on my pedals today. Been a while since I've done really much helicopter stuff in depth, and the last few times I've flown helicopters in MSFS I haven't bothered to unhook the spring on my pedals, so I've been playing hard mode. You know what would help is we need to actually find the motorway first. That would probably help, is to find the motorway first. Oh, this fucking slaps. the difference between Joy Division on an album and Joy Division live is like, holy fuck. If I had a time machine, this is one of those performances I would go back to witness in person. At Les Bains Douches in France in 1979. We'll get some altitude so I can spot the motorway. It sounds almost like metal. Like this is when the British heavy metal scene was starting to emerge. Like Judas Priest and all those, and Iron Maiden, all those bands are starting to appear. You know, fucking Black Sabbath, they're all moving towards that distinctive metal sound. Even Joy Division had it. Even fucking Joy Division had it when they played live. We're on a gimbal G2, I think. I know it's a gimbal. I don't know if it's a G2. It's one of the 40th anniversary helicopters. We're too far north, I think. We want to go south. We might have to have a repeat of this one just because it slaps so fucking hard. Oh, there's the archway. Gimbal Cabri G2. That's it. That's it. That's the one. Okay, so there's our... Oh, okay, it's just more heavily forested than I remember. Yep, okay, so that's the bridge that there was a photo of Ian walking, or standing on. I think he's standing on it having a smoke. Right there. And then there's the archway. A lot of the cities up north in the UK have their own arches. Either crossing, like spanning a river, or spanning a highway or something. This part of the city here, this part with all the old, you know, mill buildings, the like cotton warehouses, the viaducts. This is my favorite part of Manchester. It's just beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Fucking, it's changed so much since Joy Division became a thing. Hookie's from Salford. I seem to recall that Barney's from Salford too. Bernard, who does not like being referred to by Barney, but I'm kind of partial to Hookie, so I tend to refer to him as that. Yeah, they both went to school in Salford. That's where they met. And then Ian was from Macclesfield, which is further south, nearer to the airport, and that's where he's buried as well. Salford was rough as guts. Salford used to be one of the roughest neighborhoods in Manchester, and you know it was real working class because you had the Salford Quays. This is all shipping. This was all shipping stuff. And now look at it, gentrified to fuck. I think the BBC has their offices here in Salford Quays. There's a few other places that do. But this used to be the roughest part of Manchester, and now look at it. Love this song. We might go back and have another replay of Shadow Play or a couple of the others, but we'll let Atmosphere play through first. You can see the locks here. So this is the Manchester Ship Canal. As I said, you can see that the autogen has done a whoopsie with the elevation because it didn't process that there's an elevation change at that lock. So it thinks that this should still be level with where it is at Salford Quays, which is not how shipping canals work. And then it goes, oh shit, hang on, and dumps the water back down to where it should be here, well past the lock. So this is something that, look, one day I might learn to work with the SDK and do scenery stuff. I really should. I might have to manually fix that myself. It shouldn't be too difficult to do, surely. Speaking of the Trafford Centre, there it is. So, I haven't been back to Europe in general since 1997 when we moved here. So I've been back to Canada plenty of times. Like, going back to Canada is barely a holiday for me, it's just going home. You know, it doesn't... It's like a reset I need every few years. I'll go back home and I'll just kind of be home for a month or so, and it resets my mood and everything. Like, as I've spoken about on the stream before, I've had issues with anxiety and depression and shit most of my life. I very rarely have issues while I'm back home. Sometimes something will come up, but like usually it's just like a great big reset for my brain. So going back to Canada is not that big of a deal for me. I'm happy when it happens, but like I've been back plenty of times. I have not been back to Europe, and specifically like I miss the UK so much. So much, especially this part of it. Like, if I could, I would jump on a plane and fly over today, and I'd be tempted to stay there. Unfortunately, I don't have British citizenship. I never ended up getting it because we didn't live there long enough, and my permanent residency expired a long time ago, so they probably kicked me back out. But despite all its problems, it is the place that I miss the most. That's the traffic center there. I forget when that was built. I think most of it was built after we left. I think it opened after we left. Yeah, no, it's been... Oh man, it's been bad. It's been bad for... Well, it's been bad for a very long time. That mysteriously corresponds to a certain party being, you know, having an iron grip on power for that amount of time. Although, let's be honest, Blair was a piece of shit as well, and Blairites can get in the sea. But... yeah, the UK's been struggling for a long time. It's sad to see. Just on the other side of this bridge is Barton Field, which was, I think, the first non-military airfield in the UK, from memory. It was actually added as part of the UK update for MSFS, so it's official scenery. Beautiful little airfield, still in operation. It's all grass. So when I fly around Manchester, this is usually where I fly to or from, as long as I'm in something that can make that landing distance. The DC-3 will make it with room to spare. A heavily loaded 310 will barely make it. I flew the 310 again for the first time in several months. Not the Airbus 310. I'm not really into tubes at all, especially like glass cockpit tubes, but the Cessna 310. It always catches me off guard how much performance the Cessna 310 loses when it's actually loaded up. When it's, you know, half fuel and no passengers or cargo, it flies beautifully. When you've actually got people in it and fuel in it, it's a dog. It's an absolute, like, it's a pleasant dog, but it's a fucking dog. It takes so much runway to get in the air. It's marginal for, you know, the first minute or so of flight. Once you get off the runway, it feels like it wants to sink. And its landing rollout's, like, impressively long for such a small aircraft when it's heavily loaded. Although part of that's probably my reluctance to just stamp the brakes, because I'm used to flying stuff where if you stamp the brakes, you end up upside down. Hey, Rekna, thanks for the follow. Hope you're enjoying the show. So we're going to land here at Barton, and then we're going to load up a second flight. No we're not. No we're not. I lied. I just remembered. I got sidetracked. We were going to do the whole, like, southern part of the Pennines, so we're going to go back to the east, back to the moors, and we'll just fly around there for a bit. And we'll land somewhere at a farm or whatever. I just wanted to hit up Manchester before I forgot. Can you see all of the UK? You can see the entire world. But the scenery quality varies. So this is a third-party mod that does the photogrammetry for Manchester. Default scenery Manchester is pretty meh. You can only tell it's Manchester because of where it is in the general layout, but like almost none of the landmarks are there. Besides Barton Field and Old Trafford. I think Old Trafford is literally the only official landmark that Manchester has. But because I've got photogrammetry for large portions of the city, it does make it look so much better. I just got some photogrammetry for Blackpool yesterday, but it only covers the, like, towards the waterfront. There's scenery that covers all of Blackpool and out into the fields past it, but there's an issue with it being out of alignment with some of the UK update sim stuff, which I think released after he made the mod. So, like, without going in and manually fixing it, it looks kind of stanky, and Blackpool Tower's doubled up. So I'm just using the waterfront one at Blackpool. I've got photogrammetry for the centre of Leeds, which is alright. That could use some improvement, but it's alright. I got photogrammetry for Reading and just the edge of Caversham. I'm kind of miffed that the photogrammetry cuts off like right before where my old house was, but the main issue with that is it doesn't color match with the scenery around it. It's really blue shifted because it was taken from Google Maps. So I'm probably going to have to manually try and tweak the textures, redshift them a bit, make it the right color and brightness, and that should turn the length of the Thames that runs through Reading back into water, because the sim currently doesn't process it as water, with that scenery installed, I should say. But yeah, you can see the whole of... We're going to do a flight around Edinburgh and Stirling, because Edinburgh is... I don't know if... he's probably not in chat, because it's pretty late for him, I'd imagine, but Mav... I'm ashamed that it took me so long to fly around Scotland in the sim, because I've watched Mav do it and I'm like, wow, that's beautiful, I should go up there. I flew around Edinburgh in the 407, which is what we're going to do it again in today. I flew around at the 407 like the day before yesterday or something. Oh my god, it's one of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen in my life. Like, holy shit. I need to go there sometime. No, I didn't live in Blackpool. I lived up that a ways, up in Rossendale, in Haslingden. We went to Blackpool like once. My one memory of Blackpool is like being informed that it had a beach, only to find out that it was basically a like tidal mud flat, and my mother telling me not to go swimming in the water because it was full of raw sewage that was discharging because there'd been a storm the week before. That's my memory of Blackpool, is the water is full of poo and the beach is mud. This is a cover. This is a cover I discovered about 3-4 weeks ago through... I forget which channel it was. One of the DJs I follow on Twitch and just listen to while I'm flying or working or whatever. They played this. I was like, I really like, this works. It almost even sounds kind of like Ian singing. Almost. It's just a really nice, chill remix cover. Really chill cover of the song. It's kind of funny, they take one of the more sort of poppy, high-energy Joy Division songs and then take it back the way of a lot of the other Joy Division songs, where it's more slow and ethereal and deep. Don't mind that. It's my reminder for my social worker, support worker, but she's not coming today. I told her she can have the afternoon off because I don't need to be constructive today. I've already been constructive. I am done being constructive for the week. So I don't need somebody to sit behind me and poke me to make sure I'm actually doing assignments, which is mostly what she's been doing lately. Not yet. I was all lined up to do it, and then I fell into my nostalgia hole. So I've been, like, literally... I've been listening to the two different main versions, like the original album version and then the new vocal version from a couple of years later of Wuthering Heights, on repeat, for days, on end. Which has brought a couple of things. First of all, it was like the perfect mood music for flying around here. Like, I don't mind listening to the same song on repeat for days at a time. That doesn't bother me. I actually, like, when I fall into a particular mood, I'll do it. Like when I was really depressed in 2015-ish, I listened to Joy Division specifically and nothing else for like 6 months, which you'd be like, oh, no wonder you were depressed. No, that was what helped me out of the depression, go figure. But Atmosphere specifically, I must have listened to for multiple days on end, just on repeat. So I have moods where I'll just listen to a song for days on end, and it doesn't bother me. However, it brought me to the realization that in the original recording, which she did in one take, to be fair, she did the whole thing in one take, and she's like fucking 16 or 17 when she did it. But in definitely the first part of the song, and possibly throughout the song, instead of saying Wuthering, she says Wutherford. And I can't unhear it now. I didn't notice until I was about a day and a half in, and I'm like, wait a minute. And now I can't unhear it. In the new vocals version, she doesn't. But in the old one, the original one, she does. I wish I could play the new... I probably can. I'll just have to find a different upload of it. It's probably being blocked because it's got embedding disabled. But I want to play the new vocals version. We might stabilize the aircraft and I'll quickly tab out and do it. Just so you can hear the difference. Because it was like, I think, yeah, 7 or 8 years after she recorded the original or something. It was in the early mid-80s. And her voice had already, like, matured a lot. So the original, it's really, like... It's got that sort of ghostly high-pitch... Like, Kate Bush is the only singer with a really high-pitched voice that I actually like, pretty much. But it was really high-pitched. Like, even the low notes were really high-pitched, above most people's vocal range. Well, in the re-recording, she actually has a much fuller range and actually uses it. The highs are higher, the lows are lower. And it's, like, got more depth to it. Let me just... okay... So that's our entire... That's our entire queue, and now we jump moods completely while I find this upload. We should be flying over Canada and the Beaver or something for this next song. Just, give me a moment to actually press the right buttons here to... Oh, for fuck's sake, no. That's not what I wanted to do. So, I'm trying to juggle 2 screens and multiple fucking windows here, guys. And I'm pressing every wrong button. There we go. Using the Steam browser so I don't open my actual browser and crash my PC. Should be wearing a flannel while I listen to this. This is my native culture. I'm from Alberta. Try this one. Sorry, I'm having a... Did it not import? No, it did import, okay. Should be the next song. I do. Covered by Interpol? I think it was, yeah, for Love Will Tear Us Apart. Is it covered by someone? Let me double check, because I can actually bring that up while I've got this tab open. No, actually it wasn't. It's Melody Whore and the Joker Project. We'll have to do a flight somewhere, maybe not home, maybe not Alberta. There's not a lot to see. I've done flights around Edmonton before, but like, there's not much to see on the prairie, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Calgary. Fucking Calgary. The whole city's photogrammetry by default. They added the whole of fucking Calgary as photogrammetry to the fucking Canada update. Edmonton, the CBD is still photogrammetry and fuck all else. Like, you've got to be shitting me, bud. Like, Google Maps has the whole of Edmonton as far as fucking Sherwood Park. Fuck, as far as Nemeo is photogrammetry. Like, the photogrammetry ends halfway through fucking Nemeo. Like, and we don't get a whole city of it, but Calgary does. Bro, who even likes Calgary? It's pretty cool, though. And go buzz my sister's house. Might do a flight around BC or something, I don't know. Those trees shouldn't be there, that should just be heather. God, I love the moors. Like I said right at the start, it might be, the native condition of this area might have been forest, but I'm glad that prehistoric man made it not forest, because it's just, it's so beautiful. Now, if they could have just not deforested the rest of England, that would have been good, but this area I'm down with. It's actually weird. Flying around in this weather, I'm used to it being overcast. Every time I fly here, it's overcast completely. I almost want to chuck the preset back on. Feels wrong for there to be so much sunlight. These are all dry stone walls. They're hundreds of years old, some of them. As the name suggests, it's dry stone. They're just sitting there by gravity. Wales and Scotland Highlands. I want to do a flight around Wales in the Trilender at some point. I don't know if we'll get round to it today, because I've got a lot of plans for today already, and I don't know if I'm going to have time for them. It's already fucking lunchtime. I did wake up late, though. But I do want to do a Trilender flight around Wales, maybe land at Liverpool, something like that. Scotland, though, yeah. Like I said, first time I flew in Scotland in the sim. I've been up in the Shetlands, been up there, but mainland Scotland I hadn't until like yesterday or the day before, whatever, and it was just breathtaking. These trees should not be here. Well, some of them maybe, but yeah, like this is just really dense tufts of like hardy moor grass, and this stuff under me, the kind of purpley red stuff, is heather. So none of this is forest. Like none of this is forest. There's trees down there. The dales are full of trees, but this is barren in real life. I put in a request on fs.to. If any of you have accounts there, go to scenery requests and look for one about the Yorkshire and Lancashire moors, and just add a +1 to it. I'm trying to see if somebody who actually already knows how the scenery stuff works, so I don't have to learn it just to do this. I can learn it to do other things. I want to see if somebody will prune back the trees here, because they shouldn't be here. It still looks great, like don't get me wrong, it's still beautiful, but it's not what it should be. It's like a whole other level when the trees are gone. Not even a castle. There's not that many castles in this specific area, but there are plenty in Scotland. There are quite a few down south. But in this area, there are Neolithic ruins. There's a stone circle just near where I used to live. like one of the moors, not the one behind us, but I think the next one down, there was a stone circle there that's God knows how many tens of thousands of years old. Not like Stonehenge level, but noticeable. And then it was sabotaged in the 1830s or 1840s by some overly religious farmer with a sledgehammer who couldn't tolerate having pagan fucking rock circles on it, or stone circles on his fucking stretch of the moor. There's like I said, a lot of ruined farmhouses too. Top Withens, which, as I said, was thought to be the inspiration for the setting of Wuthering Heights. That's a ruin. It's been a ruin for at least 100, 150 years, probably longer. The last time I know Top Withens was actually, like, occupied was actually a bit after the book was written, like 1840-something. So it would have been around the time the book was written or around the time it was published. It would have been ruined sometime after that. I'm not sure when exactly. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Power management, please. It'll be nice if I can figure out a... I don't want to make a separate control profile for helicopters, but I'm probably going to have to, because this is getting very difficult to manage. Like, I'm having to move the throttle and the collective, or the, yeah, throttle and the collective. I should not need to touch the throttle when the helicopter's in flight. Helicopter throttles are set and forget, but because of the way the fixed wing controls are interfacing with the helicopter controls, it's reading my left throttle, which is my fixed wing RPM control, as my helicopter throttle. So I should probably just leave it maxed and then manipulate the collective to keep it happy, but then it's gonna high RPM me. God, it's so beautiful around here. Recent digs? I'm not sure. I haven't really kept up with the archaeology scene around there, but there is a lot up there. Yeah, it was Sibji. I have never played BMS, but I grew up playing Falcon 4. Cluelessly as a kid. I had no idea what I was doing, but I did grow up playing Falcon 4, so I've got very strong nostalgia for that track. Should play BMS at some point, I've just never got around to setting it up. No, see, my throttles... The throttle should be, like, automatically governed, I think. Oh, you know what? It's probably not even the throttle it's reading, it's probably the fucking governor. But I should not have to... You can see it's jumping. I should not have to fuck with that at all. It should be self-regulating, but because of the control setup, I have to fuck with it. So that, like, you wouldn't be seeing trees on the skyline there. It's just bare moor with an occasional tree line somebody's planted as a windbreak around a farm or something. I have a working knowledge of it, but yeah, it's still very confusing. Helicopter physics are fucked, dude. Like, what the fuck? The fact that there were concepts for something that could identifiably be called a helicopter before there were fixed wing concepts is beyond me. Like, how the fuck? Granted, helicopters took a lot longer to actually get working in the real world versus on paper than fixed wing did, but there's so many weird things that factor into it. Even a lot of effects that are factors in... Bit of a scenery hole there, oops. You see them every now and then, even the default scenery. Like, there are a lot of helicopter effects that also affect fixed wing, depending on, like, what type of engine the aircraft has. So, for instance, gyroscopic precession to a degree is present in fixed wing aircraft that are propeller-driven or turboprop, well, propeller-driven. Probably, you know what, even fucking jets, because the turbines spinning, so you'll still get gyroscopic effects, just in a different axis. But they're also, you know, mostly annulled by the aircraft stabilizing itself to the airstream. Like, a lot of the little subtle effects that fixed-wing aircraft experience as well, you don't notice just because it's a fixed-wing aircraft, so the main thing you're noticing is what it's trying to do in relation to the airflow. It still exists, it's just, as a pilot, you don't really need to know the mechanism of it, just what it can cause. Whereas helicopter physics, I feel like you need a fucking PhD to fly one of these things safely. Over that away should be Leeds. I'm not sure actually how far south we just went. I know generally where I am, but not specifically where I am. I need to find an actual landmark, like either Rossendale, because I recognize it by sight, or like Burnley or something, or the Manchester skyline, or whatever. I feel like I haven't gone far enough south to hit the pass, so we might go up here a little ways and then loop back. Although there's wind turbines there, but it looks like there's a tower behind them, so that might be something we can use as a navigation marker. Also, sorry, I'm crabbing horribly here. Novice pilot. Very novice pilot. Yeah, Yuki, I'll give that song a listen at some point through the week. I do have the tab open on it, I just have been listening to Kate Bush. It's the air defense. I mean, you'd be able to tell because you can understand it, but I found it was a guy's like memory book that he'd uploaded to YouTube. He uploaded pages from it, and he set it to this song from his PVO service in the 70s. He had like all the photos of him and the gang out at Krasnovodsk, Turkmenbashi now, at the PVO training academy and proving ground out there. There's photos of Ashaluk, like all the big PVO places. It's fucking awesome. It does, yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of, not just Russian, but even Ukrainian songs, like, well, East Slavic military songs in general, a lot of them still have that feel to them. Sort of folky kind of theme to them. That'll be a broadcast tower. I'm just not sure for which. We're out of the moors proper. I think we're on the northwestern side. I think we come around to the northwest. So we'll pick up some altitude once we get by that transmitter, and we'll look either side of us and we'll see what we see. We should be able to figure out where we are there. We'll either see Manchester or we'll see Leeds. Where are you around now? It's somewhere generally along the South Pennines. I'm not entirely sure because I've just been bumming around without paying attention to the compass. But we've come off like the actual moors now, so we're either headed east or headed west. Like in relation to them, I mean, low RPM. No. We're headed north, in fact, but like, you know what I mean? We're east or west of the moors. I'd say we're on the east side, so Leeds should be back there. Probably on the far side of that ridge that runs out behind us, if I had to guess. I think I haven't really come this far north before, like when I've been flying around here recently, so we'll use this as a waypoint, we'll swing around this and then head back southwest. Can I get my rotor under control here, please? Croatia and Chernogorия should be beautiful mountains and a coast. I would like to do that at some point, yeah. I would absolutely like to do that. I've done some flights around what used to be Yugoslavia. I've done one on stream, I think, where I went from Ljubljana to... We got very badly lost because Like I said, my navigation system is either accurate to the meter when I don't need it to be, or I'm confident where I am and I'm nowhere near where I think I am. That was one of the confident but nowhere near ones. I was heading for Belgrade and I got very badly lost along the way. So we'll have to redo that flight at some point and actually fly over all the different cities I wanted to fly over. So I've done that. I've done a flight from Sarajevo up to Belgrade off-stream, which is the first flight I'd done in Yugoslavia. I haven't done anything in Croatia, though. Well, like, in Croatia proper, I probably crossed it briefly at one point. Oh, fuck me! I'm way south of where I thought I was. That's the fucking Emsley Moor transmitter. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, no, Leeds is over there. How the fuck did I get this far south this quickly? Just this latest patch, Enigma. The 40th anniversary edition. Yeah, it's the Emily Moore broadcast tower. I know where I am. That's custom scenery. We Love VFR just has this, like, it has the smaller transmitter, but it just has, like, a normal sort of guy-wired transmitter for Emily Moore. But there's it's unfinished, it needs some textures. It's just like a bare 3D model, but I saw the custom scenery, I'm like, it actually looks the right shape, it's an identifiable landmark. I will have that, thank you very much. We'll watch out for the guy wires, because they are not pleasant to fly into. So we are, like, way south. Holy fuck. I don't know how I got this far south this quickly. I've been talking so much, I haven't been paying attention to where I'm going. It's funny, I was actually looking for that while I was testing out the scenery to make sure it was working. I was actually looking for the broadcast tower, and I struggled to find it, even knowing it was pretty much direct south from Leeds Bradford Airport. It took me a while to find it, because it was further south than I thought. But now it's like, oh, I found it by accident. Spam stupid takes on the Ligma Discord, wish me luck. Boy, you're gonna have fun. You're gonna fucking have fun, because stupid takes are like 90% of the conversation that happened there, you know, before I stopped posting. Good luck. Like, I mean, you know I don't mean ill by that anyway, but you've got a great community over there. I've met some amazing people in your community, but holy fuck, the Discord in general has some fucking nuclear takes in it. The main reason I stopped, well, there's two reasons I stopped keeping up with it. One is I have spent literally a year, like, losing so much time to that Discord because it was so interesting and so active. And also just, like, when the normies flooded in, the ratio of Noahs to, like, dipshits went through the floor. And most of the Noahs I have common Discords with elsewhere, so I've been spending much time in there for a long time. This is Enigma's Cold War Discord. Yeah, that we're talking about. By the way, Alpen is running a one-off sort of farewell mission, because he was working on a mission when he closed his server, and he couldn't not finish it. Now, knowing Alpen, he's probably going to do this again and again and again until he says, fuck it, I'm going to come back anyway. I know he can't keep it. I know he can't. But I don't know what the timescale on that is. But yeah, like, if you guys are available Saturday evening, I think it is. Saturday evening, 7 GMT or something like that. Which is Sunday morning, small hours of Sunday morning for me. He's doing a helicopter-based mission, so if you wanna play on Alpens for its kind of last hurrah, at least until he gets bored and comes back to doing it again, pencil that in your calendar. Yeah, I know where we are now. Helicopters beat physics into working. Yeah. Yep. They are an affront to God. An affront to God and Sir Isaac Newton. I feel like, in a fixed-wing aircraft, I feel inherently safe, because the natural state of a fixed-wing aircraft is flying. Unless it's intentionally unstable like the F-16 or something, but even then, its natural state is flying, as long as the flight control system doesn't give out. Like, a plane is inherently safe, unless something really bad goes wrong. A helicopter is the complete opposite. I'm terrified of them. I've never flown in one. I don't know if I ever would fly in one, given the chance. Like, on an intellectual level, I want to. I'd love to fly in a Huey or something. But on a level of, like, I don't have the greatest sense of self-preservation, and I don't really look after myself very well, but also I don't want to die in a helicopter crash. If I'm going to die, I'd rather it not be by means of my fucking asshole going through my mouth and then getting chopped off by the fucking rotor blade. That's not for me, no thanks. Do a barrel roll. I can do it in the hind. In DCS, I can do a barrel roll in the hind at low altitude with medium confidence. I haven't crashed for a while doing that. In MSFS, and especially in this thing with me having to nurse the throttle, I'm scared to try. It's hard enough keeping it in the air in general. Maybe once the control issues are a little less of a problem, maybe then I can try with some aerobatics, but I'm sure like somebody with a better control setup and better helicopter flying skills could. This thing is pretty nimble. It feels like it could with enough altitude, but I don't want to risk it. That's the way, Bluey. That is the way. This is going to be super loud, though. Like, can you guys hear me okay over the music? I know it's loud, but also the volume you hear the music is way quieter than the volume I hear the music, because I've got different sound levels in OBS as well as through the actual music pod itself. Because this one is going to blow my eardrums out, but I like it to blow my eardrums out. Is that... No, it's a chimney. Just trying to get my bearings. I know roughly where I am. Oh, it's louder than me? Okay. There we go. This is a very loud recording. Live at the Royal Albert Hall. Chimneys. So I know roughly where I am. I'm just trying to get my bearings. I think this is probably Bradford or the general vicinity of. Leeds should be over there. That's probably Leeds skyline, maybe. There's the moors. There's an old mill. I told you there's lots of them. And Leeds Bradford Airport, fuck, why can I not say that? Is, like, there somewhere, probably. Can I fucking fly straight, please? Jesus. Getting a lot of side gusts here. It's pretty windy. As usual, in this part of the world. I haven't got time, dude. I haven't even been able to keep up in my own Discord, let alone anyone else's. Bolton, we're not far enough. We're on the wrong side of the Pennines, and also, I always forget if it's Pennines or Pennines, whatever. We're on the wrong side of them. And also, Bolton, I think, is a little flatter from memory. So this should be in the vicinity of Bradford. Because there's the main southern branch of the Pennines there. I'm on the east side. The Leeds side, and we can't see Manchester. If we can't see Manchester, we're not near Bolton, because you can see Manchester from Bolton. Fuck me, she's twitchy. Partly because I'm flying super uncoordinated, partly because it is pretty breezy here. Like, really breezy, Jesus. That's Leeds. That's Leeds right there. Looking at the fuel. Fuck it. Let's go to Leeds. Why not? We're already here. And then we'll circle back. We'll go over where I actually wanted to go, which is like... is it the Hard Knock Pass? It was Hard Knock further north. I can't remember. But there's a crossing, like a road crossing. A little kind of northeast of Manchester, but south of my neck of the woods. My former neck of the woods. We'll fly over it. One of my favorite fucking lines from Only Fools and Horses, that show is like a classic within my family. We all love it. I still am referred to by my parents as Rodney. One of my favorite lines from that series is Del, where he's talking about the fucking, was it the Boise parked his car on the estate or something in the car park. And Del just goes, what, with the kids around here, they'd have the wheels off a jumbo if it flew too low. Like, yep. Accurate. Very accurate. We go back in time and delete whoever invented the cookie cutter houses. What, you mean the terraced houses? I love the terraced houses. They're beautiful. Like, terraced houses are wonderful. What I want to get rid of is fucking McMansions. Delete McMansions. Get rid of them. Because they are cookie cutter houses. They're oversized, they're on too small of a lot for the size of the house that's built on them. They're too large for an average family to maintain, so they're a fucking trap. McMansions should not exist. These terrace houses, like a standard size Victorian terrace like we lived in when we moved down south to Reading, they're wonderful houses, especially for a family of 3. A family of 4 it might start to get a bit crowded, 4 or 5 or whatever, but for a family of 3, even 4, it's fine. They're really nice houses, and they don't take long to clean because they're not big. And you can just jump the wall in the back garden to play cricket with your next door neighbour. Our one in Caversham, well, Reading, Caversham, you know, our house there had a World War I era bomb shelter, not an Anderson shelter from World War II, but a World War I era bomb shelter, which we shared with George next door. And our half of it was the wine cellar, and George's half of it was like just used as a shed, basically. Not really. Not really. I wouldn't say so. Kent is probably, well, not even Kent. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if it has a direct American equivalent, to be fair. It probably does, but I don't know. There's a prison. Panopticon, as usual. Cornwall. Yeah, but people want to go to like Cornwall and Devon and stuff. It's seen as a nice place to go. Like, nobody in their fucking right mind wants to go to Alabama. One of many coal-fired power stations in the area. The UK does have quite a few nuclear power plants too, but the ones in this area, for reasons one could only guess at, you know, like the fact this whole area is full of coal, they're mostly coal around here. But yeah, like, I can't think of a direct equivalent to Alabama in the UK either, to be fair. There are places that share some of its characteristics, like some of its stereotypical characteristics, but none that shares all of them. Like, Kent has a lot, but Kent is also full of, like, surprisingly posh people, while also having incest and bizarre crimes. Blackpool... I feel like Blackpool is, like... the Jersey Shore, maybe, or like the... Not like the fancy parts of Miami Beach, but like the budget fucking Florida. That would be Blackpool. So this is Leeds. So this photogrammetry I've got is a mod as well. I've got a shit ton of photogrammetry mods. I'm going to need to get some more storage space. I'm actually slowly running out. Not just because of MSFS, but I'm running out on my other physical drives and partitions as well, because I'm a digital hoarder. I can't help it. Means I find cool stuff all the time from like 10, 15 years ago that I'd forgotten about. My mate Harry, the one that did a lot of the art for Gonna Heat PC, I still have a bunch of his original like sort of indie game projects, just things he'd do to keep himself interested for a week, that I don't even think he has. I don't even know if he remembers he made them. I still have them. They still work. But yeah, it means I'm constantly running low on storage space. Usually after I build a new PC or buy a new set of storage, I've got about a year or two, usually 2, before I have to upgrade again. So I think maybe around Christmas, particularly if I do get some sort of Christmas money, that will go towards more storage, and then that also solves my overdue backup problem, because my current storage will just become an instant backup. Big brain hours. It's kind of funny, the photogrammetry literally boxes around part of the city center. Like, you can see these are autogen, and then photogrammetry surrounds it on all sides. Oh, fuck me. Whew. I'm awake! I'm paying attention. But yeah. Pretty decent sized city. I think for a while Dad was also working in Leeds, because he was in telecom, so he was moving between different exchanges. Wherever they were installing DMS 1000s, or wherever there was a DMS 1000 already that needed looking after. It's fucking mad. We found, like, when we were opening the containers, we found a whole box of Nortel stuff, and some of it was water damaged, fair, but a lot of it wasn't. It was all like the fucking full technical documentation for the DMS 1000, and he just chucked it. It's like, you fucking lunatic. There are weirdos who would pay thousands for that. Military Arms Museum. Yeah, the Royal Armoury's in Leeds. I don't remember if we've been there or not. I would have been as a kid, so I wouldn't have much memory of it anyway, but I do want to go there. I want to, at some point in my life, I want to fondle an EM2. I have access to an EM2, but not to fondling it, because it's on actually on display at Lithgow Small Arms Museum. And I can't exactly tell them, hey, I volunteered here once for a couple of weeks, so you should totally take that thing off display and let me play with it. That like, priceless, irreplaceable rifle, and it's like one of the only, it's probably the only EM2 in the Southern Hemisphere. One of very few outside the UK, and the other ones outside the UK are pretty much all in the US. I have custom scenery for Duxford. Which has like the airshow crowd and everything, so I guarantee you it's there. I also have custom scenery for the power plant at Peenemünde. We'll do a flight around there sometime. I put screenshots, I think, in the Discord, but I don't think I've streamed a flight around Peenemünde. We might do one today, maybe, if we have time. But yeah, like, I have scenery for Peenemünde, which includes a power plant and a few other things. It's not complete, so like a lot of the test stands and stuff aren't there, but the power plant's there. The V1 and V2 outside the power plant are there. Like the Juliet class Soviet submarine is there. The oxygen plant, the Sauerstoffwerke, is there. A few other things. I want someone to do an airport scenery of Peenemünde to actually make it into a proper airbase, because that was where JG9 were based during the Cold War. Flying MiG-23s. I forget what the name of that tower is, but that means the airport should be on that plateau in front of us. I can already see the hangars, so this is Leeds Bradford Airport in front of us, and then on the other side of the... well, on the other side of that should be Bradford, more towards that direction, I guess, down the valley. Museum? What, Lithgow? It's in Lithgow. It's a Lithgow small arms factory. It was, like, Australia's equivalent to Enfield. In fact, at the time, before, you know, Australia kind of became more of a self-contained thing, it was Royal Small Arms Factory, Lithgow. Pretty sure. Part of it's still in operation, making and servicing weapons for the Australian Defence Force, but like the old admin block has been turned into a museum. Pretty awesome museum. Well, really awesome museum. I did volunteer there for a bit. I got to one time spend an afternoon stripping and reassembling Owen guns because they were cataloguing them. They were going to make a massive... because they got Owen guns coming out of their ears. They were going to trade a bunch of them out to different collectors for other pieces that they didn't have. And build a new annex onto the museum to display them. I don't know if they've actually got round to building the annex yet. They hadn't last time I was there, which was a few years ago. So I'll just check it out again sometime soon. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. I get, like, not just even talking about Ukraine specifically here, but I get why people want to, like, remove statues and stuff. In the case of the American statues, because that's where the big drama's been. Like, statues that were erected long after the fucking fact by specific political interest organizations, yeah, whatever, they have no historical value beyond the art value of the statue. Don't destroy them, but put them in a fucking museum somewhere where it's like, come here and see statues of horrible, shitty people. Which is actually what the Allies tried to do to Germany after World War II. They were going to, I think they were going to destroy a lot of the historical German sculptures of, like, great Germanic and Teutonic military heroes, not from World War II, but, like, from fucking 1100 and Frozen Stiff. Going all back throughout history and up through Frederick the Great and everything. And then the Germans hid them. And they were only rediscovered, I think, in, like, the late 90s, early 2000s or something. But, like, yeah, like, where a statue is, say, put in long after the fact by a political interest group for the specific purpose of kind of, oh, well, we were actually hard done by, and this was, my heritage, not hate shit, yeah, fucking whatever. Just put them in a little museum by the side of the road somewhere. But, like, historical statues that were put up in their own time, or weren't put there for an expressly politically bullshit reason, don't fuck with them. Actually, something I saw relatively recently that made my blood absolutely fucking boil was in Bosnia, I want to say, Bosnia-Herzegovina. It was a partisan memorial. It was like a cemetery memorial combined thing for the Yugoslav partisans in World War II. And a bunch of fucking Ustasha wannabes got into it and literally destroyed it. Just broke every single headstone, graffitied everything, like defaced all the engravings. Like, it was horrific. I legitimately, if I was in charge of finding who was responsible for that and I actually found them, I cannot say what I would do as punishment to them on Twitch or I would get banned. I mean, it was bad enough that it was done to a historical memorial. It was even worse that it was a partisan memorial and a bunch of fucking wannabe Nazis did it. Like, at that point, just fucking... They just voided their rights to be considered human as far as I'm concerned. But you see it, like, every now and then war cemeteries or memorials will get vandalized, particularly for unpopular stuff. In you'd be familiar with this probably, Yuki, but some of the ones in Canada, which were put up by the emigre community, are memorials to rather spicy people, which I am kind of, you know, obviously I have my political biases. I'm pretty much okay with those ones getting trashed, because they're to people that killed off members of my extended family. But yeah, like when it's, I don't know. It's a nuanced thing as far as I'm concerned. Like everything else, it's a nuanced thing. The motives of the group who did it and the group who did it themselves, like who they are, is pretty important when it comes to, is it a good or bad thing when something gets fucked with historically? And then the nature of the historical thing, like whether it's an actually historical thing or if it was put there after the fact as some sort of political stunt. Political stunts, fuck them. Though I still think that, like, I'm the kind of person that I don't think things should be outright destroyed. I think they should be preserved, but not in a context that paints them heroically if they're bad, you know? Like, put them in a museum and have actual historical context, not, oh, look at this guy, he was so good, except that time where he, like, subjugated half a fucking continent. Oops. Like, I've had the discussion before on stream about the fucking Forbidden Windmill on World War II shit. If it's used to excess, like Call of Duty does it, same as they do with the Red Star or the Hammer and Sickle, like, just to remind you, these are the bad guys, these are the bad guys, we're gonna use their fucking symbol that's associated with them literally every 2 seconds. That's excessive and stupid. But in games that are, well, you know, flight sims or whatever, things that are trying to be at least historically, like, respectful and accurate, I am not going to throw a tantrum because there's a fucking Forbidden Windmill on the tail of a BF-109. I'm not going to not fly the BF-109 because it has a Forbidden Windmill on the tail of it, even though those fucks tried to kill my family. I don't, like, it was there historically, it's part of the historical context of it. Is it a good symbol? Well, I mean, before they took it, when it was still used by other people that had better meanings for it, you know, whatever, but not now. I don't know, humans are fucking weird, dude. People don't want to look into context for things, they just want the easy mode, oh, this, you know, this thing bad, let's get rid of it. Instead of, this thing bad, but let's educate people as to why, and not try and just erase it from history, you know what I mean? Like, I will go out of my way to find liveries for games that are censored that put the Forbidden Windmill back on German aircraft's tails, because it was there historically. I'm well aware it was there historically. That's how it looked at the time. Like, is it offensive to some people? Yeah. Is it offensive to me personally? No. Like, my family were directly fucking affected. I had I think a great aunt that barely survived Auschwitz. She was fucking medically experimented on. Am I gonna get offended by a fucking swastika on a plane that had it? Like, no. Am I gonna get offended by somebody graffitiing it somewhere, like under a bridge around here? Yeah, fucking worried about it, yeah, but like, if it's in its correct historical context and it's not being presented, like, heroically, then who cares? You know? Same shit. You can fly under power lines, but you've got to have, like, standoff from the pylons. Lesson learned. You can fly under power lines, but leave some standoff between the pylons. Because that was... I had like at least 3 or 4 meters of rotor clearance there, but it still counted as a hit. So we've learned a lesson. We're learning, guys. We're learning. And that saves me some flight time because I'm going to respawn in Haslingden and then I can just head south. Don't quite understand putting up statues outside of countries of origin. When did that statue go up? Because that's the rub, isn't it? Was it outside the country of origin at the time? Which is a very messy issue in Eastern Europe. I still don't get. I mean, I've said this before while we've been talking, but I don't get why Ukraine doesn't, instead of like trying to rehabilitate objectively shitty historical figures, and then wondering why people like me who have an aversion to that because of family history, wondering why we aren't willing to jump over and support them right away as they're doing that. I don't understand why they do that instead of taking great Ukrainians from even the Soviet period, right? I mean, I know that the Soviet Union was perhaps not ideal for Ukraine in multiple ways, but like take the Ukrainian contribution to the USSR and champion that, because it kills two birds with one stone. One, it actually recognizes the great sort of impact Ukrainian people have had on the world fully, not just the great impact Ukrainian people had on the Jewish population of Europe in World War II, which is the current trend apparently, but also it'll piss off the Russians even more, because the Russians have been trying to make out that every Soviet person that did anything of note was actually just technically Russian. Put up fucking statues of Korolev everywhere, Fuck, put up more statues of Nestor Makhno. I know there are some, like around Huliai Polya, but put up more. Yeah, I mean it's a slow process, but you can turn that around given time and effort. There is a lot of that with the fucking former British Empire as well, though. You see it an awful lot. Hey, at least it's a raccoon. I can stand raccoons. Raccoons are cool. It's not fucking... not some unpleasant 1940s person with debatable political fucking background. I don't know, dude. I have a sinking feeling that current events are going to turn into a bit of a forever war, which I feel that probably is part of the Russians' objective, which would be perfectly in line with Surkov's theories of... what was the actual term he used? What did it translate to in English? I forget. But essentially, you create frozen conflicts to destabilize public perception and maintain your grip on power. You're basically creating a war not for any military or territorial objective, although it may appear to be on the surface. You're creating a war to keep Vladdy Daddy in power. Now, whether that is actually what's going on or whether that's just a side effect, I don't know. Like, there are so many reasons that this could be happening or that could be driving it to go the way it is. I don't feel confident saying any one thing is the reason it is happening, but they're all contributing reasons. But yeah, like, I feel like it's probably going to turn into a very drawn-out forever war, unfortunately, and neither country is going to come out of it in a healthy state. Both because of the physical, economic, and damage to life that's been done, obviously, territorial damage that's being done, but the ideological damage is what scares me. Like, I'm worried what both Russia and Ukraine are going to be like in 20, 30, 40 years. Hardcore Western Ukraine, Banderovets village had big commemorations for both UPA and Red Army soldiers. Remember taking... That's weird. That's interesting. Actually, that's really interesting. I would have thought it would be one or the other, or like one would be kind of on the quiet, while the other one is, hey, look, we're doing everything that you tell us to, we're good Red Army supporters here, and then secretly, like, actually doing both is, I don't know. I guess it's one of those Eastern Europe things. It's a mindfuck. It's like all these complete things that should be mutually exclusive, and yet they're not. Like with what's happening with Russia right now, where they're carrying on with all this, my great fucking Russian Empire this, my great Soviet Union that. Like, they're just mashing together things that should never coexist, did never coexist. And they're somehow trying to make that work in like a coherent ideological fashion. It's fucking weird. Veterans from both armies. Yeah, it's true. I don't know, dude. I want to say, like, oh, I want it to be over, because realistically, like, what's that going to look like? I don't know. And I don't think it's realistic either. I don't think it's just going to be over. I think it's going to drag on for a long time. But I wish it hadn't happened in the first fucking place. Two of the places I wanted to go most in the world that I hadn't been to yet, that I've got friends from, I've had friends from all my life. You know, the school my dad went to as a kid, before he went to high school, they spoke English, German, and Ukrainian. But one of them's busy destroying itself and destroying the other in the process. Just shits me to tears, dude. It's like, as a younger and you know, a bit... I'm not going to say I'm any less zealous than I was then, I'm probably worse, but, like, when I was younger and a bit more naive, I guess, a bit more purely idealist, I was like, oh man, I just look back at major historical events, and I'm like, man, I wish I could have lived through something like that. Like, nothing's happening. Like, the way the world is now, yeah, there's, like, 9/11 and the fallout from that, but I wish I could have lived through major, like, serious social upheaval, and it's like, about that? About that? Is it too late for take-backsies? It's that tendency to think, like, oh yeah, living through, like, a major social revolution would be fucking amazing. Living through the end of it and the after results would be fucking awesome. Living through the actual beginning phases of it, which I actually am now, maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. See, this is what the moors should look like. Absolutely no trees. I'm sorry, Yuki. I'm sorry. I don't know, man. I'm curious how much this shit's knocked on down to the younger generation from both countries. Obviously, like, in the more sort of regional areas in Russia, it's going to be pretty bad because they're going to, you know, they're from no-hope towns where the only thing they can do is join the military, and they've got nothing to kind of be proud of besides, oh, Russia's so great. Like, my town is objectively a failure. The bridge has collapsed for the 3rd time this week, but Russia's this great power, whatever. Same shit that makes the boomers do it, but I'm curious. I want to be hopeful for the future, but I don't know if I should be. And you guys have heard, I'm pretty sure, like, my regulars at least would have heard my takes on the situation in the Middle East, so you guys know I'm fucking spicy. I'm fucking spicy about how things should play out. I think us and our cousins across the wall should have a little more awareness of how much external manipulation has gone on to make us that way. I say us, I'm fucking Ashkenazi, so my lot are half the fucking problem. Yeah, and the Russians already are as well, so it'll probably just be two sides of the same coin, which is kind of what it's been for a long time, to be honest. Oh well, one day. One day. Love this song. If I'd had more, like... If I'd had more preparation time, A, I would have waited for scenery that gets rid of the trees. B, I would have put together a specific playlist for this entire flight. Instead of just queuing up a couple songs here and there, I would have put together a whole playlist of just things that I used to listen to as a kid in the UK. But I didn't want to wait to do this any longer. I had to get it out of my system. So, here it is. We're nearly at the end of this flight, guys. We'll set down somewhere. I'm heading generally that way. So we've gone past fucking Rossendale again. I'm fucking gravitated to it. I keep going back. over that a ways. So we're in the West Pennines at the moment. We'll go back to the main southern branch of them, and I want to find the motorway that runs across and just follow that for a bit, because the moors up there are pretty nice too. We'll land somewhere around there at a farm or something. They feel okay. The Bell 407 needs some modding because the flight model and that's a bit munted. It's not like it's not Gazelle level, but it's munted. This is pretty good. This one feels pretty good. However, the control setup is a bit fucked. So I'm having to manually fuck with the throttle in this because it's picking up my fixed-wing aircraft binds, it's picking up my left throttle, which in fixed-wing planes for me is prop RPM. It's picking that up as a helicopter throttle. And so I don't have any of my FADEC or any of the automatic shit that this is supposed to do for me. Like the governor's not working right, I'm having to do it by hand, so my flying's a bit wonky. But the physics feel generally okay in this. In the 407 with Raphael's mod, which is on flightsim.to, Bell 407 improvement mod I think it is. It's one of the top mods anyway. With that, it feels more like a helicopter. I think the third parties will definitely be kind of taking it further though. Like most things with MSFS, Asobo lay out the groundwork and the third parties take it and run with it. Or the third parties take it, stumble or arse over tit because they didn't bother to learn how to do things properly and then blame Asobo for something that another dev did with no issues. Whichever the case may be. Show a bit of the cockpit. There ain't much to it. There really ain't much to it. So you got your little EFIS here, which is that's my rotor RPM. That's my torque question mark. It's got one pointer I think for torque and one for the throttle position. I'm not entirely sure. All your engine temps, pressures, whatever. That's my fuel in that little vertical bar there. So this thing's got quite good endurance. We've been flying for ages. We're still not even past half fuel. Warning lamps, whatever, you know, standard aviation instruments. And then this little fucking radio / comms guy down here, it's like a 530 or something, I don't know. That's it. That's it, it's a two-seater. There's not much in here, you got a little cargo space around the fucking mast back there, and that's about it. Got your little yaw string. It's pretty neat. There's Manchester again in the distance. So we're over, this would be like... This is still Ramsbottom, I think. Like, just the southern tip of Ramsbottom. So, back up there, in that dale I'm looking down, that's where I used to live. Which we have overflown so many times today because I can't help myself. But yeah, upstate, it's pretty neat. You know, combined with actually having reasonably good helicopter physics now that will only get better with time, you've got the scenery, which is amazing. Absolutely amazing. And there's already, for instance, there's already the HEMS stuff, so you can do missions. Like, you can do missions ferrying passengers, you can do missions flying cargo, you can do missions flying, you know, doing air ambulance stuff, which Mav's been doing on stream for a long time, 104th Maverick. Gatto's done quite a bit of that too on stream. Like, there's so much to do in this sim. I'm just waiting for the day that somebody makes a full-on aerial firefighting add-on. Either a mod or like a... maybe Asobo do it themselves. Okay, let's see. We should be able to clear this. So you can fly under them, you just can't be too close to the pylons, because the pylons have like a massive rectangular hit volume around them. It's just so beautiful around here, man. Like I keep saying, if I could pick one place I've lived to just move back to and never leave again, it would be up here. Even with the rest of the UK doing its damnedest to be an absolute dumpster fire. At least up here in the Dales, you're slightly less fucking affected by what happens down south. Both nations will need an ideological reset. Hope Russia will change due to a lost war and Ukraine due to EU pressure. I hope so too, but I'm not going to count on it. I don't have much faith in the EU or the West in general as a positive influence, especially in terms of moving Ukraine away from the spicy sort of end of the ideological spectrum. because, let's be real, historically, especially throughout the Cold War, but even before that, they reinforced that kind of thing. They didn't bring people back from it, they fucking reinforced it. The main reason Nazi Germany was a problem to the Allies, you know, I guess certain, you know, people within society would have had certain compunctions about letting the Nazis go to town on my people, but the main reason that World War II happened was less so that the Nazis were genocidal maniacs with a fucked up political ideology, and more to do with the fact that the Nazis decided they were going to play grabby and take things that weren't theirs and threaten the world power structure. So I don't have a lot of faith, and I'm worried about the Russians, as you would know as well. Like, Putin's bad, but the alternatives at the moment are mostly worse, so I don't know. I want to be optimistic, but I'm struggling. Which is part of the reason I stopped trying to keep up with really what was going on. Except, you know, major stuff that kind of still filters through the normie news to reach me, but I haven't been following things really closely for months now because it's just too depressing. Look at this. I could just fly around here forever. I mean, I have been. Like I said, I've spent the past week, anytime I wasn't doing something constructive for the past week, I've been doing this. Putin goes, the next hope is the hope is the next guy won't be able to wield all of Russia's apparatus. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it wasn't for Prigozhin, there might be some hope there. Because all the other ones that Putin's appointed are fucking incompetent morons. And that's exactly why he appointed them, because they wouldn't be a threat to him. The ones who were threats are already pretty much gone. But Prigozhin is a piece of work, so... There's stuff in chat from, like, the start of the stream that I missed. I'm sorry, guys. I'll probably read through it at some point, because I can't help myself and catch up in Discord. I think I see Emsley Moor from here. It's a pretty good VFR landmark. So we're pretty far south again. We'll head into the cloud over there a bit, bum around a little more, and then we'll follow back north. I think we'll land at fucking... We'll go and land in Manchester somewhere, maybe. I know I was planning on having multiple flights today and even maybe getting some reforger in. I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming. It's not like I've got anything else to do today, so I could well go all day. But, I did not plan for this flight to be this long. I just, like I said, I can't help myself. It's so beautiful. I miss it so much. This kind of scenery isn't exclusive to this part of the UK. It's not even exclusive to this part of the world, obviously. There's areas like this back home in Canada. There's areas like this out here, even. You know, out around my parents' farm, there are some spots that are a bit like this. But the combination of this scenery, the moody weather, the historical side of it with all the ruined mills and farms and everything, it's just... But it's still really close to civilization, as it were. So if you want to just go into Manchester for the day, it's literally like not even an hour bus ride, pretty much. It's just perfect. Absolutely perfect. Low revs, low revs. Oi, 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 oi. This is a lot harder than it needs to be because this throttle shit. Oh, the song as well. Like I said, this song was the driving force behind me quitting my last job and deciding I wanted to actually make something of my life. We'll see how that goes. It hasn't been very smooth so far, but we'll see how it goes. I'm very much a musical person, so like, that's why I will get caught listening to the same song for 3 days on repeat, because it just captures a mood I'm feeling so well. Can't make music to save my life. I used to play a few instruments when I was younger, but I've forgotten how to now. I got a guitar sitting behind me. You can't see it because it's a green screen. I've got a guitar sitting behind me I got for my 18th birthday, and I've never learned to play. I really should at some point. I just don't have enough hours in the day. That might be something I can... Whoopsie daisies. That might be something I can look at doing over the next few years, maybe. Is finally learn to play the guitar. I feel so bad about having it and just never ever playing it. The RUSI article on the air defense of Ukraine? No, I haven't. Like I said, I've been kind of out of the loop for a while because it was just too much. I think this is where I came over with the 310. So we should be south of Manchester, like southeast of the airport. If you notice, but the sledgehammer video reactions from most of the Russian populace is outraged about Russian citizen getting executed on video. It was all like criminal justice, Ponyatia reactions, and that he deserved it. Made it seem like people don't care about their own laws. I was baffled. I mean, they don't. I mean, I'm not familiar with the video because I've been out of the loop, but that does sound like something that, yeah, that would be about right. Like, the Russian fatalism combined with current situation is not a good mix at all. And, you know, power for power's sake, which is very much a recurring thread in Russian history. We've been on, you know, on stream before, we've spoken about how the Soviet Union, almost as soon as it had signed itself into existence as the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, rather than just a bunch of different communist-aligned countries, almost immediately it began regressing towards something that was identifiably Russian. I would still not refer to it as Russia, and I kind of get triggered when people do, but like there was so much holdover from the empire, and it probably was, a lot of it probably wasn't even deliberate. It was just done for expediency, and then it settled back in, and once you let that shit settle back in, good luck getting it gone again. You know, excuse me, I was nowhere near that fucking tree. At least it will kill me. The collision volumes on the trees are a little... Power lines, trees, whatever. Yeah, this sim is designed for VFR flying, but maybe not my kind of VFR flying where I'm 3 feet off the ground. He was a Wagner deserter that got captured by Ukraine and gave them intel and interrogations, but then he was exchanged for Ukrainian prisoners. Oh, rip. Rip. Wagner executed him as soon as they got him back for the intel. Yep, no, I could totally see why people wouldn't be outraged by that. They'd be outraged by the fact that he did something to help the enemy, you know, like, I see that a lot. That's sad. Through reading, like, comment threads on fucking videos or whatever. It's nationalism, dude. It's fucking textbook nationalism. You don't care about the people of your country, you care about some fucking made-up bullshit concept of your country. Nationalism is a fucking cancer upon humanity. The sooner it's fucking excised permanently, the better. I have zero fucking tolerance for that shit. Nobody should have any tolerance for it, but unfortunately this is the world we live in. If you're at the point where you value some fucking made-up fairy tale concept of a very artificially created 18th, 19th century invention. Like, nations as we recognize them are a recent invention. Very recent invention. Very, very. People don't understand this. I've spoken about it on length on stream before, but it's cancerous, dude. Nationalism is fucking cancerous. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, it still is tribalism. It's just scaled up tribalism. And the reason it happened, the reason nationalism as we recognize it happened, or not nationalism as such, but like the idea of a modern nation state, the reason that happened was capitalism, so you can more efficiently exploit resources and labor. That's the reason a modern centralized, you know, nation exists, instead of little duchies and fucking vassal states and shit like it used to be back in mercantile times and earlier. That's the thing, like, people get shirty if you bring up fucking economics when you're talking about history. It's like, my brother in Christ, you can't have history without economics, and you can't have economics without history. They are completely intertwined. Like, the moment you start trying to separate out topics about human society or history or whatever, is the moment you fucked up, because none of this shit exists in a vacuum, and by trying to separate stuff out from its context, that's how you end up with these fucked up ideologies that don't reflect reality. And in trying to make reality more like what they think it should be, they do all these horrible fucked up things. Like, that is the exact fucking reason. Because people can't stand the idea that this concept might not be explained by one simple fucking rule, and it might be a bit complex and nuanced, so they just fucking cope themselves out of it. You know? Might do one more pass along here, I think. I know I keep saying that, but I love it so much. I love it so fucking much. I haven't made myself cry yet. I actually thought, shit, I'm gonna make myself fucking tear up on stream. I'm gonna get the waterworks going, but it hasn't happened yet, so we're good. I think it's because I've got the usual playlist on. I'm not just listening to the same song. Because, boy, when I was, the waterworks was in full effect. De Blaue Planete, the Blue Planet, by Karat, which was an East German rock band. In fact, you know what? Schwanenkönig would be a perfect song. I mean, we're over England, not Germany, but give me a moment, and please don't crash. Nice thing about MSFS is I still have HOTAS input while I'm tabbed out, so I can keep an eye on this screen and fly with a stick with my left hand while I'm typing with my right hand in the search bar on my music block. There we go. Schwanenkönig can come next. Schwanenkönig might do it. Wuthering Heights on repeat while I'm flying around here will do it. Schwanenkönig might do it. That song, when I've got the MiG-23 in DCS and I'm flying it in sunset, just cruising around, basically, you know, reenacting Petsy's video of his last flight, that will make me tear up. I guarantee it. I'm a big fucking emotional baby. Which translates to, I am a healthy individual who realizes that bottling up emotions for the sake of some bullshit fucking made-up machismo is really fucking bad for me, let alone for everyone else. Plus the intimidation factor around people who are like that, when they see a dude start welling up, it's pretty, I rate it. It's pretty good. Like, oh no, he's showing emotions. Shit, I might have to as well. Oh fuck, I don't know what to do in this situation. Nobody prepared me for this. Like, just calm down, dude. Whatever. No one's gonna fucking judge you, and even if they do, it's a reflection on them, not on you. Don't be a fucking baby, ironically. Land at Grover House? We haven't flown to Grover House yet. I gotta figure out where exactly it is. I know it's in the Great Dismal Swamp, which is the most perfectly fucking named place for Grover House to be. But I don't know where exactly. And it's in a bunch of McMansions, so until I actually see Grover House itself, I'm not gonna know where it is in relation to anything else. Wagner, that's a complex issue to get into. The I think military day-to-day running head of Wagner, Utkin, is a skinhead with SS rune on this collarbone, like the collar tabs from an SS uniform. SS rune on this collarbone. Fucking rank tab for, like, I don't know, fucking O-burst or something. I forget what the SS ranks look like. And then the fucking dirty bird over his fucking chest. Like, wait. Left side, I think. I mean, they're named Wagner. How much more of a fucking dog whistle do you need? It's like I said. This is a war that the Nazis are happy to fight between which brand of Nazis is the most correct Nazi, and all the normal people of Russia, and especially Ukraine, are suffering as a result. Like, just take the fucking rightoids and put them in a Thunderdome somewhere where they aren't gonna hurt. Put them on fucking Snake Island. Just build a Thunderdome on Snake Island. Put all the fucking rightoids there and let them fucking juke it out. Whoever wins gets the benefit of watching the airstrike come in and clean up the survivors, and all the normal Russians and Ukrainians can deprogram themselves and get on with their lives. Because they are going to have to deprogram themselves at this point. It's got to that stage. I think somebody... The address is common enough knowledge among goons that it's probably posted somewhere, but I don't know where, and I'm obviously not going to dox him on stream. So, we will probably take off... Or, like, I'll start the stream when I'm already in transit there, so people can't see where I'm taking off from and where I'm flying, because I don't want to dox people, but... I'm sure the address is out there somewhere. Oh, of course Putin approves of it. It's what Putin wants. It's how he stays in power. And he's a follower of fascist ideology himself, to at least some degree. You could argue what degree, like what degree of it he genuinely follows it, and what degree of it's just for aesthetics, but... Of course he approves of it. And there are political figures in Ukraine that do as well. Which is the problem, because they're the ones who are going to come out of this stronger. They're going to take advantage of the situation, and they're going to come out of it stronger, just like the ones in Russia. Any which way you cut it, good, honest, normal people lose. So about the best you can hope for the next God knows how long is the same kind of stories you occasionally see out of the Middle East where, you know, an Israeli and a Palestinian get married or something. You know, you're not going to see any sort of national reconciliation for a very long time, but you might see personal reconciliation at least. And that'll just have to sustain us and our fucking faith in humanity. Until somebody finally fucking unfucks themselves. God, this is beautiful. So beautiful. It is more fun to fly around and look for it, you're right. So maybe I'll get myself in the right general area. Like, I won't look up the address, but I'll get myself in the right general area, and then I'll just buzz around. Like I said, I don't want to have a defined starting point. I want to be going to the world map or whatever, so people can see where I'm flying from, and kind of reverse engineer my navigation to figure out where Grover lives, and then go fuck with him. Even if he is a dick, I don't want people fucking with him. If he even still lives there, I assume he does. Dude, I can't get over it. I really should have gone with the other stream title, because that's what this has turned into, is just me nostalgia tripping. We'll have another flight soon, guys, I promise. We'll take the Beaver out of somewhere. The floaty one, because I haven't flown that yet. I've done the wheeled one. because nothing quite like a wet beaver. Look better than it did. Oh no, I'm just flying around where I used to live in the UK. One of the places I used to live in the UK. This is the place that if I was given the choice, this is where I would go back to and remain for all eternity. As much as I love Alberta, as much as I love Edmonton in particular, I've been back, I've been back there enough times that, whatever. But I have not been back here since we left, and I miss it so badly. What do we find? The Gimbal Cabri G2, which is the like the bespoke sort of helicopter that Asobo made for this sim update. And then there's the Bell 407, which Nemeth made, which needed some modding to get to a good place, but with the right mods it is in a pretty good place. Use a little more. And we're flying around, we'd probably be on the Lancashire side at the moment. We're flying around the Southern Pennines between Leeds and Bradford and Manchester. And just, yeah, so for those who haven't heard me say this like 20,000 times already, most of these trees, especially on the actual top of the moors, they aren't trees in real life. They aren't there. The sim has put trees there because it sees things it thinks are trees. The dark coloured stuff is heather, which grows maybe a metre high at most. It comes out in beautiful purple flowers during the spring. But yeah, the trees are like heather, tall grass, particularly rough bits of moorland, whatever. Trees in the built-up areas are actually there, and there are windbreaks planted on some of the moors where there's farms, but for the most part, these are just bare. Harrogate as a kid. When we first went to the UK, we lived in Haslingden, which is just up... if I can get my bearings, where's Manchester gone? Fucked if I know where Manchester's gone. I think we're on the south side of it. Where are we heading? North? Maybe not. We've drifted so much I don't know exactly where we are. But anyway, oh, here's the... No, I know. Manchester's on the other side to the left. This is the motorway I was looking for. So I found it. We'll fly along this. We'll go east to west and we'll land in Manchester. So yeah, I lived in Haslingden, which is just over that way, on the Lancashire side, on the west of the Irwell River. The trees grew up since you left? Oh, trust me, trees do not like moorland. They really don't. Highly acidic soil. It's like a metre of peat in most places before you get to anything else. Pretty much the only things that really happily grow up there are really hardy grasses and heather. MiG-29A is cancelled? I don't know. So, there was a post by Chiz which kind of suggested to the 29A full fidelity wasn't happening. 29A. There is no MiG-29A, not in proper nomenclature, but the MiG-29. I don't know if that was Chiz being Chiz and being kind of overcautious and kind of dramatizing things, or if that's actually a thing. Because that post later got deleted and I haven't seen any reference to it since. So, I don't know. I don't know. It might be cancelled, it might still happen, I have no idea. If you want to know why I just freaked out about saying MiG-29A and corrected myself, Egg has got a wonderful... You can see there's some terrain elevation errors here. This is just default scenery. You can see in my Discord in, I forget which channel, possibly DCS Resources, Egg made a handy resource about why there is no such thing as a MiG-29A. Same reason there's no such thing as a Su-25A. It's a Western designation. It doesn't exist in the actual aircraft. Okay. A tower over there. Is that? That might be Emsley. I think that is Emsley. So this is the east side. In fact, I can see... My sim just... Okay, we're good. I can see the North Sea from here. Holy shit. Holy shit. I can actually see the North Sea. we have gone pretty far west. So, let's head back, and we'll land in Manchester. Prevents you from moving back to England. Couple things. Money. I have enough for an airfare. I might even have enough to move most of my stuff, but I am not very financially stable because I am not well adapted to fitting into normie society, and I struggle to hold down a steady job, and I have periodic, what normies would probably term as mental health episodes. It's not so much I'm having a meltdown as I'm, like, particularly not having fun with the world, if that makes sense. Like, this is the thing, right? I'm pretty well aware of what I am and what I can and can't deal with, and what is expected of me, and I don't fit well with that. I never have, and I probably never will, and I don't think it's very nice of people to expect us little puzzle pieces to fit into their world like they would. So, I struggle with, like, normal stuff that a normal, functional adult can do. So I'm not very good at being financially independent. I'm not very good at... Well, I mean, I say that. I'm not good at having enough money that I could drop everything and fly back here if, say, one of my parents takes badly or something happens like that. I also don't know if I'm going to have enough financial stability to be able to fly over to visit. So as long as my parents are still here, and they're too old to move internationally now, they're pretty much rooted where they are, finally. They've settled down somewhere. Took them long enough. So I don't want to be even a state away from my parents, let alone the other, literally the opposite side of the planet, with them the age that they are, because I don't want to risk never seeing them again. My little sister, I don't know if she'd be keen to move, or if she's happy staying here. I'm not gonna... I'm just worried there's an invisible pylon here. There's a hole in the bottom of the bridge, which suggests there might be something. No, we're good. So it's mostly that. It's mostly family. Family/money. Once my parents are gone, which is an eventuality I still can't fully process. Like, I say, oh, once my parents are gone, but, like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how I'm gonna function without having my family there to back me up. I don't know, maybe then. Because I won't have to worry about whether I can travel back to Australia or not, you know? But until then, I kind of don't want to risk it. I don't think there's any real history of, like, dementia or anything. Well, I mean, Dad's got a shitty memory, but I think that's more because Dad has probably all the same things I do. I'm pretty sure Dad's where I got my ADHD from. And that brings with it a spotty memory and forgetting where things are as soon as you put them down, which is what he does. But, like, most members of my family, especially recent members of my family, like my grandparents, they were sharp as tacks as long as they lived. My two grandfathers died young by our family standards. My maternal grandfather died in his 70s from complications of kidney failure. He picked up malaria while he was fighting up in New Guinea during World War II, and he never recovered from it. He was on dialysis for the rest of his life. So that was kind of expected. He wasn't going to live a full life. My other grandfather lived into his mid-80s, which is like a normal... That's a good lifespan by most people's measuring, but by our family standards, that's young. And he had a heart attack that was brought on by something else, I think, but he also had a pretty rough war, so that's probably accelerated by stress, as well as the stress of putting up with the Canadian side of my family. So yeah, I don't know. Both my grandmothers lived into their 90s, and probably could have kept going much longer if they'd actually, like, not just given up because all their friends had gone. You know, you get into your 90s, and at least with them, they got into their 90s, and most of their friends were gone. Like, it just, they didn't really feel like there was anything left for them, so they just kind of decided, right, I'm done. I've seen it, been there, done that, I'm out. But they probably could have kept going past 100 if they'd really had the desire to do it, and if my fucking uncle had put grandma in a better fucking nursing home while she was sick. So yeah, like, my family tend to live pretty long, but I don't want to risk going, oh yeah, I've got another 30 years with my parents, or 20, 30 years with my parents, and then actually, no, I don't. You know what I mean? So that's the main reason I have not moved out of Australia, even when I've had the money to do it, is because I don't want to get that far away from my family and risk not seeing them. And also because I don't know how I'm going to support myself. Now, I got friends in the UK, both from when I originally lived there and that I've met since, and I do have some family over there. Like, relatively distant family, but family all the same. So, I could probably get by there, but, yeah, like... While the concept of the nuclear family is pretty bullshit, and also a recent invention. Another recent invention, we're having a lot of those today. My family is, like, actually a surprisingly decent example of it. Not perfect, but pretty good. So we stick super close together. I'll live without my mom's Porsche. I'm not, like, my mom's not a bad cook. Dad apparently is a pretty good cook. He just hasn't cooked since, like, before I existed, put it that way. Well, no, he's prepared my school lunches while Mum was in hospital once, and that was an experience I never wish to repeat. But Mum said he's actually a really good cook. He just doesn't. But yeah, like, I'm not super like, oh my god, my mum's cooking's the best thing ever. It's alright. It's not the best thing ever. It's more like, I'll just miss my, like, the, you know, their personalities, their memories, their everything. I guess I'll never really be without Dad, because like I said, I'm just Dad but younger. So even, you know, even once he's had his time, in a way he'll always be with me, but Mum's a bit different. Going away anyway. Well, it's like it was an artificial concept to begin with. Look, people obsess over this or that family model being healthier than other ones or being the correct one. It's bullshit. If the family is happy, they look after each other, they aren't beating the shit out of each other or fucking manipulating each other. Like, if you have a family that is not engaged in the act of domestic and family fucking violence, it's a good family. It doesn't matter what it fucking looks like. Like, it's one of those things where people obsess over these little fucking irrelevant details of, oh, this is what makes a good family. No, this is what makes a good family. No, being a good fucking family is what makes a good family. Like, fuck off with the political shit. Just waiting for the bridge that is eventually the one I shouldn't fly under, because I guarantee there'll be one. Well, yeah, see, like, but your family probably has that thing where they have recipes passed down through generations. Mine doesn't. The few generations, oh, sorry, the few recipes we have passed down through the generations are the ones that I wish hadn't been. So, fucking Dad, he makes Mum make this every fucking Christmas. He's the only one that eats it. Jelly salad. It was an invention of Grandma's. By an invention of Grandma's, I mean it was a hellish mix of 1950s cookbooks where you still had the post-World War II thing of people using bizarre and wonderful ingredients in combinations that shouldn't exist. So it's a mix of that and, like, influence probably from their neighbors. So imagine holodets, but instead of, like, meat, it's cottage cheese, celery, like, potato salad, like, in like, dessert jelly. It's fucked up. It looks like vomit. It's disgusting. It's the worst shit I've seen in my life. The world would be a better place without jelly salad. Acquired taste. Let's not involve the word taste in this. Let's really not. I mean, to be fair, he did have to put up with Grandma's other cooking, which mostly consisted of boiling things until they were all the same color of grey and tasted the same as a piece of cardboard. But still. My dad has an aversion to pumpkin because of Grandma's cooking. Because Canadian pumpkin's not great to begin with. Australian pumpkin's pretty nice, but Canadian pumpkin's kind of shit. So it wasn't great to begin with, and we got, obviously, an elevation error here because the body of water is a lot smaller than what the sim thinks it is. It's a lot narrower. But, yeah, Canadian pumpkin combined with Grandma's cooking is, like, just an unholy combination. We are north of Manchester. See those tower blocks there? We're north of Manchester. In fact, we are in... Let me just get some altitude here. Is this Ramsbottom? I think we found our way back to Ramsbottom again. Well, actually no, because Ramsbottom wasn't that built up. This will be somewhere else. I don't remember the names of all the towns and suburbs and shit around here. Shoot me. I just know it's not, we haven't hit Bury yet, because I don't see the chimney stacks from the mill. And Bolton's over the other side of Bury, so we haven't been over that. At least not that I remember this flight. We'll head back to Manchester. We'll land at, fuck it, let's, Old Trafford, no, because it's levitating. That's sketchy. If it wasn't levitating, I'd try it, but because it is levitating from that scenery conflict, I'm not gonna, no. Let's land in Etihad Stadium. See if I can do that without crashing. See if I can do that without phasing through it. Try gliders? Dude, gliders have been in the sim for fucking ages. Not officially, but they've been gliders in the sim since basically it released. I did a stream a couple months ago now where I flew the AS-33, which has got a little electric motor so you can cheat yourself out of death if you fuck up, which I only had to use once, I think, during that stream. Once or twice, right at the start of it. But I flew the AS-33ME for like fucking 4.5, 5 hours around, was it Idaho and East Washington State. Started... McCall's in Idaho, isn't it? Started at McCall, which Milo has put out a wonderful scene... Well, put out a long time ago a wonderful scenery for, so I like flying from there. Should do it this stream, maybe. But we followed the Snake River down to its confluence with the Columbia River, then we went up and checked the Hanford site, because of course, it's one of my streams, of course we have to go to the home of America's nuclear... well, original home of America's nuclear arsenal production. The thermals visualizer is pretty cool. I don't use it personally, but it's a cool assist for people that do need it. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't need it either, I just don't use it. Don't need to be in a glider for it to work. From memory. There's just not many thermals around. Oh, no, there's some over there. Let me just hide that. The sun glare is going to make it hard. See, there's a little thermal coming up there. If we go back into the moors, there'll be thermals for days, probably. Just a little one coming off that spot that's just faded. They kind of come and go. You double back and see if there's any behind us that I can spot for you. Probably not in this area, not so many. There's a very faint one. You probably can't even see it on the stream, but there's a very faint one there, and one there, blowing up towards the moors, and another one there. So if I was in a glider, I'd want to... Well, if I was in a glider, I wouldn't want to be here, because there's just not enough thermals in general, but around the base of that little hill. I usually fly with it off. But it's cool to see that you can turn it on and show, like, yes, this is calculating thermals in real time, which is really fucking cool. Thermals already existed in the sim, you can just see them now. Thermals have existed in the sim for a long time. Catch you later, Yuki. Sleep well, man. Good to see ya. Good chat, as always. We're a bit low RPM here. Oh, that made the problem worse. Less collective for low RPM, more collective for high RPM. So we'll just finish this flight off by landing in Etihad Stadium before I find an excuse to extend it for another fucking 3 hours. And then we'll grab a beaver and fly somewhere. Probably try and squeeze in some DC-3 as well. I'm not sure how many of the new planes I'll fly this stream, because I've spent so long on this flight that I really didn't plan to spend this long on this flight, but, you know, couldn't be helped. I'm probably not really going to do any flights in the free Goose, not the Spruce Goose, but the Grumman Goose. I probably won't do any flights in the freeware Goose for a while, because I've already done flights in the big radials Goose, which is essentially the same aircraft, just with a few different features. Particularly like the cockpit has a few different things. I've already done flights with the, I think on stream, with the other freeware Goose, the old one that was ported from FSX. So there's not really much point, because it's a Goose, it's the same plane. It doesn't even have the retractable floats like the, or retractable pontoons like the other freeware one does, so it's essentially the same plane as the big radials Goose, just the civilian version. So the avionics setup is slightly different, not that they work in full detail anyway, like the radio nav stuff is just there for decoration, it doesn't actually work. You can't open the side window. It sounds really nice, it flies pretty decently, but, you know, it's... If you already have the big radials Goose, you're kind of not really getting anything by flying it, besides just, I guess, a slightly different cockpit layout, which is just visuals anyway. But I definitely want to fly the DC-3, which has genuinely surprised me. It's one of the fucking standout additions of this update. Wonderful. And I want to fly the Goose of the large variety, the H4. Actually made of birch, so possibly why the name Spruce Goose used to trigger Howard Hughes so much, besides the obvious derision. Depends. So a lot of the existing helicopters, especially the freeware ones that used Airland FS, haven't been brought over to the new flight physics yet. The Airland FS ones will not fly without Airland FS running, because they worked outside the normal flight model system, let alone any of the new stuff. I haven't got the payware stuff from Hype Performance. I might pick it up at some point. I'm more interested in that hot air balloon, to be honest. This one, the gimbal, feels pretty good. There are some issues I have with it. They're fairly minor, mostly control issues, because of the way the sim set up the controls and because the way the trim's done, which might be true to the real helicopter, I'm not sure, probably is. The Bell 407 needs a mod to fly properly. Like, without the mod it doesn't really, it's not quite right. It's not DCS Gazelle level, but it's also not really a very good helicopter flight model. Or not a good representation. Like, a lot of the performance and stuff is not working, a lot of the engine stuff is off. This is going to take me a while to do, because I'm just going to pendulum around like an idiot. But this one feels good. This one feels pretty good. I almost VRS'd myself earlier. It does pretty much all the things you would expect it to do as a helicopter. Not sure what descent rate I want to try and avoid. 500 feet per minute is usually a pretty safe bet, so we'll try and stay above that. It's just, I feel like I'm going to need a curve on the collective, but you can't set curves for individual bindings. You set controls for the axis, or set curves for the axis for all bindings it's on, which is very annoying. So any curve I apply to this to try and make the collective a little less too much or not enough is going to fuck me over in fixed wing, because it's going to fuck with my throttle inputs. So, like I said, the controls are suboptimal. The controls are really the worst part of it. Everything else is pretty nice. Oh, we're... Rotor. Whoa. Clunk. Whoop, saved it. Just barely. Probably no collision. No collision. Thoughts. Oh my god. Ooh, oh god. Oh god. Oh god. We weren't supposed to see that. Oh no. Yeah, I didn't think it would have collision. Okay, let's find somewhere else then to set down. A lot of photogrammetry scenery mod photogrammetry scenery doesn't have collision volumes. The default stuff usually seems to, but it's not reliable. So, Barton's just on the other side of Manchester. We can land there. I mean, we could probably land on a road as well, but we'll land at Barton. Alright. Look how much fuel we got left. We're like a third of our fuel load still. We've been flying for fucking how many hours now? Stream's been running for 5.5? Jesus. Imagine having self-control. Can't even. More issues with the water, and you'll see sometimes the DEM, the elevation mapping, will just put hills where there's a large structure, like power stations and factories are particularly guilty of it. It'll just put a hill there instead of the actual building. So that's stuff you would need to correct by hand, probably, but a lot of scenery makers just don't have the time or don't see it. Can't be asked, whatever. It's stuff that I'll probably end up, if I ever learn how to use the SDK in doing scenery stuff, which I probably should at some point, I'll probably end up doing it for places I fly frequently, like here. No, the fidelity is not amazing, but its flight handling is actually quite nice. It flies nicely, but the systems are pretty meh. I was going to do the Beaver next, so we'll do the Beaver, and then we'll do the Goose, and then we'll do the DC-3. Maybe we'll do them in that order. I need to get a drink, though, and something to eat, because I've had one donut to eat so far today. I need lunch. Salford. Not today, but we will do a flight around Wales in the Trilander one of these days. With the goofy ass skin. I fucking love the Joey livery. It looks so dumb, I can't help but love it. Arndale Centre, yeah. Salford Keys. I mean, if I wanted to keep going just with this one flight, we have enough fuel left, and it's not that far. We could fly along the shipping canal until it hits the Mersey, follow the Mersey, go visit Stella, but we won't do Liverpool today. We'll save it for another day. I think I have streamed a flight around Liverpool before, but I don't remember. Oh, actually, no, I did. So I remember I had to go through and manually queue up You'll Never Walk Alone as I flew around Anfield. It's Welsh. DC-3, probably a few hours from now. Not sure yet. So I'm going to do the Beaver next, and then probably the Spruce Goose. And then DC-3 after, I think. I've also got another little plane, which is not part of this update. It's Payware. It was another purchase inspired by CCM. Every time he flies something, I end up losing money out of my wallet mysteriously. But it's a really nice plane. I've only flown it a few times, but I'm already in love with it, so... If I've got time, I'll squeeze that in. If not, it might be next MSFS stream. Now, as part of the UK update, They added photogrammetry for Birmingham, and I haven't flown around Birmingham in the sim yet. So one of these days we'll have to do that, and we'll have to see if we can spot Broom driving around on the road down there somewhere. That was another show I used to love as a kid. It's a traffic center. And just past these bridges over here is where we're landing. At Bartonfield. I was quite surprised by the Spruce Goose, how it handles. So the first time I flew it, I flew out of Chicago. And there was a little Bell 407 shadowing me, like another player. I was playing on multiplayer, obviously. There's a Bell 407 trailing around behind me. He was probably the world's most confused Bell 407. Because, I may have kicked it into a wing over. Like, not a wing over, but like one of them. Stall turn. Is that technically a hammerhead? I did one of them anyway, in the Spruce Goose. At relatively low altitude, and survived it. It actually did it quite nicely. And then I did a fucking tail slide. I did a fucking tail slide, and recovered it about 3 feet above the water. And then went on to land at the pier. Danny G. So I don't know him, like, I've never met him, but I know him through someone else. I know a guy who is from Birmingham, called Danny, who has an extremely strong Brummy accent, and is exactly the first fucking thing I thought of when I saw that comic. Exactly the first fucking thing I thought of. It was like, oh my god, that's Danny. Is there actually a distinct helipad here? I don't remember. Bit of blade slap there. Oh, that reminds me. FS Realistic. I'm not running it yet. I probably will be, I just haven't got round to getting it. I'm told it is one of those things you cannot live without now. So that will be something to look out for in future streams, is when I finally remember to get it and set it up. Just that little bit of extra immersion and quirky behavior. Quite a strong crosswind here, so let's just land like next to the tower, I guess. Ideally without face planting. I just realized all the people are asking me what I'm flying, and I couldn't remember if it was the G2 or not. It literally says Gimbal Cabri G2 in front of my face. Oh my god, I'm fucking stupid. Damn, I wish I could read. Fuck. Ah! I was too slow to catch it. I tried to drop a bit to get away from that van. It doesn't have collision, but I just didn't want to land on top of it. And I dropped the fucking collective. Never drop the fucking collective until the skids are on the ground. Lesson number fucking 1 of helicopters. Okay, so we can go ahead and nav light stay on until all this shit on the outside stops moving. Get rid of that, get rid of that. Strobe. We will dial the throttle right back. Dial the mixture back. Which is that lever there. Oh, because we took off, like, in the morning. The little fucking chart light was on, I never noticed. Turn them off, those are, magnetos, question mark? I don't know. Ignition, it says. I don't know what the fuck they do. We'll let the rotor spin down a bit before we hit the rotor brake. I think it's on it. I think it is on the playlist. Pretty sure it is. But yeah, the helicopter update's pretty nice, with some quirks and some conditions attached to it, but it's pretty good. It's better than I was expecting. Now, DCS, for all I know, I'm not going to say this for certain, but DCS may still model certain aspects of helicopter flight better, potentially, probably even. But the issue with DCS is the air is dead, so it's improving slowly. The weather's starting to move in DCS, which is good, but it's not there yet. Okay, let's just send it. Find you need to kind of jiggle it back and forth a bit for it to wake up. There we go. Give it a bit more of a jiggle. Oi, oi. And I just want to check something. I want to check the rotor animations once it's stopped. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... Usually when I'm in external camera, I'm in showcase, but we're going to use normal external here. Which I can't move, apparently. Can I? Okay. Maybe it's because I turned everything off. Oh, no, okay, so that is a MSFS thing. That's a MSFS thing, it's not a Bell thing. Because the 407's like this too. Collective, you can see the rotor animating. The rotor responds to collective visually. It does not respond to cyclic visually. There's no... The swash plate doesn't move. So the rotor's like halfway animated. DCS still has, like, fully articulated everything's animated rotors. So it's definitely ahead in that respect. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, guys. I need a drink and some food. Probably 20 minutes, don't know, whatever. I'll still be here. I just will be eating rather than talking, one should hope. And then we will do a beaver flight somewhere, and I just realized I pressed the wrong thing. We want to go back to the main menu. So I hope you've all been enjoying the stream. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I will see you in a little while. Hopefully fed and with some drink in me so that I don't destroy my voice again like I have a habit of doing. No, fuck. No, that's not what I wanted. This is what I wanted. And it's probably gonna stutter because the sim's loading, so OBS is frozen. Oh, Jesus, I fucked it all up. Actually, no, that is the right screen. Never mind, we're good. I just forgot to hit resume on it. There we go. Crisis averted. I'm just going to set up a flight with the Beaver now. I'm not going to hit fly, but I'm going to set it up so I don't forget which plane I was going to fly next. Because, boy, I probably will. Floyd, if you're still here, I've just been scrolling through to see if I missed anything big while I'm waiting for my tea to steep. I have a Canadian passport and an Australian passport. I'm a dual citizen. I never got British citizenship though. I think I had a British passport while I lived there because I was permanent resident, but my permanent residency expired fucking forever ago. So, with that said, it'd probably be easier for me to get that back or get British citizenship than it would be for most people. Because I've lived there before, and it's like Commonwealth to Commonwealth, and especially after the little funny moment that happened a few years ago. It's not like the UK is spoiled for choice where it takes people from, so I don't know. Anyway, I will shut up and get eating so we can get back in the I have been eyeing up the MB346. However, it's fully glass, so I like it as a jet, but the cockpit's going to take some adjusting too. I haven't bought it yet. I might. I don't know yet. And I have also been eyeing off the 117, the Nighthawk. I'm not expecting it to be super realistic, but it looks like it's actually kind of well done. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. And I might buy it in the future. I'm not sure yet. I know I kind of either have missed the sale or will miss the sale if I do that, but I just want to keep an eye on it. It's one of those things that I'm probably not going to fly it super often, but it's one of those things that I would like to have to be able to fly, so maybe in the future. Anyway, about halfway done eating, guys, so before too long we'll be in a nice wet beaver. We're back. This will be my second flight in the Beaver. So my first flight in the Beaver was the wheeled version. Took it from Leeds, flew out towards Hull. Landed there. So it wasn't a super long flight, but see how we go. This is with the Got Friends action mod for the Beaver, so it adds some nice water spray effects, does a few other little things, adds a variant with like Tundra tires on it, which is very handy. And they are making a mod for the... Why is it nighttime? I told it to not be nighttime. They're making a mod to the DC3, so we'll have a floaty DC3, amphibious, which will be very, very handy. Let me just... there we go, 9 AM, that'll do. Fidget myself comfortable. Oh, spring. Wait one, chat. I gotta put the spring back on my pedals since I was flying a helicopter, and we're gonna be flying another helicopter probably later this stream, so I have to take them back off again. I did not think that through. Me and not planning ahead. Name a more iconic duo. Alright, that should do us. Oh, right. It's winter. It's all going to be frozen over. The live weather itself looks really nice, but I'm not a fan of this being frozen. So... yeah, let's just roll with this. We haven't had many high-level cloud days for a while, so... on stream anyway, so let's roll with that. This thing is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Looks good, sounds good, feels good. All of it. Sorry about my fidgeting every time I get out of my seat. Let's... yeah, let's start with the center tank. Got to remember what does what in this plane. That's a parking brake, which is not applicable to us while we're on our floats. Cabin heat, wobble pump is down there. Okay. That's the wobble pump, I assume. There's a little bit of attention to detail as well, you'll see in a bit. Let me go over here. Chrome spinner, yes. We don't want any covers on. Anchor, let's just chuck the anchor out while we're starting. Yoke belt and rudder lock. That's your control lock. That's your control lock. How cool is that? It actually plays a sound file for it too. Canoe? Yeah, we want a canoe. You never know when you might need it. Cargo. Let's stick with a passenger cabin. We can open the doors from here as well. We can hide that, which is part of the upgrade package. Wait one. That's better. That's much better. I knew something didn't look right. So before we get started, we've had a slight incident because I took too long to anchor myself. Whoopsies. Let's just fix that real quick. If it'll let me, can I? Oh no, because I'm anchored, right, I'm locked to coordinates. Hang on. I know what I'm doing here. So the anchor actually is an anchor. It stops you from moving. So we're gonna go in a slew and just gently... fuck, I said gently. Not that one. There we go. There we go. That'll do us. And then before the plane can drift any, we'll go and hit the anchor. And that should... we're gonna probably drift to bump into it anyway, but whatever. Good enough. Who's the woman? I don't know. But, you know, if she wants to go for a fly with us, then that's fine. Beautiful aircraft. Like, well, beautiful in an ugly way. I don't know. I do like the beaver. It's not the prettiest, but it's got a certain, like, rugged beauty about it. I like the canoe, though. That's such a nice touch. Okay. We'll leave that up for now, because I'm going to need to get rid of the anchor once we've actually got some power going. Fuel cock's open. Get that. Oh, there's batteries behind the... I know I can hide the yoke, I just don't like doing that, so... Battery, alternator, I think is supposed to go on after the engine. Where you know what? Fuck it. Alternator on now. Who gives a shit? Got our lights there. Instrument lights. We don't need our landing lights. It's broad fucking daylight. Beacon, nav, cabin we don't really need. Map we don't need. Pitot heat will turn on once we're actually powered up and moving because I don't want to burn it out. I don't know if that's simulated. I don't remember, but not worth risking. Okay, there's our fuel boost. So let's full rich, full revs. So cabin light, instrument lighting. Dial them down a little. That's our alternator warning because the engine's not running. Gen warning because the generator's not running. Oh, sorry, no, that's oil pressure. What is the gen warning on this? Alternator, same thing. Dumbass. I'm thinking of the helicopter that had a gen warning on it. Okay, fuel boost. Wobble pump was, what was it? 5 psi it wanted. Do not exceed 5 psi pressure. Where's the pressure gauge for it? I don't know, let's just... Whoop. Give it 2. Whatever. I'm sure it'll be fine. What could go wrong? Parking brake is not an issue anyway because we're on floats, but keep this on. Oh, we're moving, even though my anchor is... Oh, it automatically takes the anchor off. Okay, well, that's cool. Alright. Go... Was it 2 stages of flat for takeoff? Used a little more back trim there. A lot more back trim. Hello. Up we go. It can take off in less distance than that. I am heavily loaded. I've got full fuel and I've got a bit of cargo weight in it. But also I didn't trim. I just kind of made the silly assumption that it would be already kind of slightly back trimmed. Okay, let's bring the flaps in. We're already in the green for engine parameters. We'll just bring the mixture back a tad. Absolutely beautiful. It's quite hands-on to fly. In a good way. Needs quite a bit of trim. And you guys won't be able to hear it over the music, but there's a squeaking sort of rattling noise in this plane when you take off the first time, or when the engine's running. And it might take a while to figure out what it is. It's this oil filler cap down here. You need to tighten it. And if you loosen it back off, it starts rattling again. It's such a nice little touch. So Milviz, Blackbird, whoever they want to call themselves now, were working on this as payware, I believe, and then Asobo were like, yo, or Microsoft were like, yo, let's do a partnership for this 40th anniversary stuff, and apparently they were pretty far along the project when that happened, so it's interesting. You got a freeware plane that's not 100% full fidelity, super detailed, because you can see how easily the engine started and everything. It didn't, like, I put no effort into learning this plane. I just push buttons and make it go. But in terms of the way it looks, sounds, handles, like, you can feel that this was meant to be a paid third-party product. Beautiful, beautiful plane. Not sure if that actually opens. I don't think it does. Your trim's up here, which is an interesting place for it. We are in Kelowna, BC. So we'll just bum around BC for a bit, I guess. Good a place as any to fly this thing. And we have the correct livery for bumming around BC in a Beaver. God, it looks so good. Look at that. Beautiful. Level off here. We don't need to climb too high. I'm probably not going to hop over any mountains. I'll just follow the valleys. The thing I've noticed is the trim's quite sensitive. Like, I hold the trim for about a second or two and it makes a significant difference. A lot of other aircraft in the sim, you can hold the trim for 5-10 seconds and you get almost no response to it. Like, trim rate is set in the flightmodel.cfg file. So you can change it yourself if you really want to. But like a lot of planes by default are set either way too high or way too low. This feels pretty good. This is the Beaver. The floaty Beaver. The wet Beaver. Also, I don't know if we'll visit any of it, because I don't remember where most of it is. I'm not from this area, and I don't fly here that often. Usually I just trail along when CCM does. But I have quite a lot of scenery for bush strips out here. So if we find one, we might land there. But otherwise we'll just kind of do a bit of sightseeing. A bit cruisy flying. I'm not really inclined to put this thing through the full fucking gamut of stall and spin tests and stuff on stream today, because the stream will go on long enough without that, and I know it flies pretty well because I've A, already flown it and done all that stuff, and B, the devs that actually made this are, you know, pretty switched on top of their shit. It's a bit low, but at least not as low as the... Oh, actually, yeah, no. Probably just as low as the other airliner AI we've seen. So I don't know what's up with the AI this patch, but they're all, like, trying to fly under the radar or something. I don't think I've seen a single airliner since the sim update that was more than 500 or maybe 1,000 feet above sea level. Like, even if I go up to the flight levels myself, I don't see them up there, which is bizarre. Something's broken, apparently. I've read about other people intermittently getting the problem, like, since the sim basically came out, but I've never seen it before, not on this scale. And I know that they did do something to alter the AI air traffic routines, so it could just be that. Beautiful scenery out here. Still one of the premier bush planes, especially for amphibious stuff. They don't build them like they used to. See the tie downs there actually blowing in the wind. They're not static, they're actually moving slightly. Now I don't know if they change angle based on our airspeed, but the fact that they're animated at all, even though you can't really see them from the cockpit without moving your head, is pretty neat. Oh wow, I can lean that all the way out. God damn. Okay. Just wasting fuel for a while there. Give her a little more throttle, because we have picked up some altitude. Not exactly a high altitude performer, is the Beaver. She ain't designed for it. Yeah, I know. God, temps are pretty happy though. Just using one of the weather presets, so I don't know what temperature it is outside. I assume around 15, 20 Celsius tops. Oh, wait, I have a fucking outside air temperature gauge. I'm dumb. 8 or 9 degrees up here. So yeah, no, that's fine. We don't need to worry too much. As long as I'm not flooring it, we shouldn't have any issues with overheating. In fact, we may even have the opposite. The lights in the sim, both runway lights, airport beacons, and especially nav lights, sorry, I'm trying to get dust off my screen here, are still way too bright. Like, I get that it's probably for gameplay purposes, but, like, especially flying around Manchester in overcast, because there's a major airport there, and, you know, it tends to be pretty cloudy there. I was spotting people at like ridiculous distances. In daylight, even overcast, nav lights on most aircraft, let alone little light aircraft or, you know, GA stuff, you will not see them from more than a couple dozen meters away at most. At night you'll see them from an okay-ish distance, still nowhere near what the sim shows. But this is not just a MSFS thing, it's a flight sims thing in general. They really heavily overdo nav lights. And runway lights. Like, runways can be really hard to spot in real life, especially if they're, like, not paved, or they're relatively small, or, you know, they just lie in a weird fold in the terrain or something. What time of day it is. Like, I used to really have trouble spotting the runway at Bathurst from a couple miles out, so when I went to make my 5-mile call, I would usually not be looking at the runway because I hadn't seen it yet. I'd be looking at the, there's like a pet food plant at the end of it that has quite a tall, like, mixing tower. That's what I was looking at. That was how I knew where Bathurst Airport was when I was coming back from the training area. Because I couldn't see it. I couldn't see the runway. I couldn't see the hangars. It's in a rural area, well, an industrial and rural area, that part of Bathurst, so hangars are not easy to spot anyway because there's plenty of farm sheds and warehouses and stuff like that, so the mixing plant was my visual reference coming into Bathurst. It's nice to have the assists for people that want them, but maybe even if there was just an option to turn the lights down to a realistic level, because they're a bit obnoxious to my mind. continue up this valley a bit. Might do some touch and goes, maybe. Just try and figure out what to do. I don't have any firm destination set for this flight. I don't want to be flying for like another fucking 5 hours in this like I was in the gimbal. I mean, I would like to, but I don't have time. Especially if I want to get other things on stream today, so... It won't be a super long flight, even though I fully loaded up as if I was going to be going for a long flight. We'll just see where things take us. We are an amphibian, so like we have the option of landing on water or on land. But I want to land it on water at least, like as a touch and go or something to show it. This does have an autopilot down there, which I have not used. Probably won't use. Mostly just, I use autopilots if I'm going to be taking screenshots, and even then I don't always use it. Or if I need to like go and get a drink or something, that's the only time I really use it much. Sometimes if I'm flying like a larger aircraft and I need to tab out and do something else, I'll put it on, but like, I prefer hand flying. I'm playing a flight sim to hand fly, not to press a button and watch the plane do it for me. Between this thing and the DC-3, all the people that run on-air stuff must be really happy right now, because they're like two of the best cargo aircraft you could ask for. This one for bush stuff, especially amphibious bush stuff, and the DC-3 even before the Got Friends mod, which will put the amphibious floats on it. The DC-3 is just such a good medium sort of lift aircraft. There's a reason it's still around, right? So long after its design and introduction, there's a reason it's still around. Nose down trim. Okay, let's do a touch and go. Pretty steep approach, but whatever. Just don't want to run myself out of water. We'll do this, we'll try and touch down in the external view. This could end in tears. I have not done this before. By the external view, I mean the fucking cinematic view, where I have no control of the no, I do have control of the aircraft. I just have to press a button. So we might get away with it. I should have set up a camera angle beforehand, though. That would have been clever of me. We might get away with doing it now. Just give me a moment. Okay, that'll do us. Let's bring the power back a bit more. Kick on some revs just to add a bit more prop drag into the equation. This does have a climb setting for flaps, actually. So it goes climb, cruise, takeoff, landing, and full. We'll just go full for this landing, but I want to bleed some more speed. I don't want to drop them outside the white arc, because I don't want to rip them off. Okay, inside the white arc. Drop a couple stages and we'll just keep dropping them as we bleed off some speed. I don't want to cut the throttle fully either because I don't trust the engine to keep running. Okay, let's just go full flat. Give her a little bit of beans just to make sure that we're not... There we go. Check out that water spray. And let's go back to takeoff flap. Give her a bit of beans. Trying to keep the aircraft straight with the rudder while I'm in external view is going to be interesting. Come on, uppies. Uppies. I shouldn't be pulling back, I should be letting it lift off itself. I'm not experienced with float planes, as you can probably tell. There we go. That's how we do it. That's probably... Remember when I was flying the Savoia Marchetti and I kept braking it on landing? That's probably why. Because I have a habit of slapping the back of the float, or in its case, the hull, in the water. It's a land plane habit. I need to get rid of it if I'm going to fly seaplanes. Bring the revs back in the green, bring the boost back in the green. Sorry, manifold pressure. Can you tell I grew up playing World War II RAF stuff in Sims? We could probably keep a bit more power on, to be honest, through the climb, but I'm not in a hurry. Check out this valley here. We've got some power lines there I can see. Not sure if we'll have space to sneak under them. I've also got to remember I got floats on, so I'm quite tall. It might not be worth any power line tricks in this thing. But we'll see what's down here. We might give it just the one stage of flats to climb. Yeah, there we go. It's a little better. A little more manifold pressure. Fun BC fact. The province of British Columbia is home to Canada's only desert. Yes, Canada has a desert, and it's not some fancy technicality like, oh, actually, the tundra. No, it is legitimately arid enough to be considered a desert and not part of a tundra biome. It's actually down CCM's way. And as we fly around this area, you'll notice that it does look kind of arid, and it starts getting greener as we head more to the north or to the east or west. It's the Okanagan. Okay, I'm pretty happy with the power. Come off just a tiny bit. We'll keep the climb flap out and just do a gentle climb. And get rid of the carb heat too, I completely forgot about that. I have a bad habit of forgetting carb heat, which was an issue in real life too. Usually I'd remember to put it on, it was remembering to fucking get rid of it after I did touch and go that was the issue. There's our temps in the blue. She's happy. Well, really, she's kind of cold, but whatever. What else we got down here? That's other temps for something else. One's probably water and one's cylinder. Actually, no, this is an air-cooled engine. I'm dumb. One will be cylinder and one will be something else. Oil and fuel up there as well. So that top temperature gauge is probably our oil temp, which is well within constraints. The one below it, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, carb maybe, something like that. It's nothing on the hot side of the engine because it's sitting around 0 at the moment. It's warmed up a little to about 12, 13 degrees. We're going to give her a bit more power just to clear these ridges. Beaver's not really the most climby thing on Earth. So we don't want to get too carried away trying to fly over fucking Mount Everest or whatever with it, but she has enough. Looks pretty arid, huh? Really travel and explore this country more? Hell yeah, dude. Do it. Absolutely do it. Really got any more remote than I can't reasonably travel by car, and I haven't taken a plane. Even then it's... Oh, I know what we'll do for the fucking DC-3. Yeah, okay, we'll do the... Remember the flight I was going to do from High Prairie to fucking Jasper? But first of all, it was in the Catalina, so it took forever, and second of all, I fucked up my nav super badly, so we went to fucking BC instead. We'll do that in the DC-3. Or... Yeah, we'll do it in the DC-3, because there's another flight. Actually, no we won't. No we won't. I should have done it in this. So I'm just thinking, there's another plane I want to fly, which is probably better suited to that, because the DC-3 might not have the... Like, it might need too much of a rollout distance on landing to get into Jasper. We will see. We will fly the DC-3, though. But we'll do that flight. And I will actually pay attention to my compass bearing this time, so we will end up in the right general area, not in another province. So we've got a little bit of a monolith down there. Scenery is really good around here, but it's not 100% perfect. Every now and then you'll see a little artifact like that. But it's still, like, fucking miles better than any other sim. I don't know how you'd even compete with this, to be honest. Okay, how's our temps? She's getting a little... nah, she's fine. She's fine. But we will come off the power a bit here. And begin to level off. I also didn't rich out my mix when I descended, which I should have done. Fucking should have landed at full rich. But whatever, we'll leave it where it is now, because it should be about happy at this altitude. And when I go to land next time, I need to remember my mixture. Planes I've flown in real life don't have mixture control. Yeah, they don't. The Jabiru doesn't. The Bristol definitely doesn't, because the Bristol's very modern. And I'm used to flying RAF World War II stuff when it comes to prop-driven planes, and guess what they do? Auto mixture. All of them. So I'm really lazy with that, to be honest. It's a very bad habit of mine that I need to kick. Yeah, so, like, when we went to Jasper last time we were home, we didn't just go on the fucking highway. We went through all the back roads, out past White Court, Edson, Hinton, all through there. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And we saw lynx. An actual, like, no-shit lynx in the wild. It was crossing the road. Stopped and looked at us and then fucked off into the muskeg. I go down to Drumheller again next time I'm home as well. See if I can find some fossils. You know Sim moved, right? He's, I think he said he went to Vancouver? I'm pretty sure he said he was in Vancouver now. probably more interesting than Saskatoon, but he's not going to find many dinosaur fossils out there. I don't think I have a command for that set up. Although, I don't know if it's default Twitch interface or if it's part of the, like, the better Twitch TV interface, like the plugin for it. But at least for me, if I click on a user's name in an active chat, it'll bring up, like, their follow age there, as well as their account age. But that might be a better Twitch TV thing. It might not be default. I'm not sure. I have got to set up some scripts for stuff like that. I just haven't got around to it. Me and my highly unprofessional stream. I gotta fly the Jenny as well. That thing you cannot take your eyes off for 2 seconds. It will end in tears. It's really cool though. It's on the delightful list. Both mine and CCM's delightful lists. February 2021, which isn't right? Yeah, no, that definitely doesn't sound right. Sometimes, well, it could be that Twitch unfollowed you at some point, because that does happen to people. That happens to me a lot. Dunno. Maybe that's when I installed Better Twitch TV. No, it should show your actual follow age, I think, because I'm pretty sure last time I checked my own on another stream using it, it read my actual follow age. But who knows? It's finicky. Also, I should note, as well as new aircraft and helicopters and official glider support, although gliders and helicopters to an extent have been in the sim for basically forever since release, they also added a bunch of scenery stuff, including Meg's Field out at Chicago. So I used to have a scenery mod for that. I don't need it anymore. It's now default scenery. And also Kai Tak. Hong Kong Kai Tak. I also had freeware scenery for that, but the official stuff is incredibly detailed. So we won't see it during this flight, most likely, because it's probably about half an hour or so west of us. Oh, it might not be half an hour, but it's a distance west of us. It'll take us time to get there. But there is an old World War II RCAF base, which is one of the links in the Lend-Lease chain. So remember I've spoken before about how Blatchford Field, the old Edmonton Municipal Airport, which is no longer, that was one of the links in the Lend-Lease chain. So aircraft, particularly P-39s going to the Soviet Union, would come up through Edmonton, stop off at Blatchford Field to refuel, and they'd come up this way. They'd refuel out here. It's, what is it, Dog Creek, I think it's called? CCM made the scenery for it. He's made a bunch of the bush strips out here and the old RCAF things. But it's your typical Commonwealth triangle airfield, so it's got 3 runways running in a triangle. And it's pretty run down because it's been closed for years. No one really uses it, but it's there as an option. So I did a flight out there one time in CCM. We were doing some general flight model testing in the area. But it's really cool. We might go there sometime. I don't think we're going to have time today. I mean, I could maybe check, but I don't think we're going to have time. The Beaver's not exactly the fastest thing on Earth, so I don't want to kind of overcommit and end up like, oh fuck, I've committed to flying to an airfield that's 3 hours away and there's no, like, alternative landing sites between me and there, which is something I do all the time, so... On the other hand, I kind of want to find too much rudder until I've been flying the DC-3 because I'm kicking the rudder way too much when I turn. I'd like to find a nice little quiet stream or lake or something over here in the mountains that we can maybe set up a camp in. Just saying. Me and the lady here might set up a nice little camp. Who are you, and how the fuck did you get in my plane? Hey Maple, good to see you, man. We're up in BC. We took off at Kelowna and headed up the valley. Did a touch and go on the water just to show that I could somewhat kind of competently do it, although I really need to unlearn my habit of trying to pull the nose up when I'm taking off in a float plane. And now we're going to find a nice little body of water to land on. Set up a little camp for a few minutes. I should have done this at the end of the stream so I could set up the camp and just have that as like the outro to the stream. Like, imagine planning ahead, right? Imagine planning ahead. Alright, so all good. A little lake over there. Starting to get a little bit of interesting air currents off the mountains. Let's actually turn the thermals visualization on because I'm curious to see what's going on. I mean, I'm not in a glider and I don't really use it even in gliders. Oh, fucking... Oh, no, I did not mean to open that in a separate window. Fucking rights, bud. No wonder I need a bit of down trim on it. Jesus. Good spot for a glider. Just saying. Very good spot for gliding today. But let's fuck that off. I like the way they visualized it too. Like, you can get a sense of the speed and the density, so to speak, of it. Really well thought out. So many things in this sim are really well designed or thought out. Like, it's not just a well done sim in terms of flying or visuals or fucking sound or whatever, but the actual interface. Except the binding menu. Fuck the binding menu forever. The way this game handles binds is dog shit. Then again, so is almost every other sim except X-Plane and DCS. But other than that, like, the world map is fucking fantastic. The fact that you get the world map in the, like, when you go to the scenery store in the marketplace, you get a world map so you can switch between that or a list. So you can just go to a place you like to fly, even if you don't know the name of the local airports or whatever, and go, oh, okay, that one might be useful, I'll buy that. Like, just... Tom doesn't play DCS anymore, we need an intervention. I feel like he's probably, like, a bit... a mix of too busy with work and too demoralized from being fucking salaryman. Also, things have changed so much while he's been gone, he's probably having trouble readjusting. Like, if I go away from DCS for a week or two, it's really hard for me to get back into. But him being gone for, like, over a year, he probably doesn't even recognize the game anymore, so it'll take him a while to get back into it, I think. He's got sucked in by Modern Warfare 2. Pom, no! The thing about Call of Duty, like, and this applies to every Call of Duty after, I don't know, like Call of Duty 2, where they were like, oh my god, there's multiple pathways, which was a big thing for a you know, linear shooter back then. Modern Call of Duty, even since the original, like, original, when I was a teenager, Modern Warfare, or when I was in my 20s, Modern Warfare, whatever, whenever it came out, it's not so much a game as a vaguely interactive movie. You'll notice that if you're standing even 2 meters outside of where the developer expected you to be standing to witness some cool thing that would happen as a canned event, you get killed by a dude that just pops up out of nowhere and shoots you, or you get killed by you left the combat area, or you get killed by a mysteriously well-placed grenade that just so happened to only phase into existence once you stayed outside the box that the developer wanted you to stand in, or were facing the wrong direction from what they wanted you to look at. The whole game is engineered, single player at least. Multiplayer obviously is different. Single player at this point is like a fucking pipeline to prepare you for multiplayer, basically. So I don't know why people even still, like, put anything into the fucking plotline or whatever, but Don't even start me on the plots. Like, do not even start me on the fucking writing. Holy Jesus, no. That's... Like... Al-Qaeda combining with the cartel is, like, the kind of shit that people would have made up for a fucking parody of Call of Duty 10 years ago. And they're playing it straight. Like, you're kidding. But the gameplay itself, in single player, is literally... The devs want to shepherd you into a particular box on the map, so you can stand in that box and look in a particular direction and see the cool event they plan to show you. Like, you're not actually doing anything. You can shoot as many dudes as you want, and they'll just keep respawning until the game decides it's time for them to stop respawning, you know what I mean? Like, it's literally, basically... It's funny, because a lot of the same people that complain about, oh, walking sim, you know, oh, this game's a walking sim, it's not even a game. A lot of those same people are people that play fucking Call of Duty. It's like, my brother in Christ, have you not, like, noticed? Call of Duty for over a decade now has been literally just a walking sim with extra steps. I mean, play it if you enjoy it. I'm not going to stop you. I'm just saying it's a shit game. Just laying it out there. From a game design perspective, it's a shit game. It's not even... Like, I wouldn't qualify it really as a game at this point. The multiplayer, sure. I got my own issues with the multiplayer, but the single-player aspect is it's not even a game. It's a mildly interactive movie. Like, there are games which are intentionally made to feel like movies, like, for instance, The Quarry, which I was watching Reese play a while ago. It looked really, really cool. Not really my usual type of game, but I think I might pick it up at some point. But, yeah, like, I was watching that, I'm like, okay, I can see what the devs were aiming for. They literally, like, they designed even the user interface to give you the vibes that it was a retro, like, 80s slasher movie. Like, okay, that's cool. I can get down with that. Like, the game's designed for it. It evokes a particular feeling. The gameplay is pretty canned, sure, but there's still at least some gameplay. But Call of Duty is pretending to be like an actual proper interactive shooter, and it's not. You know what I mean? And it's funny, me and some mates were having a discussion about this, and elements of shooter design that have kind of fallen by the wayside. And there have been some shooters like Black Hawk Down, was it Delta Force Black Hawk Down, I think it was, which had other issues of its own, particularly with some of the implications of the way the game was designed. But it had proper iron sights, as in the rear sight would ghost out, or not ghost out, but, you know, if it was a ghost ring, it would be a ghost ring. If it was an aperture sight, the aperture wouldn't block half your screen. You could see through it like you can in real life. You know, even one eye open, let alone both eyes open. So it had proper, like, iron sights that function like iron sights, unlike even armor, where people will throw away a weapon with aperture sights on it because it blocks too much of their screen, and they reach for something with fucking shitty-ass open sights, like an AK. And like, oh yeah, the sights on this are better. Like, okay then. I mean, in the context of the game, yeah, but in real life, they're dog shit. So it's one of the few games that did that. Battlefield 2 did it to an extent, but to less of an extent than I seem to remember it doing. Like, it did have that blur on the rear sight, but it was only fairly subtle. But most games don't even attempt shit like that. They're little things, but they're things that are really, really super important to gameplay. Not just immersion, but gameplay. Because as somebody who has used an RK-62 in armor versus an AK in armor, the RK is a fucking pain in the ass because the rear sight blocks so much of your screen. Same with the fucking L1A1 or FAL, whatever you want to call it, whichever variant it is. It blocks so much of your screen with the sight. Even though the sight in real life is fucking fantastic, in the game it's a piece of shit because you can't see around it. Because the devs just didn't think that that would be an issue. And there are ways of, like, you don't even have to use super duper graphically intensive fucking post-processing. There are ways of doing it. You know, you can just use what Battlefield 2 did, and I think this is how Delta Force did too, is you use the 3D mesh of the weapon for everything except the rear sight, and then the rear sight itself is just a 2D alpha transparency texture. Which RHS did for their M1, I think, in the RHS G-Ref pack. I'm pretty sure they did that for the M1's rear sight. Ready or not? I need to play that again. I haven't played it for ages. The old Copaganda. It's a fun game. I never had the full game of SWAT 4, but I had a demo of it that I got from something else. I think it was like an issue of PC Power Play. I had the demo of SWAT 4 on the demo disc. And I used to play that one level of the demo so much. It was so fucking good. Definitely need to do some more Ready or Not. I want them to add more, like, non-tactical weapons, though. I know they've got an AR-18, but it's like a shitty polymerized fucking railed AR-18. Give me a proper 1970s AR-18. No rails, no bullshit, no polymer, just a fucking stamped steel piece of shit fucking rifle. Give me that thing. I want it so badly. I promise I won't roleplay as a provo. I promise. But that, or like a slick side M16 with the original carry handle. Dude, like a fucking slick side, original carry handle, triangle handguard, fucking M16A1 is my dream rifle. If I could, like, if I could actually own one here, I would buy it in a heartbeat. No bullshit. Fucking forward assist, it makes the problem worse more often than not. You don't fucking need it. And yeah, I get the M16A2 handguard is better from a manufacturing perspective, but does it look better? No, I think not. Check. Oh, yeah, that's right. There's mods for it now. I'll have to check out some of those. For sure. I'll have to check some out for Reforger as well, as long as it won't cause security issues. So I know that was a concern at release, although I don't know how valid. That's back the way we came. This is how, like... This is how I found my way home in that first DC-3 flight. I was just meandering around, not paying attention to where I was going. And then I look out the window, well, out the left window, I'm like, oh, there's Haslingden, holy shit. I'm not likely to find anything I know the location of here, because I don't know what the fuck is around here. But this is what I do, like, when I'm not intentionally going for a flight from somewhere to somewhere with an objective in mind, I just meander around. I have no fucking clue where I am. If I go, like, southeast, I'll get back to Kelowna. That's all I know. But I feel like that's part of the fun of it. It's a sim, right? If I fuck up and get lost and end up having to do a forced landing or just crash into a tree or some shit, sucks. Skill issue. Learn from your mistakes. Because you can't learn from that mistake in real life. But because of the freedom the sim gives me, I'll just intentionally get lost. I'll just fucking fly somewhere and fly until I find something cool. And only when I find something cool that I want to research more about is when I open Google Maps, use that to kind of, you know, corroborate where I appear to be in the sim, use the in-sim VFR map, look outside for landmarks, whatever, and compare it with Google Maps. That's when I'll go, oh, okay, now I know where I am, and this cool thing is here, so I'll remember that. But normally, like, I don't care, dude. I would like to, we're full throttle, by the way, and we're barely pulling 30 inches manifold. So, like I said, she don't handle high altitude very well. We're, what, 8,300 feet, and that's about as much as she's going to give us. We're still outside wide arc, but she ain't going to go any faster or much higher. But that's a joy of the sim to me. It's a joy of the sim to me, is just fucking tool around and find stuff that I never knew was there and wouldn't have known to look for. Good song for this topic, I guess. I would like to get into on-air or something similar to it at one point. Maybe some of the HEM stuff, that looks pretty fun. But I don't have the time at the moment to really commit to learning a system like that or running a virtual airline. I mean, I could join CCMs, but, you know, I'll do it one day. That's on my one-day list. For now, I'm just enjoying it. The song, it's Prophecies by Philip Glass, otherwise known by the name of the film it was in, which is Koyaanisqatsi, which is a word from the Algonquin language family, I think. I'm pretty sure it's Algonquin. And it's... I forget what the direct translation is, but it's like... life without balance. Catch you later, Chocolate. Sleep well, man. Good to see ya. We'll have to do a flight around your neck of the woods one of these days. After the Canada update, added all the photogrammetry and whatnot over that way. I had some already from mods, but where possible, I prefer to use the default stuff, but just strip the trees out of it, because the auto-gen trees are overkill, but the actual official photogrammetry is color matched to the terrain around it, whereas mod stuff is either kind of close, or in some cases, like, totally off. Wait one, I have a phone call, it's probably important. Well, I was expecting an important call, which I haven't received yet. Instead, I got a call from eBay, which sounds suspiciously robotic, telling me that they need to confirm a purchase. Strange. Fuck that. Fucking scammers, dude. It's weird. I, like, almost never got calls from scammers. Like, I would, for years and years and years, I mean, literally until a year or 3 ago, I used to be able to go for weeks without my phone ringing, and the only time I had a phone call, it would either be my family. I've got a separate ringtone for them, which is the Only Fools and Horses theme, because it fits our family so well. So if I didn't hear that, then I knew it wasn't the family, and then it was probably going to be some sort of personal admin thing or whatever. Or, you know, if I was working at the time, it'd be work. But it's, I'm getting scam calls, like, frequently now, and I never used to. It's very annoying. Love when people sell my data to fucking whoever wants it, including scammers. And I'd say probably the reason they have my number is because I had to shotgun out so many job applications to places that were never even going to hire me to begin with, and they've just sold the data to make a profit, because that is how, that's how applying to a job works these days. They make money off you twice. They make money off exploiting your labor, and they make money off selling your data that you use to apply to the company. What a wonderful moral and ethical world we live in. Just the default high altitude clouds weather preset, but it looks pretty nice. I have a couple of custom presets, mostly for gliding. I also have the, as you saw, the Parallel 42 Camp Crystal Ridge weather, because it has custom weather for that. For some reason, it's got two versions. One's called like P42, and one's called //42, which is the way they write their name. So I don't know why it's doubled up. I think I might have a mod that adds it separately or something, but I've got that, and then stock presets, and then the gliding ones, which I think came with one of the gliders, one of the freeware gliders I have, probably the Discus. I should probably make some weather presets of my own, actually. When I make some nice weather, I'll have to start remembering to save it. Where are we? I have no fucking clue. It's awesome. It's a nice looking valley over there. Let's head that way, see if we can find somewhere to land, either a little bush strip or maybe a lake. There's a lake there, I just don't know how much landing roll I'm going to need. I've got another lake there. Oh, is that a river or is that a lake? Just a lake, I think. Maybe a town or something on the other side of it. We'll keep going. We're heading generally southwest-ish, so... And we can see signs of civilization. Actually, you know what? I think we are near Dog Creek. I have this sinking feeling, well, not really sinking, but you know what I mean. I have a feeling I've accidentally nabbed my way to Dog Creek after saying we wouldn't fly to Dog Creek. But, to be fair, last time I said I think we've accidentally found our way to the place I wanted to go. We were 400 kilometers north of the place I wanted to go, so I shouldn't get too cocky about that. Definitely some signs of life down there. That looks a bit like a bush strip to me. That do be looking like a bush strip. We still had our climb flaps out. Jesus Christ, I'm lazy today. You guys didn't tell me! You guys didn't fucking call me out! Call me out when I fuck shit up like that. Please. I'm not gonna notice it for hours on end. Oh yeah, we got a little... nice little valley there. Another lake down there. Bunch of farms. Yeah, we got signs of life, alright. Full-on little settlement down here. That is a bush strip. Do we land or do we touch and go? I kind of want to touch and go. I want to actually land on a lake and taxi over to the shore and set up a camp. Or a river, which we've got a nice one of down there. Don't think I've shown you my latest acquisitions. I don't think you have, but yes, a slick side AR, like full-on Vietnam get-up kind of slick side AR, is my kind of, if I could buy any rifle right now, that would be it. Like, legally speaking, if I could buy that rifle, I would have already. One of those, an L1A1, specifically an L1A1. Not a metric pattern FAL, but a proper SLR. An AK, probably a 74 to be fair. And my list is just going to get longer and longer the longer I think about it, but for like modern rifles I mean. And AR-18, like a old school AR-18. Trying to remember which manufacturer it was that had the really nice deep blued finish on them. I think it was the ones that were built in the... Was it the UK built ones? I don't remember. I think it was. I think it was the British ones that had that really nice blued finish on them. Any pics on Discord? Let me trim this thing level. Jam. Fuck yes. This is actually somewhere where the autopilot would be useful. If I can figure out how to turn it on without breaking anything. No, I don't want to... No, I don't want to step... How do I fucking... What altitude am I? That's good to know first. 9,000 feet-ish, give or take. Oh, no, I don't want vertical speed. Altitude... 9,000. Okay. Yep. Autopilot's on. She's climbing. Slowly. The L1A1... No, the AR-18. I can't remember. They were made at... It wasn't Santa Clara, was it? It was somewhere in the US that they made them. And then somewhere in the UK that made them under license. And I can't remember if it was the American ones or the British ones that were blued, because the other one was parked. And parkerization is, you know, it's okay, but I prefer bluing. I know, right? They're just cool rifles. I really like them. Plus, they're kind of an icon of my childhood, as we described earlier in the stream, because the IRA were very active when I was still living in England. Hang on. Oh, dude. Oh, that's beautiful. That is gorgeous with the fucking 3-prong as well. Oh, yes. And the fucking M21. Fucking waffle mate. Oh my god, dude. What a haul. Holy shit. That's fucking beautiful. That is a nice fucking collection you got there, man. God damn. I like the original, like, Vietnam-era Redfield scopes for the fucking M21s are quite interesting. Quite interesting. As you increase the magnification of the scope, it's got variable zoom, and it's infinitely variable, right? It's like, not switch, it's progressive. So, as you increase the magnification, it automatically operates the BDC. It's pretty neat. Interesting mechanism. I've never got to play with one of those scopes, but my dad's Winchester Model 70 has a Redfield wide field on it. I don't know if you've used one of them or seen one of them, Ben, but they're it's actually oblong. Instead of being a round scope, like the lenses are oblong, so it's kind of squat. It doesn't hurt your field of view at all. It means you've got quite a wide field of view, but it's quite a cool scope. Really cool old vintage scope. Don't be too impressed at repros. I mean, it's still a nice fucking piece, dude. It's a nice fucking piece. More than what I can get here, put it that way. Oh, there's a nice lake. That's where we're landing. Mind you, that one... We'll go for that one. Oh, oh, fuck me. Flat. If we keep going much further, we might hit the fucking ocean. But I don't want to. I don't want to go that far. Don't want to get too carried away. Alright, let's fuck that off. It's probably not the right way to turn it off, but I don't give a shit. Fuck the autopilot. It's just there to stop me from crashing while I tab out. Yeah. Beautiful, man. Absolutely beautiful. I have shot a 1911 a grand total of once. It was the RSO's personal 1911, because he saw I was enjoying... what was it I was shooting before? I think I was shooting a Ruger P85, which felt like it was going to fall apart in my hand. Like, it shot okay, and it didn't seem dangerous or anything, it just felt shaky. It was probably clapped out. It'd probably been at the range since the range was built. But he came along, he's like, oh, you're doing pretty well, man. You want to try out my 1911? I'm like, yes! So, that was the day I discovered that for all the faults it does have, because, you know, obviously Browning wasn't satisfied with it, so I went to design the high power afterwards. But for the faults it does have, holy fuck, it's a nice pistol. Oh my god, it fits my hand so perfectly. Like, especially because I have weird hands, I got these fucking spider finger things. Just that it fits my hand like it was made for me. It was so good. And it shot so well. Then I got to shoot a Glock 22, as in Model 22. It was 40 Smith & Wesson caliber, which is the same as the service pistol the Edmonton Police Service used. The RSO said this is what the police here use. And I hate it. I hate the way Glocks look. I hate the way Glocks feel. It was super uncomfortable. I fucking hated it, but I can't argue with the results, dude. It just made one ragged hole in the center of the fucking target. I was just like, how? I hate it, but how? Yeah, it just feels right. Unlike the Glock, which feels completely fucking wrong, but shoots really well. I need to get my Cat H at some point. Like, I live next door to... Literally, there was a pistol range in a disused quarry when I was living up in Newcastle. Literally down the other end of my street. As in, like, I lived at the top of their backstop, more or less. And I never joined. I never got round to it. I kept meaning to, I just never got round to it. So I don't have a Cat H. I need to get one, though. Get a Cat H and get myself a high power or something. High power, a CZ75, something cool like that. 1911, if I can find one that's not, like, price gouge. A lot of them are here. Yeah, it is. It is one size fits all, like, regardless of your hand size. Just that... I guess the single stack mag as well, because once you go to double stack, it starts getting, like, it feels too... You get more capacity, but it doesn't quite feel as nice. Even with my relatively... Like, my hands aren't big, but my fingers are very long, so they look big. But even with my hands being the size they are, like, double stacks just feel kind of uncomfortable. Then you take a double stack design and you give it the fucking grip angle of a Glock, and it feels even worse. I never got the chance to shoot a high power. I really wanted to. I narrowly missed a couple chances to go out and do qual shoots with it. But usually they'd only qual you on it if you're going on a deployment. So the chance I got, the big chance I got was, I was supposed to be doing, I spoke about this earlier in the stream, but I was supposed to be doing GD at the range for an exercise for our guys that were going off to Team War 1 year. Me and a bunch of the other guys put in for range GD, and this little fucking shit who wasn't even qualified on a fucking style, let alone anything else, somehow managed to sweet talk his way into getting the range spot, and the rest of us were on fucking kitchen GD for a week. We were fucking fuming. Absolutely fucking fuming. He's out playing with, like, Carl G's and shit. Live fire Carl G's, which is something that even the regs would only get to do every so often. If you were a fucking choco, and you weren't actually going to war, like you weren't taking a fucking replacement spot in Afghanistan or something, good luck getting your hands on a fucking live Carl G round. But this is the same kid I had to help get, like, I used to have to dress him before parade nights. Because he'd turn up with his fucking boots unlaced, his shit untucked, like he looked like he'd fucking been out for a roll in the hay. And it's just like, if any of the NCOs see you in that state, they will kill all of us. So I had to go fucking dress him. I had to lace his boots for him, I had to fucking tuck his shit in, I had to fucking give him a slap upside the head, like, fuck, unfuck yourself. You're making me look good, and I'm a fuck fight. Wasn't a bad kid, just not suited for it. And that's coming from me. So I got to experience the pleasure of logging a Carl Gustav around, but I never got to fucking fire one. I carried an M92 in Bagram back in 16, barely qualled with it. The gun was hard. I've heard that the M9s don't wear, like, they don't age very well, whereas the 1911 obviously ages quite gracefully, if it's cared for. 1911s are, you know, especially custom ones, are real hit and miss. They can be amazing or they can be dog shit, but like a well cared for, well assembled 1911 will last for a very long time. But I've heard that the Berettas are good when they're new, but as soon as they're not new, they kind of rapidly fall off. Having not shot one myself, that is. My friend Shannon shot one in the same range that I shot the 1911, but I didn't. Reuters is reporting that Twitter's at risk of breaking overnight. Yeah, that was brought up earlier. Well done, Elon. Good shit. Showing off all that managerial, entrepreneurial skill there. The guy's a fucking charlatan and always has been. It's just funny it took the normies this long to realise. Let's get our carb heat back on. Another pretty steep approach, but that's alright. We'll aim for the far shore there. Like where it hooks around a bit. We might set up camp in that little spot. I have a suspicion there's a town over there. Lovely plateau there. I'm almost tempted to set up there, but we'll go for the lake. And then once we're established on the ground, we've set up our camp, we'll figure out roughly where we are. We'll open the cheetah map and have a look. It's kind of the hazard with military weapons, isn't it though, Ben? Like the Steyr I got at basic was such a piece of shit, that thing nearly killed me. Like, I've gone over the story before, but fucking 9418666... should have known. It was so clapped out, I'm surprised it held together. During one of my qual shoots, I was getting so many stoppages that they were just like, you can't, we'll have to reshoot this. Got the armourer to come down, and I'd cleaned, properly cleaned, because like, I'm meticulous with rifles. I don't maintain anything else worth a damn, but I'm fucking meticulous with rifles. I'd cleaned it that morning, and it looked fine. When the armourer disassembled it, there was a fucking hairline fracture from the cam stud on the bolt all the way back around to the other side of the cam stud, and there was about 1 millimeter of metal holding on. The bolt nearly shattered into 2 parts while it was firing. I have no idea to this day how that happened, when it happened, or like what could have happened if it had actually come apart while I was fucking shooting it, being especially a bullpup. But like I said, 9418666, I should have known from the serial. And the fact I still remember the serial number in full to this day should tell you something. Because I don't remember the serial number of the rifle I was issued at my fucking unit. I think it was like 991 something, because it was an earlier. It was the original A1 with the carry handle optic, whereas the 666 was a SA1 with the rail, and then the standalone carry handle optic on the rail. We also had, I think I've told this story before as well, but we had within my battalion, one of the companies had a Minimi that there was something fucked about its gas seals. Like, it wasn't fucked enough to cause it reliability issues, but it was fucked enough to make it sound like it was queefing every time it fired. which was just endless comedy every range day where they came along with us. Because you'd hear like normal gunfire going off across the range, and you just hear this fucking hellish queefing. It's like, okay, yep. We know whose gun that is. Okay, we're in wide arc, so I'm just going to drop full flap. We've got a pretty long taxi if I land here, so we might just... We'll leave the flap dumped out, but we'll kind of level off and give her a bit of power to hold it. Give it full revs as well. Full mixture! Jesus! I told you I'm fucking sloppy with mixture. Nearly 7.5 hours in the stream. I feel like I could go for a couple more at least. I got a few more flights I want to do, so... Oh yeah, I'm on floats. This is amphibious though. It's floaty, but it's also got retractable wheels in the floats. I know what we'll do. We'll do a first-person landing, and then we'll do another external camera. We'll do a touch and go, and then we'll do another external camera for our full stop. Just because that looked so cool last time. A little rough. Alright. We're just going to leave the full flaps out. Should get us off the water sooner anyway. We're up on the step, and oh yeah. Look how much the takeoff distance shortens with full flap as opposed to takeoff flap. You want to do stall in the beaver, you go full flap. Oh... Oh, I made the right decision. Look at that. Look at that. That's beautiful. That's where we're setting up. I will do the Jenny. Next will be the Spruce Goose, I think. Then the DC-3. Then the 407. Then if we got time, we'll do the Jenny. Otherwise, we might do it next stream. I will actually... We'll set it down here. Just so I'm not... stretching out too much. I want to leave myself some stopping distance if I'm in third person. Do I yeah, okay, I've still got it in the mode where I can control the aircraft, not the camera, which is good. It's a little hard from this angle. I don't usually fly in third person, as you might guess, so my frame of reference is a bit off. Oh, there we go. A little rough, but down she goes. Isn't it just such a gorgeous aircraft? In that kind of utilitarian, ugly, pretty way. What a song to touch down to as well. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and switch back to aircraft control. Do a little taxiing. We're gonna come lean on the fuel a bit so we don't foul the shit out of the plugs while we're low power. Alright, back to first person. And we were just at the point where we would have had to switch fuel tanks in probably another 5 minutes or so. Because the bottom right there is the center tank and it's showing nearly empty. Front and rear tanks are still full. This thing has pretty decent endurance on a full tank, honestly. So we'll see how the camping mod goes with a float plane. I've only used it on land planes before. Well, it's not a mod, it's a module. It's a paid thing, but it's worth it in my opinion. Like, it's just... Yeah, it doesn't really add anything super functional to the game, but it adds the ability to set up a little camp somewhere and just chill. Like, that's the thing. There's people making boats for this, there's people making cars for this. It's primarily a flight sim, but it's funny. Like, so many games are seen as like, oh, this is a platform for a world-scale simulation. We could totally do it with this. And this game's just like, oh yeah, I'm world scale, but I'm a flight sim. And the community's like, no, you're not. You're a camping sim. You're a driving sim. You're a boat sim. Like, it's pretty neat. So the camping mod, if you've got the spare, you know, obviously the spare money for it, or module, is definitely worth it. It's just that little, I don't know, adds that extra layer. I think I know where we are. I think I know where we are. I think this is one of CCM's airfields, one of his bush strips in front of us. I am like 99% certain. It's something like, I forget the name of it, starts with S, I think. Because I test flew a plane from here once. In the sim, obviously. So if we wanted to, we had the option of landing on an actual airstrip, but no, we'll go for the water. Water handling on this, by the way, fucking fantastic. It actually turns. The water rudders are actually effective, even at low speed. Water handling in MSFS is one of its weakest aspects, even more so than ground handling. There are some very, very, very few aircraft that get it right. Most of the ones that do use like a... They use some sort of artificial kind of helper thing that is, you know, it kind of simulates what the aircraft should be able to do, but it's not using the actual water physics to do it. But this, I don't know how they're doing it, but it feels good. I'm still going to need to leave myself some room to turn. She turns better at high speed, which is why, like in the video I posted in the Discord, you can see when they go to do that turn to turn into the wind and do their takeoff roll, they're moving really fast, like really, really fast. Just like a boat, right? Low speed turns, not ideal. High speed gives you some momentum. With the shape of the hull, it actually, you know... Words. You know what I mean. Hydrodynamics. Complicated sciencey shit like that. We won't set up at the end of the runway, because that sounds like it would be ill-advised. What we can do is just head over this way a bit, try not to beach myself, because the water ends a lot closer to me than I thought it did. Yeah, we just brushed one float, but we'll bring her over here. I mean, we have our canoe with us. We don't need to park right against the shore, do we? I don't think the canoe's actually operable at the moment. Like, I can't paddle over in it, but just for immersion purposes, and maybe one day it will be a thing that actually you can drive, but let's go ahead and... That's not what I'm doing. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Open this. I'm going to need to drop the anchor. I think I need the aircraft shut down to deploy it, which would make sense. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut the mix. Cut the fuel. I've got to go the other way to cut the fuel. Get rid of the fuel pump. Get rid of the mags. Get rid of the carby heat, because we don't need... Oh! No, that's cabin heat. That is carby heat. Instrument lights can go off. Beacon, nav... Up here, avionics. Should have gone alternator then battery, but whatever. Cool! So there's our little beaver flight. Now we can drop our anchor. Excuse me, darling. Let's open the doors up. Fuck this thing off since we've got the anchor and that's what we had it open for. And I need to control the camera back. There we go. How's that? Oh, actually for the camping mod I would need to be next to the shore, so we might not be able to use it here. We'll have a look. So it draws a certain range around the aircraft where you can place stuff, but I'm not sure if it's going to be big enough. We can at least get on the shore there, I think. No, I don't want them to... Oh god, oh god, oh god. It's in the same position it was before. Ignore the fact that's all floating, guys. Just ignore the fact that's all floating. Can I move it? No, I can't. What I can do is set up a new campsite with this. So let's see if I'm going to go back left of the aircraft. How far can I go? Oh, wow, I can actually... It'll only save, I think, stuff within the green circle, but I can put stuff further back. So we'll come over here. Brown Branch has stoppages. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard it had a bunch of other stuff too, like being able to look over the sights, which is something no fucking game does, but they all should. Well, at least the ones that want to be tactical and realistic. Like, fucking armor. Fucking armor. Bohemia, let me look over my sights when observing for a fucking target. You drop into your sights to engage and not fucking before. Or, like, for instance, when I was in... I said this, I think, the other stream, but when I was in, we were still using a lot of Vietnam-era doctrine, which in turn was modified World War II jungle fighting doctrine. And one of the things of that was when you were on patrol, instead of having your rifle, like, at a high ready or whatever, you would have your rifle at the hip, leveled, and instead of turning your head to observe, your entire upper body with the rifle would turn. Like, your whole upper body, eyes, everything were locked, rifle all in the same direction. So if you got bumped, you could fire a couple quick ones from the hip as you were doing your dash and then go into your contact drill. So that was, I don't know if that's still the way things are done, probably not. It looks like, you know, the sort of tactical / action shooting thing is starting to permeate more into the military, even into regular troops, let alone special forces. But when I was in the chocks, that was still the way things were done, very much the old-fashioned way. But I would like the ability to actually carry the rifle at the hip in more games, as opposed to shouldered all the time. Like, shouldered or low ready, it should be low ready, at the hip, shouldered, and then obviously down the sights. So you should have a couple steps there. That's my one of my big gripes. I do appreciate that the grill is called the gas hole. There, we don't want it too close to the tent. Bit of firewood, even though we got a gas stove. Don't question it. Folding table? Sure, why not? We'll put it on this side so it's in a clearing. There we go. Face it towards the fire. And you can... So this doesn't sync over multiplayer. We need a shitter, of course. This doesn't sync over multiplayer, but it gives you little codes that you can copy, and that code includes what's in the camp, where it is, all of that, orientation of all the objects in it, everything. And so you can share your camps with your friends. So say, like, one of you guys sets up a camp and you send me the code for it, I can paste that into my game, and when I go to where your camp is, I will see your camp, even though it's not multiplayer synced. Just one of those little things. Oh, no, I don't want to... Oh, fuck, wrong button. No, I don't want that. I forget how to delete that. And yeah, like, I get it. It doesn't really, you know, it's just decoration. It's not super functional, whatever. I don't care. I play this game for relaxation. Like, this game chills me out. This is like my fucking therapy, right? And this is something nice to have. We need an esky, of course. Gotta have an esky. It's gotta be a... Did I set it the right color? No. It's gotta be a blue esky. Australian fucking law states the esky has to be fucking blue. There we go. What else we got? Waterproof bag. Shit tickets. Yeah, we probably should have some of them. Just in case. Especially if I'm going to be doing the cooking. Smoke canister, so you can use that to mark your position or tell what the wind's doing. Get a little portable windsock to tell what the wind's doing. Camp stove. Let's move the grill. We'll do it in a second. We'll move the grill over the fire. Rather than have a fucking gas stove set up as well, we'll just move the grill over the fireplace. A little flask we can put there in the tent. Move this fella. Hey, there we go. There we go. Starting to look like something. Get outdoor lamps. Jerry can. I'd say we probably need one of those. Maybe just full of water. Presumably we would brought enough fuel in the plane, so we don't need a jerry can for that. And it's offshore anyway, but just chuck another one in there. So we got some water in our jerry cans. Kind of feel like we could use a hammock, to be honest. Let's chuck that over there. Other side of the fire, maybe. There we go. Nice, sort of, I don't know, what color? Red hammock, there we go. And I think, let's see what else. Yeah, we can place planes as well. So you can place other planes. So if you want to have your little LARP session and pretend you have actual real friends, you can place down another plane. Like so. And it's actually placing the in-game model too, not like a low detail one. That's the actual in-game model. That's why it's got that white box on the tail. That's where the fucking tail reg would go. Because for some reason, tail registrations aren't... Well, for a reason I'm very aware of, tail registrations don't show to other players because they would be full of fucking profanity. There we go. How about that? So I'm going to go ahead and pause my track IR so it stops moving every time I move. Have I... Okay, yeah, I had the camera set up to control the aircraft instead of... Or the button set up to control the aircraft instead of the camera. Give me a moment to zoom out a little. Let's... Whoop. I don't know why I'm trying to look down with my track IR, because my track IR is paused. It's a little drone camera speed. I need to... Oh, no, that's fine. It's the actual movement speed I need to turn down. I need to bind this to something. I would recommend binding drone camera exposure to something, because when you are using this, the night sky is quite beautiful. You turn the exposure up, you can see the Milky Way quite nicely. My camera's bobbing because the plane's sitting on water and the camera is tied to the plane, so it's moving with the waves. But how is that? We're gonna go ahead and grab ourselves a screen there, I think. How is that? This is in Australia. We're in BC. We're in Canada. Now, to be fair, lighting a fire in BC at the wrong time of year is also bad no-no. Especially this part of BC, because it's kind of arid, but... no. We're good. We did it responsibly. There's no vegetation close by. We're by some water. Like, it's all good. We're at an airfield. Guns in Arma 4 just have random weird failures, which doesn't actually affect anything, but it's funny. We had a guy, the same day my rifle tried to kill me, we had another guy in the platoon. It was one of the officer cadets. It's always the fucking officer cadets. He lost his cocking handle on the pack march down to the range. Do not ask me how. Do not fucking ask me how. Getting that thing off the rifle is an armorer level job. You need a special tool to do it. Because the cocking rifle's captive to the rifle, right? Or the cocking handle's captive to it. It impinges on one of the guide rods for the bolt carrier group, but it isn't physically attached to it. So any game where you see a Steyer's cocking handle reciprocating is bullshit. It doesn't. It stays locked forwards. But yeah, like, it fell out somehow, and we never found it. He had to get the armorer to come down and put a new one in his rifle, because he couldn't cock it without the fucking handle, right? It's all cyclical. People are using collimator sights at the same height as a pick rail and A1 carry handle, and three-prong flash hiders are coming into fashion again. Oh, this is a banger. It's a remix of the ABC News theme. Like the Australian ABC, that is. Or actually, yeah, ABC News. And I think the 7:30 report used the same theme. Hey, Raccoon. Good to see you, man. Alright. Well, that was a lovely little camping trip. But I think we have a spruce goose to fly. The armorers are contracted out. Thales handled it directly. It wasn't through the army anymore. So it was a civvy contractor who was employed by Thales, which is there was a lot of stuff contracted out. Even when I was in, it's probably worse now. So like, I think Serco did all the catering in the mess halls at the different, like all the different barracks and stuff. Thales did all the armorer level stuff on, I think it was on the F-88s, but not the minimized or something like that. Like there was some arse backwards agreement where Thales were, like Thales civilian staff were responsible for armorer level work at military installations. Obviously, well, maybe even on deployments. I don't know, but they were responsible for one weapon system but not the other. It was like really fucking weird. Privatization's a bitch. See the Jenny? Okay, we'll do the Jenny, but we're not going any great distance in it because it takes so fucking long to get anywhere in the Jenny. We'll just do a quick flight in it. And maybe in another day we'll do a longer flight because I don't really have time to do a full one in it. We'll do that, then we'll go to the Goose, then we'll do the DC-3, then we'll do the 407 over Edinburgh. And then I've got one more plane I want to fly today, and I don't know where we're going to fly it yet, but we'll figure something out. There was somewhere else I was thinking of flying today. I'm just completely blanking on it, but there was somewhere I thought when I flew this thing. What was it? Oh, right, Jasper. Yeah, we might do that in the DC-3. Okay. Let's fly. Is that? Oh, CCM's flying. What's he flying? Ah, I thought so. Beaver. He's flying the Beaver. I should have known. So that was... Oh, I didn't check where we landed, but we started at Kelowna, and we went, like, up here to Vernon. Well, to Wild Acres, actually. And then we went this general direction past Kamloops, which I wasn't conscious that we even went past. It's the name of the... I'll know it when I see it. It was one of CCM's bush strips. There's Dog Creek. That's what I was talking about, Dog Creek up there. That's the old RCAF base. You can see with the triangle runways. Where was it? It's fucking... Is it? No, it's not. It was something like... Seymour Arm. No, it was Seymour Arm. That's where we, I think. No, I'm wrong. Shit, where was it? I know it was one of his airfields. I just cannot for the life of me remember which one. Gun Lake. East Barrier? No. I'm having a moment, chat. Hang on, bear with me. Bear with me. We were at the point where I could fucking see flat ground. So we had... We started up here. We would have probably ended up down here somewhere. We definitely didn't end up at Chilliwack. Am I full of shit? Surely not. This is why I need like one of those programs that tracks where you fly. Squamish. It's not Gun Lake. Gun Lake's up on a mountainside. Wasn't that one? This is gonna drive me insane. Where the fuck did I go? Where the fuck did I go? I actually... You know what? I almost want to say No, it wasn't there either. I think we did end up somewhere near Chilliwack, though. Just looking at the lay of the land, I think we did go pretty far down that way. I don't know. I'll have to work it out later. Kind of work backwards to figure out where the fuck I ended up. It was a nice flight, either way. Servers are having issues again. Well, it wasn't there, because we still had satellite scenery. Yeah, I don't know. Mystery. Alright, let's fly the Jenny. Fuck it, let's go to... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? McCall. The Jenny needs a surprising amount of runway. Like, genuinely surprising amount of runway. So we'll fly from McCall, not a bush strip. I don't trust myself to get off the ground by the time we get out of bush strip. I don't want to scroll all the way up. C for Curtis. There it is. We'll fill it like 3/4. We're not going to use much fuel. I just don't like flying with half fuel. It kind of doesn't sit right with me for some reason. McCall's not that low in altitude, so we'll see how this goes. My my only other flight in the Jenny was just north of it's an airport. What's it called? Sec something, or it's like 1 or 2 valleys northwest of Kai Tak, so north of Hong Kong City. For some reason, the UI, like you can see there, it's going through these aircraft.ui strings. I think actually, no. Maybe a mod's broken that? I don't know. Probably I've got a mod conflict somewhere, because I do have a mod that changes the AI, or changes the, UI entries for the DC-3. So the air traffic control refers to it properly as DC-3, rather than whatever the fuck they used to. That might be doing it, I don't know. Or it could be a bug. Snowy. I don't think I've flown here with snow before, so although it kind of hides the beautiful colors of the land around me, sure, let's fly with snow. Plus we might actually get some fucking engine performance. Just make sure I don't go anywhere near anything that could ice me up. Default view is a little low and zoomed out for my, or like fisheyed for my liking, so we'll set a custom one up. Now, I do not remember what does what in this plane. That's mixture. So out is full rich, in is lean. This is the starter question mark? Magneto? I don't fucking know. There's no pitch, obviously. I'm just going to move that throttle forward so it's out my way. That's our actual throttle. On the right-hand side, because, you know, they were still figuring out how ergonomics was supposed to work at this point. Instrumentation, by the way. This is our altimeter, I believe. I don't know how the fuck it works. Yeah. 1,000... Oh my, we are a bit high here. We are a bit high here. I didn't realize the fucking field elevation was so high. Whoa. I've never had it that high before. This'll be interesting. We'll try it. We'll try anything once. And because I'm stupid, we'll probably try it twice. Oil temperature question mark? I think it is oil temp. It goes up to 100. Wait. No, it goes up to 100 and something. 100 and... 20. Is that Celsius? I don't know. That's your RPM. That is your... I can't make it out. Airspeed, maybe? Yeah, I know I could zoom in, but then I have to zoom back out to, like, the same amount as I had before. I wish that it was, like, DCS and I could set, like, a limit to it. Like, don't zoom out any further than this. But unfortunately, I can't. But yeah, we'll zoom in and have a look. No, that is... Fahrenheit. Of what? Very useful gauge. That might be pressure then. Pounds per square inch, maybe. I don't know. Fuel is up there, by the way, hanging in front of the front cockpit, which is the navigator, not the pilot. They have controls as well, but they've mostly got a chartboard. In fact, before we start up, I will hop across to the front seat and I'll show you. Pilot. Co-pilot. There we go. This closes, by the way. Woo. Woo. Pretty cool. Then we've got a lamp there, which we're not going to see much of because it's broad daylight, so whatever. Where the fuck is the switch? The click zone on the switch is a little... iffy. Oh, you can click the prop to spin it, okay. Neat. Let's go back to the rear cockpit. Oh, no, shit! That's not what I wanted to do. Just fucking tab myself out. I have no clue what this thing does. Fuel valve, maybe? I have no fucking idea. Let's... I also don't know how the fuck you prime this. Oh! Shit, it does have cockpit lights! What the fuck? Okay, that's what that does. 2... That's probably not a primer. I have no idea what that thing does. Let's just fucking hope for the best. Nope. Okay, I'm gonna use the cheater auto start because I have no idea how this plane works. Oh, right, backwards is off, forwards is on. I'm a dumb fuck. Favorite thing? Exposed rocker arms. The Albatross fighter, well, and the Pfalz, but the Albatross fighters from World War I had that too. Albatross is my favorite World War I plane, my favorite biplane in general. Used to love flying it in Rise of Flight and watching the rockers go. We're getting a little bit of sway here, probably from the wind. FS Realistic adds that effect as well, but like I said, I haven't installed FS Realistic yet, so that's just native sim, which is pretty cool. Might be either the momentum of the engine or the prop rather, or it might be wind, I don't know. God, it looks so good. No brakes, by the way. They did model pitch trim, which the real aircraft doesn't have. But that's, you know, you only have so much precision with a joystick, especially if you're like me and you've got a short throw desktop one. So having pitch trim is nice, even if the aircraft didn't have it, because you can kind of fake holding the stick very, very slightly at angles that are painful to hold in real life with the setup that I have. So that's handy, especially because this thing's very pitchy with power settings and speeds. But they didn't add brakes, because it didn't have brakes. Didn't really have much of a suspension either. So, you want to stop? Good luck. Have plenty of runway. Or plenty of open field. Oh, frames are a little low. Come on. Just loading the scenery. It's a beautifully detailed airfield. Now, how this thing would have steered in real life on the ground, I'm not sure. I assume somebody would pick up the tail and carry it for you. But I don't know. At the moment it just steers with the rudder pedals, but I don't think it should, because I'm pretty sure the tail skids ahead of the tail, or like ahead of the rudder anyway, let alone not connected to it. Obviously, with no brakes, you can't use differential braking. Where taxiway? Oh, here taxiway. It's just snowed over, so we can't see it very well. So this McCall scenery was by Milo Thanks, who stops by in the stream, in chat, pretty regularly. Definitely worth picking up. Very detailed scenery. Runs pretty well for the amount of detail it has. And it's in a beautiful part of the world. The sky crane over there. Little Easter egg on it for those that know. So I'm not going to get too carried away flying around mountains. We're already at a high enough fucking pressure altitude that this thing's going to, or density altitude, this thing's not going to really cope very well. It should fly, it just won't like it. So I'm not going to be trying to climb over any mountains at this altitude with it. Also, like I said, I don't want to be flying it too long, because I've got a couple of other relatively long flights I want to go on today. And if we have any time and I have any energy left, I'll switch over to Reforger for a bit. Failing that, we might do a bit of Reforger, like, after the armor mission again, like we did last time, or just do it next big stream I do, which will probably be at the end of next week. If I'm awake in time to fly that helicopter mission Alpin made, like his last mission he wants to run, for the time being, I will probably stream it, or at least try and record it. But we'll see. I can't guarantee anything, because my sleep cycle's been a fucking shit fight lately. I might just shortcut here. The sounds, oh, that sounds so good. Probably because it's cold. She looks like she might come off the ground a lot sooner than she did when I flew out of Hong Kong, which was at sea level, the airbase, or the airfield, airbase. The airfield I flew out of was at sea level, but it was also probably quite hot. Well, no, we don't want to lean out that much. Definitely don't want to lean out that much. A few frame drops here and there. But I have had the sim running for half the day, so that's probably not going to help either. Takes forever to get any kind of altitude. Even in good conditions. Just so slow. There you go. So the plane does come with an excessively, like, noticeable sort of heat blur effect over the exhaust stubs. CCM made a quick mod to just remove that, because it was just... It looked out of place. Yeah, you would probably have some heat haze, but it wouldn't be that obvious. Like, the in-game heat haze effect is really overdone for a lot of piston engine aircraft. It looks okay for jets, but for pistons it's just too much. So he made a mod that removes that, but otherwise, totally unmodded, default flight model, default sounds, everything. That was an uncommanded roll to the right there. I think we just hit a gust. Yeah, you probably have to be sticking your face right up in the exhaust to actually see it, so... Quite a bit of adverse yaw, holy shit. These old biplanes, you want to be turning with the rudder before you turn with the ailerons. Which is a habit I picked up playing Rise of Flight. I would just boot the rudder and maybe use the ailerons, maybe half the time. Which was great in a biplane, probably works well in a glider too, not so well in a more modern aircraft. Got me a few funny looks, put it that way. You've got to be very careful not to carry bad habits across from sims to fucking real flying. Okay, a bit of snaking here. Just be getting some side winds. Head back and set down, I think. Just a quick flight, just to show it. We'll do a long, like an actual proper long flight in it sometime, but not today. But very, very intensive on the stick and rudder. You absolutely cannot be letting your attention lapse flying this, especially in any sort of weather. Not really the best approach set up here, but we should have enough runway. We'll have a bit of a rollout, but it won't be super long because friction will especially on the tail skid will help us, but just got to remember, no brakes, so we do need some stopping room. And ideally not to land into a tailwind, so we'll cross over and we'll kind of join a very sketchy, very low to the ground right downwind here. Because, yeah, that would have been a tailwind, which we really don't want. Really don't want. It's hard enough just flying in a tailwind, let alone landing in one. Once we set down, I'm going to grab another drink, set up the next flight, and then we will do the Spruce Goose. Probably not a super long flight in that either. I mean, I could do a super long flight in it, I could take it transatlantic, but I'm not going to. I don't have the time or the patience for that today, so... nor the navigational skill. What we might do is take it and throw it around the sky a bit and see what it'll put up with. So that's always fun. What do you mean, the Spruce Goose? It will cross a... That's what I mean, it will do a transatlantic flight. It doesn't need to stop for fuel. It will do a transatlantic flight. That's the whole point of the plane. But I don't have the time or the patience. Like, I'm the limitation there, not the plane. Not the smoothest landing, but... We're just going to pull off into the grass. So this is a taxiway. We'll just pull off between these bushes. Park her on the grass, because I don't want to have to taxi all the way back. Feeling a bit lazy, and I need a drink. I'm going to take my fucking hoodie off, it's getting warm again. The climate cannot make up its mind what temperature it should be here. Was that? No, that was in, wasn't it? I think. I don't remember. But yeah, there we go. So that was the Curtis Jenny. And on that note, I will be right back.
kind of want to fly it around Europe somewhere, but there's fuck all for seaplane things, you know? And you can't just spawn wherever you want on the water. You have to spawn in a recognized seaplane airport, otherwise it will, it'll air spawn you. So I might have to just fly out of the US or Canada. It's not a big deal, I just would have liked to fly it around Europe. Some variety in. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys.